Hey, good evening, everybody. Give me just a second here. I got a phone call that I wasn't ready to get, and I'm not ready to start this. What can go wrong? Hooking up a new mic. All right. Wow. It's really good to see everybody. I'm surprised that people are actually sitting around waiting on me. It's pretty cool. Um, Wanted to talk to you all a little bit. I'm going to open up and get a panel on here if you guys want to come up, but you got to listen to me, bitch, first. Best life, man. Good to see you, brother Ghetto. Always good to see you, Hawkeye. Excellent. Terry, good evening, and Tony Smith, my Confederate brother. All right. Wow, so much going on that's been going through my head that I really don't know where to start. We had that State of the Union address. I guess that maybe that's as far back as my memory is going to go. Something will come to me later, but what a pathetic display of incompetence. I've never seen anything like it. The man couldn't hold a thought. Lucky he had something to read. I could use something to read tonight. um, just we got to fight with Ukraine to win the hearts and minds of Iranian people. That was a classic. That bit at the end, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. I could feel the dude rubbing my little head as he comforted me that this wreckage that we see all around us is going to be okay. Uh, I got gas the other day. It was 385, 389 a gallon, um, up from 219 in January of last year. And I was thinking they're going to release more oil reserves, which ought to drop at a dime a gallon like it did last time. So they released, I think, 2.5 days worth of fuel the last time, and then a day and a half this time to drop the price of gas maybe a dime a gallon. Hey, F home, good to see you, sir. Um, and then how far back up is it going to go? You know, I think about you find yourself in credit card debt more than you're going to be able to pay, and instead of cutting expenses, well, let's just dig into our savings account. Nicole, happy to have you. Um, so we run through our savings account trying to pay off these debts without cutting back expenses to make any of it make any sense. And strategic fuel reserves. Somebody do something with Frankie for me, please. Steve Waybright, nice to see you, neighbor. Um, Strategic fuel reserves. And now the man's trying to talk us into being in favor of going to war, folks. Don't mistake me. And I'm jumping around and rambling a little bit here, but maybe my thought process will work better if it's not in a straight line. Trump used cheap oil to completely top off all our reserves, and our current idiot is now draining it down to save us a dime a gallon on gasoline for 5 days, a total, less than 5 days, with war, real war, man, looming on the horizon. And I watched all that nonsense, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. What was this deal? What? That woman is nuts, and people. These people are holding our futures in their hands, whether we like it or not. They're insane. The whole bunch of them are insane. And now our news is trying to convince us that Vladimir Putin is insane, leading to what action? Scares the hell out of me. Scares the living hell out of me. There's so much about this stuff going on in Eastern Europe that I don't understand, and I got so many questions. And I have seen a couple of different videos from people who actually are in Ukraine or Ukrainian citizens. And they don't have too much to say about Putin. So I don't know what's going on there. And apparently after 2 years of not being able to trust the news, now we're buying everything that they're putting out there, hook, line, and sinker. But there's just so much that's not making sense. To me, if a country with an army like Russia wanted to crush Ukraine, they could have done it in a couple of days if they wanted to crush them. One guy put forth the theory that Putin wants Ukraine intact with infrastructure and citizenry and all that, and he just wants to change the government. I'm seeing a lot of destruction on film that leads way past changing the government. I don't get that. I know, and you know, and nobody can deny it. Our so-called commander-in-chief has a lot invested in Ukraine. I got a feeling there's money coming out of Ukraine to his pockets that is probably beyond anything we can comprehend. And maybe that's why he wants Ukraine saved. Maybe that's why we're being groomed to accept conflict over there. I don't know. But I don't see in modern times a convoy of military vehicles 30 miles long being held up by what? I don't see any airstrikes, which is, you would think Ukraine, if there was a convoy 30 miles long just sitting there, what a target. Why isn't that being destroyed? And if it's not being destroyed, why isn't it moving? What's holding it up? These guys just filled up all the gas tanks once and said, okay, go to Ukraine. Good luck. There's a station open there on the road. This is not making sense. I saw films last night, of course, Fox News. But folks, if there's a disaster like an earthquake or an explosion or a hurricane, and a building gets destroyed, and of course these big buildings, it would take an earthquake. But, normally you're going to see all kinds of people all over the wreckage, digging through it, looking for survivors. And I saw last night, and I noticed it once, and then I saw it like 2 or 3 different times. Different buildings being filmed. You didn't see anybody but rescue workers. You'd see like 15 or 20 rescue workers, and then a few of them would be carrying out a stretcher. No family helping to look for people, no neighbors, no civilians, nobody helping, just rescue workers in wreckage. Funny. And I wish I had answers. I can't explain it. I saw one film where a camera crew was in a building that, there was damage in the building. And they walked around and they looked. Ghetto, I'm going to open the panel, and I hope we can, get together and have an intelligent discussion on this. I'm answering the questions. You guys got to have the answer. Hello, Lynn. Good to see you. But I'm looking at this guy going through this building, and it's a high-rise building, obviously. And he's panning out over the other buildings and definitely damage. And he's walking around inside the building, and you can see stuff laying around and definite damage, windows broken out and stuff. And I thought, well, where's the furniture? And then as he looked around, I see wires hanging out of the walls. and now started looking. And anybody that knows anything about construction, and maybe a construction worker or two here, that building was either not finished or was in the process of being demolished, but there wasn't a damn light switch or electrical outlet in the place. Just wires hanging out of the wall. Bombs don't do that. So we're not getting the full story. We're not getting, I don't know, we're not getting anywhere near the story. Yeah, Nicole, either abandoned or not finished or in the process of being taken down. I don't know. But when I saw those walls with the wires hanging out of them, this is bullshit. Somebody wants me to believe something that's not true. We're just going to have to stay on guard and wait and figure this out, hopefully before somebody in our government and military does something stupid. Because I'm going to tell you something. We are literally one stupid decision away from global nuclear war. We're in trouble. We're really in trouble. Is Zach here? Hey, Zach. Thanks for coming. So, yeah, anyway, if you guys will be patient with me and let me set up a couple of links here. I'd like for some folks to come on and we'll talk about this. My Facebook friends, I'm going to post the link, and then about 15 minutes after that link's up, I'm going to close Facebook down because if any of you have seen some of the conversations I can generate, Facebook ain't going to like it. So let me get this done. Hang tight now. It's been a month since I have gone live, and I have to remember how to do everything. Gone live, and I have to remember. Well, I don't know what this is all about. All right, there's YouTube, and we'll pin that. Now let me run over here to Facebook and do the same thing real quick. All right, there we are. And I don't see a way to pin the conversation in Facebook. So, all right, anybody want to come up and talk to me? We should be good to go, I think. Should have done a sound check before I started this. I don't know whether my mic's at the right level or not, but here we go. Oh, yeah. It's, what did Zach say? Okay, Ghetto, shut me down before I get started. That's fine, brother. I'll do the same for you. This is dirty what they're doing, and they're doing it to cover something else up. And I want to know what that something else is. Haven't heard a word out of Canada since the so-called invasion started. Not one word. I got no idea last I heard, the truckers were starting to break up. They're saying they got what? Hey, Bobby, good to see you. I had heard that. Is that not the right link, Nicole? I don't know. I heard that they got what they wanted for the most part, and are on their way. I was kind of hoping they would say, okay, you guys don't like trucks in Ottawa. There'll be no trucks in Ottawa for the next month. But then I'm a mean bastard, so I don't know. There's supposed to be a large convoy coming from Oklahoma, I believe, that's supposed to be joined north and south by like the branches of a river, heading to D.C., and I've heard rumors about what's being done to block exits and stuff like that. So I don't know whether any of that's true or not, because I'm just not getting any good news from anybody at all. Oh, thank you, Nicole. I tried. I don't know whether I got it done or not, but we got the wool pulled over our eyes so far that it's hard to see through it. And I don't know. Here's a good friend of mine from the great Northwest, Mr. Ghetto. Good evening,
Mr. Tom. How you doing, brother?
Either your mic's muted or my speakers are turned down. I hear you. I hear you now.
You hear me?
Yeah, that was my fault.
All right.
How are you this evening?
I'm doing okay. Well, better now that you're live, man. I love when you're going live. How's my sound? Is it low, high?
You're good. You're perfect.
Perfect. All right.
Yeah.
Do I sound sexy?
Absolutely. Every day, man. Every day.
All right. So before I forget my train of thought, when you were talking about there was no furniture, there was no you can tell it looked freaking empty. China's been spending the last couple decades building mock cities. If you search the mock cities in China, it'll come up with Las Vegas, Nevada. It'll come up with France, the Eiffel Tower, the Empire State Building, and it'll come up with cities the same exact blueprint of what we have around the world. And everybody always thought, what the hell are they doing? I mean, they're completely empty. We're talking like full on empty apartment complexes, all buildings. They're just shells of cities essentially. And they said it's because just in case there's World War, that's where they train. They had a million different excuses, but when you look at all the live feeds, into Kiev and all those towns, right? I'm sure just like everybody else on YouTube, you probably glance at a live stream every once in a while.
I do.
They're all owned and ran by China. It even says it. Yeah, it even says it up in the little exclamation mark. If next time you look at one, it'll tell you that these are ran by the whatever of China Corporation or whatever. So they're running all the CCTVs. I'm not one to always just blame one particular country. You know me. I think there's a new world order that's calling all the shots, and we're all gonna die, so it don't matter. But but it just seems a little bit convenient how how they've caused so much chaos through all the videos and the propaganda of oh, they blew up this whole building, and the fact that they've already been disproven on quite a few of those videos that some of these bombings or some of these some of this footage was 2014, 2010. You know what I mean? Like it's.
I saw a picture of an explosion, and they were using a building as a point of reference where this explosion was off to the side of the building. And it was 2016.
Mm.
The version from 2022, all they had done was flipped it. The building was on the other side of the explosion, but the explosion was the exact same shape. Just
Well, they
mirror.
did. Yeah, they did that. Oh, sorry, Tom.
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
There's just so much shit running through my head, Ghetto. This business with these rescue workers, there wasn't a soul other than uniformed first responders. There was no civilian traffic on the street. If there were people in the buildings, obviously people didn't evacuate Kiev, you know?
Mm.
So why is it there's absolutely nobody there except the ones that supposedly got hurt? And of course, you didn't see humans on the stretcher. They were covered up.
Exactly.
But all you saw was rescue workers.
Exactly.
Man, it's just, I was born at night, but it wasn't last night, man. But there are people that just, and I looked past it the first couple of times I saw it, and then I said, wait a minute. That ain't right. If a building close to me got bombed, the whole neighborhood would be down there helping out.
Right? You would think so.
Yeah.
And if their country has 40 something million people in the country, right? So they're bragging about 660,000 or somewhere around 1 million people are refugees in Poland, right?
Yep,
that leaves
a whole
39
lot
million. But that leaves 39 million people left in them, in those cities in the country. So yeah, it would only be right that everybody would run to the place that was already bombed, because they're not going to bomb it twice after.
The building that's already been bombed is the safest place you can go, man.
Right? It's common sense, and we haven't even been in war. You know what I mean? We already know that one.
Yeah, that's.
But 100%, you would think you would go out and help your fellow human being, man. It shouldn't. Just none of it's adding up, but that's their main. So that's their main goal with us, is they'll give us 8 different stories, right, of what's going on, and 2 of them will actually be real. So the fake will outweigh the real, but they do throw the real in there. You know what I mean? They just cover their asses on what we see.
It may be real, but there's a spin being put on it to make us see it in a certain way.
Oh, yeah. 100%. Yeah, 100%.
We are definitely being groomed to see Putin as the bad guy, the crazy guy. And I can't remember whose stream I was on, but they were playing a video from a guy that was actually in Ukraine, in Kiev. And he submitted that Putin was probably really one of the few world leaders that are against this new world order. And he's trying to stop that.
There's some real neo-Nazis over there in Ukraine, man. But I just think the whole entire thing's one big distraction, because it's almost like we dig into it, like we were just talking about how everything's just chaotic. But then we reach our mind, and we reach into our brain, and we find a little tidbit we learn, and then it's like, well, wait a minute, about the war over here. And then it's like it pushes us back to the mind frame that there's a legit war going on over there. Now, I'm not saying it's all fake, but it could be. At this point, we don't know because it's so chaotic. My point is it's always going to be spun the way they want us to see it. Just like tomorrow, and I'm not trying to go off topic, but tomorrow there's a big ass rocket's going to hit the moon. Did you see that anywhere?
I hadn't heard a word about it.
SpaceX is blaming. SpaceX took credit for it, but then they said, no, it's not ours, it's China. Now SpaceX and China are fighting over whose rocket it is. Either way, the motherfucker's like 6,000 tons, and it's going to slam into the moon. But we're blaming on whose it actually is. You know what I mean? Like,
what's it supposed to do?
I mean, there's no atmosphere. Whatever the moon does, it doesn't spin, so it'll hit. They probably know exactly where it's going to hit. I have no idea, Tom. I mean, I
All
don't
right.
even think they do. You
All
know what I
right.
mean? But I mean, it's not going
Bobby
to be
asked
like a.
about, go ahead.
It's not going to be like a world killer, anyways. All or anything. All the news that I had watched on it or read about, they have the big clickbait on the headline, and then you start reading it, and it's all terrifying. And then at the end, oh, this happens every so blah blah blah. Now this has never happened because it's so much space junk. It's like a bunch of space junk, including a rocket, all came together, and it's going to slam at the moon at the same time.
Interesting.
Again, it's not as descriptive as you would think it would be.
You,
You know what I mean?
if you were watching Fox News, you would think there's absolutely nothing going on the entire planet except the war in Ukraine.
Right?
We ain't heard a word. Now, Bobby asked about the nuclear power plant, and I've heard very little about that. The president of Ukraine is saying, is the world going to allow Europe to die from radiation? I heard they had bombed the plant that's in Chernobyl that's now defunct,
Well,
and I guess released whatever radiation they thought they had locked up. But I
it's
don't
supposed
really
to still
know.
be on fire,
It
and
is.
nobody's trying to put it out. Um, Zelensky, is that his name?
I think
Zelensky?
so. Yeah, the president of Ukraine.
Yeah, the the guy that was an actor on TV that played a president and then became a president. Yeah, that guy.
Well,
Um,
we had a TV personality that turned out to be a pretty good president too, man.
yeah, but I
You
mean
brought it
well, I mean his show though. I mean his show was kind of crazy, meaning that he was a regular everyday Joe that just automatically became president out of nowhere. You know what I mean? It was kind of there's
Yeah,
some irony there. I think that the world powers actually laugh at us, like, look at these dumb motherfuckers. They don't care. They're not paying attention to what's right in front of them.
hey, Chris,
um,
hey, Virginia Roots.
yes, Miss Roots, where are you? Could you fix that, Tom? Our layout, please. I know it drives some people crazy.
Yeah, sure,
We
man.
we look longer when we're smushed up like that. Now I'm not trying to get that close to you, man. There we go. Give us a little distance, man. You're trying to get this guy's over here trying to cuddle and shit up on a live stream. Ain't nobody trying to cuddle.
uh,
It's chaotic with a little bit of truth and a whole lot of chaos, and Tom, it's time for us to sleep in one of these mornings here very soon with our wives and have breakfast in bed and just say fuck the world. No, not trying to cuss, but
I try to do that for a little while every day. I'm not so crazy about that breakfast in bed stuff, but I get your point.
you know what I mean. We need a
Yeah,
break, and we need it from these right here. This is the break we need from all our devices because there's so much information coming at us that every day it's one new thing after another.
it's too much to process.
It really is. Um, the so I watch. Do you watch Ice Age Farmer?
No,
So he, since the beginning of all this and before that, oh crap, Mrs. Ghetto's here. I gotta be good.
Mrs. Ghetto, how you doing? He's in okay company. I won't lead him too far astray.
She's more worried about you than she is me. She don't want me to lead you astray. Um, I mean, man, where was I going? I was going there somewhere with something.
Hmm. Well, getting away from.
Yeah, I mean, God didn't. Do you believe God designed our minds to get information like this?
Yeah,
I mean, you do?
or else we would all be raving lunatics already, man. He designed us to adapt and deal. I think, but maybe not jump into the whole daggone ocean at one time. You got to learn to
Yeah,
swim in some shallow water.
yeah, yeah.
Uh,
Kiss my ass, Virginia.
we have to know what's going on. We can't react if we don't know what's going on.
But I mean, their goal is to make sure that we don't know what's going on by giving us so many different catastrophes at once. I mean, like we got this freaking convoy at the same exact time that all mandates are being dropped state by state, federally, everything's supposed to be beautiful. At the very same time that the WEF, the World Economic, just put a bid in or just did a contract with, I'm not going to repeat the name because it's like a Norwegian name, something Deutschland, something, to create a planet-wide system to be able to read all vaccination papers, and it's through a QR code or whatever. But while it like they started it like a week after like a few days after the war started, and they started getting the ball rolling, got the contract signed, everything, and now this company's building the actual system. They're also building, and they've already, I don't know how many places they put in a place yet, but they've also built a global emergency alert system. You know what I mean? Like all these things that they're telling us, but they're not telling us, if that makes sense. It's like on the back page of the news where you got to look for it type of
Yeah.
thing. And even those little nuggets of news might be planted. Who knows? Again, it's just all chaos. And
We're being groomed, man. We are being groomed to accept something that under other circumstances we would never accept.
or they're giving us chaos while they're grooming our younger generation because they're not going to see it as clear as us. You know what I mean? Like they're keeping us in chaos while they're sending the right type of stuff to the kids.
It may be, but
I'm spitballing just like just honestly, just like all of the YouTubers right now, all of the channels that do news, and anybody that's paying attention is kind of reeling, like you are, Tom. Like you can't stay on one train of thought with the news because there's too much of it.
it is. I was talking to my cousin just before I came on here, and he's a year and a half older than I am, so we're the same age basically. And it used to be there'd be some big catastrophe once a month or once every couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And now it's every daggone day that you just can't you can't get away from it. And Terry, you are so right. Getting out and smelling the roses in the summertime and that fresh mowed grass, and
Yes.
Lord, I'm looking forward to this. At least the weather is getting a little bit nicer.
Oh, don't worry, that'll change. Sorry.
Yours is not all that nice, I'm hearing.
No, mine sucks. It's rainy and what is it? 40 degrees.
Mm.
And it's just rain. But no, it's 43 degrees. But last week it was freaking 20 degrees
Right.
and then the next day it hit 60. You know what I mean? It's the jumps that got me really confused. Like, because I know a lot of people like around you and Texas and other places, they went from 30 to 90.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? Or 30 to 80 overnight. And it's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
I mean, what's up, Twisted Tats? Oh, you got a nude guru in here too. Uh-oh. Well, he might not be here, though. It might just be a construct.
Yeah, I remember Nude Guru. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Tom. I'm going to ask sometime. We're sorry.
Welcome, everybody.
Clearly.
Hey,
Wait,
Facebook
you left
friends.
Virginia here.
Go
Sorry
ahead.
about that. I was just saying, well, you let Virginia in here, so you must let everybody.
Now. I don't think Virginia has showed that puppy to anybody yet, and I'd be really honored if she'd jump up here and let us see that puppy.
Well, what? Come on, man. I'm not doing nothing to Tom. I'm going to put you on camera. There's no reason to attack me, right, Tom? Hey. He's not answering. He's like,
just
well.
one good swat to just in case you do something. You know?
He said for you to swat me just in case I do something later. No, what do you mean got it? No, hold on. I need to fix the lock on my door.
Yeah, Bobby, those warm temperatures in the day and then it gets down below freezing at night makes that maple syrup run so sweet.
Oh.
So, yeah, we're 50s and 60s for the next couple of days, and then it's going to cloud up and rain. But it's spring, man. It's coming.
So do you usually garden, right, Tom?
Not much.
Not much.
I tried
You
to
plan on doing it? You plan on doing it this year?
Nah, the deer around here just won't let that happen, man.
Oh,
And
okay.
people say shoot the deer, and I keep thinking if hard times come, the deer are out there for that.
Yeah.
And they keep better on the hoof. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe a container garden, you know, maybe just at least put some bags of potatoes or something out there.
You know, I could do that, but I got so many neighbors that garden. You know, people. I'll go out and I find a bag of stuff on the front porch almost every day during the summer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you get free deliveries from your neighbors, man.
Oh,
This dude lives in
absolutely, man.
Mayberry.
You got to keep
Freaking
your vehicle locked to keep the zucchinis out of it and all that stuff. So
Tom comes home when he goes into town, baby, to freshly homemade donuts by his neighbor. They just open his door and just pop it right in the house, and he won't
that's
tell me
good
where he
news,
lives
Bobby.
neither.
New puppy for Bobby too. Okay, Virginia, I'll hold you to that.
Yeah, that's pretty much what everybody's focused on, man. They're all focused on the Russia. And to be fair, I mean, you know, and no, also wanted to bring this up. So I talked to my cousin, and um, you know, he's full on Southern California Democrat or anything other than Trump type of supporter, you know. And he's which I truly wish I could just enjoy the bliss of an actual Democrat. And you know me, I hate saying sides because I think both of y'all sides are nuts. But you know what you know what I mean. But I wish I can, you know, it'd be kind of blissful, wouldn't it? It'd be kind of nice just to carry on with your life, not thinking that the overlords are doing anything to you. You're just, you know, yeah, we get our meat from the store, we get our water from the faucet. You know what I mean? Like we just need a pair of Jordans. Let's go make a TikTok video. You know, life is just pretty much easy with not knowing anything, you know.
Yeah.
And me and him, we actually haven't talked for a couple of days because I think he's pretty pissed off at me. But anytime, so he's on this full trip that Putin is the Hitler, and sorry if that was a trigger word, but basically Putin Putin's the worst guy in the world for what he's doing. He's treating those Ukrainians so bad, and he's trying to start, you know, WW3, and it's all him. It's all him. And I'm like, dude, have you not been paying attention to our government? Because they've been on there for the last few months talking about everything that Putin wants to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd have probably done it too. This other country keeps telling everybody I'm gonna do this. I mean, just they were so adamant about it. You know what I mean? Like, no matter what, they're doing this. Everybody blame them. Everybody blame them, while we're over here fucking fingering your wife. Sorry.
It
Sorry.
ain't that one-sided, man. there is dirt all the way around, and I keep
Oh,
going back to the money that's poured into these politicians' pockets.
the
Um,
power. I think it's beyond money this time, Tom. I think back in your day, no offense, but I think back in your day it was about money to gain that power. But they have so much. I mean, this is why that bitch is up there going like this, like a fucking praying mantis.
yeah,
And it's like she's just, oh yeah, I got some souls out of the freaking,
just
the
before she
fire,
bites her mate's head off, man. That's such a
right?
great analogy.
It she probably got some freaking souls out of the freaking the fire pits. You know what I mean? She's like, oh, I remember those fire pits. Those were good. And
Wow.
but I mean, my point is, I just think it's beyond money because we have no money. I mean, let's be honest. It's really is a delusion. I mean, it takes money for us to go get things. I understand that, but the only reason we have that to do that is because our government prints it out like monopoly money. We have nothing to back it up. Russia has nothing to back up their money. China has nothing to back up their money. None of these countries in the world have anything to back up all the money. I mean, so you're printing more money out each year, right? One would think you're gaining more gold, you're gaining more oil, you're gaining more things while you're printing that money out because that's what backs it up, right?
Right.
There's no way in hell they've been doing that ever since currency started. You know what I mean? It's my point is it's all about the power, in my opinion. It's all about how can we make these people freaking suffer as much as possible, and we did that. I do believe once upon a time we did vote. I believe um I just believe all of it's been gone for a while, just like our freaking money.
Yeah, and we didn't see it happening
We didn't. We're too busy
because
taking care
we're
of our
not
families,
allowed.
man. I mean, you're supposed to go to work freaking 60 hours a week while you're paying a mortgage to trillionaire companies and trying to get chemical filled food and water put on the table for your family, and we're supposed to pay attention to the politics too. You
Yep.
know what I mean? This country was made by design.
See, I agree with you completely, and I believe that because you ain't the first place I've heard that. Right there
At least that's what they say.
is a
I mean,
damning accusation.
I agree with it to a certain extent. I think it's more about the kids. It's more about the human trafficking, the more about the human laundering that they've been doing.
And I have
Um,
heard there's plenty of that
yeah,
straight through Ukraine.
yeah.
And
It was
Virginia's got
Virginia.
a point there too.
Wish she would get up here and actually say it. I don't know how to read, Sorry if I'm rude when I look at chat. I have a TV over here. I sported up my closet. If
Oh,
you
that's
want to
good.
see, gonna so I got
Oh,
my
that's
TV
nice.
over here. Yeah, and then I got the chat, and hell of a lot easier for my blind ass to see. What's up, Mr. Camel Carl?
Hey, Camo.
I mean, that's what Putin says, but again, we don't know these individuals. I have to have some kind of little bit of hope, Tom. And my actual hope is in Putin. I believe.
Isn't that a damn shame? But hey, you're right, man. Somewhere in this world, there's got to be some goodness.
Yeah,
And I mean, we see it in our little communities.
yeah,
But I mean, at the upper levels, if you want to call that upper, at the levels of control, and it shouldn't even be a level of control, it should be a level of leadership.
there you
And that's
go.
all. There's got to be some goodness somewhere.
Unless God abandoned all of us like he did his son. I mean, he's there, he'll rescue us, but
It's
I
happened
can't,
before.
yeah, and I don't know. Hard to wrap my head around that one. Hey, man, maybe we're in the Matrix.
Anybody you talk to that studies the Bible, studies theology at all, says that it's going to get a lot worse.
Well, I
And
think
this,
it has a few
oh, it
times
certainly
now.
has. It certainly has. And this may
Um,
go on for generations, man. We may not live long enough to see a solution.
that's what I mean. Like, I think within each society, this type of stuff has actually happened. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And there could be more than one revelations. You know what I mean? Like each, like the Sumerians, the all the way up into the Egyptians, even the more recent societies or whatever. They could have had their versions of revelations, and everything got completely wiped out, and then boom, pops up another society. That's why we have so many underground cities and stuff like that. I don't know.
Well, what do they talk about? 7 major empires since the beginning of civilization. And I don't ask me to name them, but you got your Persian Empire, the Mesopotamian,
Yeah.
and I don't remember any further than that. But great civilizations that rose and fell that we know of.
And we would be naive to think if they just fell by other guys' hands. You know what I mean? Like at least back in those days, no gunpowder, just fists and swords and horses and stuff. I just don't. I mean, you're talking about empires. Like look at the Roman Empire. What did it have? Like
Romans,
75% of
Rome,
the planet, right? I
yeah.
mean, they controlled like everything, and they just crumbled by other. You know what I mean? It doesn't make it. So in my mind or in my opinion, I do believe we had technology like similar to what we have right now. We had that back in those societies as well. I think I mean, it's kind of hard to believe if you just start begin to think about it, but it makes sense. You know what I mean? Like the Egyptians, for their hieroglyphs and stuff like that. A lot of that did make sense. But the way they planned out their pyramids, the Stonehenges, it was all literally lined up and all in um, the same time frame. You know what I mean? It
Oh,
was
yeah.
all.
Let me
I
interrupt
mean,
you just a second. Dear Bobby, my sister in law. I should have pointed that out. But you have a great night and thanks for coming in. Watch the
what?
repeat. And go to
Yeah.
go to YouTube and subscribe to my channel, Bobby. It's Truth with Tom on YouTube. And have a great night and look forward to seeing pictures of that new pup. All right, my sister-in-law checking on me, man.
All right.
But yeah, and we don't know what these civilizations had because a lot of them, I guess, didn't even leave much of a record.
Well, that's the confusing part. How
We
much of
can't
a
duplicate
record
the pyramids right now.
you can what?
We cannot duplicate the pyramids, the
Yeah, that
precision those blocks fit together. And um,
exactly.
I studied. I used to listen to this. I call him a pastor. He was more of a teacher, but he actually had a little booklet that he had sent out on these pyramids. You know the bottom wall. It's got 4 walls,
Yeah.
and the bottom edge of it is not a straight line; it's curved inward. And when they were finally able to measure that curve, it exactly matches the curvature of the outside of the Earth.
Ah.
There are passages inside that pyramid where if you're down inside there, it's so dark, you can actually see stars. And there is a passage that goes up through, and you can, at one time, it was the dog star, Sirius. But if
Okay.
I'm not mistaken, now it points at the North Star. Now, I may be wrong about that. It's been a long time since I did any of this research. But some of the
Yeah.
mathematical formulas that they used to design and build those things is just beyond my comprehension.
Well, I think it was beyond theirs too. I mean,
Well, then who did it?
see, that's the. And then as believers, we have to think, okay, there was a third of the angels that fell. We can get spiritual on it. You know what I mean? And this has been their planet forever. It could have been them. I mean, God didn't even say that they fell onto earth. God just said they fell from heaven. Man, them mofos could be sitting there on Mars right now, as far as we know. And there's a whole civilization on Mars of just demons. My point is that we can blame that. We can blame legit extraterrestrials, or our minds were open up that much, and we're actually devolving instead of evolving, as in maybe, you know, telepathically we talk to people back in those days. Because the Stonehenges are the ones, the Stonehenges and the pyramids, those are the ones, because there's Stonehenges on every continent. There's pyramids on every continent.
Yeah.
And we're all built around the same exact times. And me and Bug Out was talking about this the other night. And he said there's a lot of ancient societies that believe in, and I'm gonna forget the name, but it's a linear line that goes around the world, goes around the planet, and it's got more energy. These lines have more energy than any other part of the world. And I don't know if it's a grid or what it is, but they're lines that go around the world. And the way he was saying it was the pyramids line up to these lines.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know the name. I mean, that's why I wish Virginia was always with me, so she can jump in with her smart stuff, you know. But you get my point. And, you know, is it spiritual? Is it from God? Boom! That was beautiful.
Speaking of which, huh?
That was beautiful.
How you doing, Virginia?
That is so fucked, dude. I cannot believe
She's seen the picture, Tom. She's seen the picture.
Yeah, I saw the picture. I still got to let the dogs in. I just came in for a double this.
Okay.
That is so disrespectful.
I'll be right back.
So if you put my picture up bigger, Tom, you'll see it's actually her face in Andre the Giant.
Oh, let me look at this. Let's see how to do that. See, I don't pay attention. I don't know a lot anyway. Solo layout.
There you go.
God.
And I have no idea why. So I made short videos of her and Nikki and Milkmaid and Dusty, right? Hold on, man. She's not. Yeah. See,
we got to keep it up till she gets
You're
back.
on camera. I'm going to turn the camera on you. Ouch. She's not even in here. So.
I'm here.
Yeah,
I don't know how you got my face without glasses.
I watch you while you sleep. Just
I sleep with my eyes open.
Hey, unspecified V.
You're lucky I have a sense of humor. Hey, V.
Oh, I know you do. And I would never do it rudely. See, I was just trying to get you to come up on panel.
You know, you laughed your motherfucking ass off when you made that, and you had a little twinkle of fun in your dark soul. That was bitter and delicious. Don't fuck with me.
Jeez, Tom, what kind of people do you let up on your panel? Man.
Hey, Hawkeye. Yeah.
So we got way off the topic, as me and Tom usually does. What do you think about? Were you here when he was doing the talking points before he opened up the panel and all that, Virginia?
I was not. I got here about 15 minutes into it on.
Oh, okay.
Live, it was in that far. What's up, Fat Man?
Good evening, Fat Man. Yeah, I just.
Hey guys,
Virginia,
I just jumped in.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to ghetto what you were talking about. Those lines, they're called ley lines. Ley lines.
Yeah, there you go. The ley lines.
Ley lines.
Yeah, me and Bug Out talked about them for like an hour.
So that's
the other night.
That's all I jumped in to say. I'm gonna go back into regular chat, guys. Have fun.
Well, thanks for coming, Fat Man.
Okay.
All right, Batman.
Okay, so the talking points.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, I just there's so much about this Ukraine deal that I got so many questions and no answers. There's a lot of stuff that's not adding up to me, and the whole chat doesn't want to hear it again. But
Mhm.
you know, you pay a little bit of attention to what you do see on the news, and you know, you're seeing things like pictures being mirrored, flipped. One of them from 2016, one of them from now, and it's the same explosion. It's just on the other side of the same building.
Mhm.
Another instance I saw where they were going through a building, taking films of what was supposed to be bomb damage, and you know, looking outside, you could see damage. Inside the building, I noticed wires sticking out of the wall, which caught my attention because I'm an old construction guy, and as I kept watching, there wasn't a damn light switch or light socket, electrical receptacle in the place. It was either new construction that hadn't been finished yet, or a building that was being demolished and they would salvage everything they could out of it.
Mhm.
But why do we lead people to believe that this is an important building that's been damaged by bombs?
Mhm.
Another thing I noticed, and this was just on the news last night, you see all these bombed out buildings and these rescue workers taking, I guess, bodies out or maybe hurt people, supposedly.
Mhm.
There ain't a civilian on the site. There's no neighbors, there's no family digging through rubble looking for people,
Mhm.
just uniformed rescue workers.
Mhm.
This is like a poorly made movie.
Right. It's a D-list movie. You're right. It doesn't make sense. I
None of it
noticed the
makes
same
sense.
thing of the footage I saw of the inside of some of those supposed apartments or buildings or whatever. Is like, how come there's no furniture? The one
Yeah,
I saw, I don't know if it's the same one you saw, but there was no furniture. There was nothing on the
no
walls.
furniture.
There
That's
was
what caught my
no.
attention.
Yes, exactly.
And this is not the Civil War. We
Right.
don't have artillery bogged down in mud anymore. What is a 30-mile long convoy doing stuck on the road? Number one.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, if it's sitting there, why isn't it being bombed?
Mm-hmm.
So, do you remember? Sorry if you were just asking Virginia that, but do you guys remember last summer when, was it when Trump was in office, where when the last time Russia was there surrounding Ukraine, right? He had 100, 200,000 troops. They were doing all these things. There was one thing that stuck out, and I just thought about it with this big old convoy. So they actually had inflatable tanks.
Yep.
They had legit inflatable tanks.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering, I mean, starting to make a little bit more sense now.
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah.
the hell?
And I wish I had written this down. A friend of mine, old friend of mine, he lives in Hawaii now, but he was doing the math about how a tank is 30 feet long and other vehicles. He was given the lengths of them and calculated how many vehicles had to be in this 30 or 40-mile long convoy. And it was an incredible number of vehicles, an amazing amount of equipment. And it just didn't make any sense at all. That they got all this military hardware, and why is it not moving? And yeah, inflatable tanks, that was in World War II. My goodness, during the Civil War, they used to get logs and shave the bark off of them and paint them black to make the enemy think they had more cannons than they did. So decoy weapons is nothing new. You're not counting your whole battle plan on decoy weapons, though. I got a lot of questions.
Yep.
I don't know.
It's all a distraction, my firm opinion.
It makes me smoke too much.
Right.
Well, that's why I like watching the Ice Age Farmer, and I'm not trying to pump him again. If any of the mods can grab his link, please do.
Yeah, I'll
But
check him out. I'll write him
he
down.
paid. Oh man, all he reports on, not all he reports on, but he's got a different spin on the war over there and what's going on that we're not paying attention to. He talks about the technocrats. That's the right word, right? Virginia technocrats.
It depends on which aspect. The
The
ones doing
technocrat,
technology.
the
Yeah.
yeah, the technocratic part of the powers that be, basically. Because like in Russia right now, you can't use Apple Pay, Google Pay. You can't use no technology for money. They're all boycott. Everything's by design over there. But while they're doing that, all these countries are closing their borders on imports or on exports of food. I mean, while this is happening, we already lost a third of our world's wheat supply, which is, through Russia and Ukraine. So the reason why I like listening to Ice Age Farmer over there is because he talks about more of the food and the technology that is being used as a weapon while all these other distractions, like when when CV first hit or whatever, he was, well, one of the first ones I seen that was actually talking about the farmers that were being, paid to stop growing, paid to pour the milk out, paid to, destroy the crops and such. It's just,
What's the matter?
dang, I was just reading what Camo Carl just said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thought you were reading that too. Yeah, that was a big target for him.
Mm-hmm. This is all targeted.
But why would he be in a UK mansion, man? I'd have been up in that boat. Did you see that boat he had? 400 or 500, 500, well, roughly $500 million boat, a yacht.
We don't know where he was when. This is the headline. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, legit, dude. We don't know shit. This could have happened 2 years ago. And they're like, okay, which storyboard are we going to go with this one? Same thing as all the stuff going on around the world. If you believe they did not war game the shit out of this over and over again, and essentially the outcome was known and more or less decided before it even started, do some more reading into how much planning and, again, those inconsistencies. They show you who has something to gain.
Well, then my question is, if it was so well planned, why is it going so badly?
The media wants it bad, so we don't look at China.
But we're saying that it's going badly, though.
Well,
I mean, we're
going badly. Yeah.
Yeah, we're under the impression, and even if it's going, I mean, even if we're all over here dying of smallpox, POX, you know what I mean? And we're thinking like, well, why the hell this wasn't the plan? It's only in our head that it's not the plan, and it's going badly for us.
Mm-hmm.
They're over there, let me show you what they're doing.
Oh shit! No, you didn't.
Hey,
that's
Moonchild,
funny.
How you doing?
You didn't grind your teeth good enough, though, and you got to have like that crackhead look in your eyes. Like that was such insanity. It was like looking at a nut house.
Oh, my poor kids, man.
What's up, Carl?
Oh man,
good
let
to see you,
anybody up here.
Hi, folks. Well, you're on a subject I've been following nonstop for 5 days, all right?
Mm-hmm.
If you want to hear some insight into that, I'll be happy to give it to y'all.
Oh, yeah.
Be happy to hear it, man.
Yep.
All right.
I guess.
Instead of, I'm not talking, I'm getting this from the MSN, all right?
Let me interrupt real quick before you go any further. Should I turn Facebook off?
What do you mean?
Yeah. Hey, you know what? That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea for right now.
Okay.
You should always turn Facebook off. Just saying.
I am on YouTube
Agreed.
as Truth with Tom, but we're going to have to censor this conversation from Facebook.
Yep.
So, Truth with Tom, 3 words, all caps. Come and see me.
Sorry,
Like,
guys.
subscribe. Bye-bye, Facebook.
Wonky.
Now, when I start talking, I'm going to have pauses, trying to think of words and stuff to say just right. So don't interrupt me when I'm on something because I'll forget it. All right. This is what I've seen. All right. And about 6 days ago is when everybody was going, no, there's nothing going on there. All right. And that started making me pay attention. Instead of going by the mainstream media and sources here on YouTube and other places, I'm going directly to the Ukrainian people themselves. All right. And I've watched literally hundreds of shorts that I've watched the Russians come in and encircle the center of the country. They're working their way in from what could be seen as three fronts. They've made a lot of progress. They are in the city of Kiev right now. That column sat still because they sent in a probing force. They're saying that it's logistic issues like lost gas and stuff, but that's not what the case was. They have met some resistance, but I have seen some tanks that are blown out where they're going and painting the Russian Z on there and making it seem like it's the Ukrainians winning when they're not. They're not going to win. First off, they don't have air superiority. The Russians have that all cinched up in a bag. I've seen a lot of misinformation where they're trying to get other countries and people to stand up against the Russians. I've seen 4 of the 11 or more biolabs go up in a giant mushroom cloud. Not nuclear, it's a thermobaric blast. I know if I have the videos, I've saved them. They're definitely something bigger than what's going on in the civilian areas. The Russians are doing all they can to avoid civilian casualties. I've seen it myself where they will go around citizens that are blocking their way instead of through them. Multiple videos that prove this. The Ukrainians themselves, who have a bad element, let's just call them our Democrats, all right? They are trying to demonize the Russian soldiers. There have even been reports of them firing upon their own infrastructure and their own people, all right? There's reports of United States troops on the border lines outside of Ukraine assisting and helping hundreds of orphans escape the area. I heard of reports of the Russians helping hundreds of children out of the Ukraine before this actually went kinetic. All right. There's things going on over there until I know otherwise. I think that Russia is doing exactly what he said he was doing, and he's in there taking care of a Nazi element. It's neo-Nazi. It's not the Nazis of old. It's something different. And I've actually seen how they're acting on the streets. I've seen where they've tied people up to poles and tortured them and beat them and all this. It's happening. There's a Antifa-like element going on inside of the Ukraine. The Russians are getting through this. This won't last very much longer. They're going to be taking the capital. There's reports of a nuclear power plant that was hit, but from what I can tell, it's all administration buildings. There's no leaks. Now I'm hearing reports that the Russians have the ground all around it. There's what else? I have seen where the Russians have announced that they're going to do public executions in the cities for all to see. After that report, the Ukrainians said they're going to shoot all of the Russian captives, which there are Russian captives. In every war, there is mistakes. Almost every time this happens, there's some soldiers that are going to get lost. They're going to run out of gas. They usually abandon their vehicles and try to pull back. And that's where they get caught. They get away from the main group. Now, there is a lot of, I've seen about 250 destroyed armored vehicles in 3 days' time. I'm not convinced that there were people in there because even though I've seen some bodies and I've seen a few bloodstains, there's a large lack of bodies present. All right. If these convoys were hit the way they were, where are the bodies? I'm not seeing them. There should be bodies everywhere.
Right.
There's not. even though I have found other reports that could be more propaganda or disinformation of mobile crematoriums, all right, where they're, which to me, that's unheard of because you're depriving the family of closure, if that is true. But it could be something that's trying to cover up the fact that there's all these bodies missing, all right? There's some really fishy stuff going on over there, and I'm not convinced that the Ukrainians are the good guys. That's all I really want to get this point across to people, because since this has started, everybody, well, not everybody, but an alarming amount of people who were aware that the news was all fake and nobody trusted them, all of a sudden started believing what the news was telling them. And
Yeah.
it's just mind-boggling to me.
Mhm.
You know, I can't guarantee anything of what I'm saying. Of course, I'm not over there. But the videos that I watch, all right, I'll tell you how to get them yourself. You get onto YouTube, you search up a one keyword search at a time. Start with things like Ukraine, Ukrainian, Russia, Russian, and you do those one word search as upload date. All right. If you do that with the upload date, you get the most recent one. So keep refreshing that page every 15 minutes or so, because some of the videos get pulled immediately. I've got, out of maybe 450 videos that I've watched in the last 5 days, about 90 of them just vanished after they were posted.
And you said look for upload date, DAT.
Yes, yes. I do this on a PC. You're not going to find all this stuff that easily on a cell phone. So you go on a PC and you do these searches,
Right.
and you'll get accurate, up to date, undeniable. All right. If you really doubt it, do what I did. I looked up the cities before they were being attacked, and I've aligned buildings and know exactly what I'm looking at. It's the same with the large thermobaric explosions. I don't really buy one until I see a couple angles of it, which I have. And by the way, all the large explosions are away from the cities. They're away from the populace. There's something out there. And, you know, I'm sure you've heard about Chernobyl being taken over by the Russians.
Right.
I've got about 15 years of watching that place, and people go in with these abandoned explorer videos and all this. And there's always been areas that they were never going to go to. They knew they weren't supposed to be in this certain area. A lot of people assumed that it was going to be because of the radioactive levels. But now I wonder, you know, where would be a real good place to hide a lab or something, you know? And if you're going to really want to see what's going on over there, start doing the search like I say, and then make up your own mind. Don't listen to the videos where you can see 3 seconds of videos and then 20 minutes somebody telling you what you just saw.
Right.
All right. Remember that the Ukrainians are using old Russian military equipment. All right. Only the Russians have the new updated Russian equipment. Research the differences in the armored personnel carriers, and that should be enough to get you down the road to see that there is a difference. You know, it's pretty obvious. One tank, if it's rusty and doesn't look well kept, I'm telling you, that's not a Russian vehicle. I'm sure I'm forgetting a lot of stuff, so now I'm going to stop talking and see what you guys got to say about that.
Hey, man, I appreciate your insight, and I am behind you 100% in that statement that I am not convinced of Ukrainian innocence. I'm not sure at all that they're the good guys. And
That would be like judging. That'd be like judging the entire country of China over the CCP. All right.
Right.
And that, if the whole world sees us for just our Democrats, no wonder they think we're monsters.
Yeah. And now my next question is, why is this administration and this entire news organization and everybody that's supposed to be our leaders, why are they so gung-ho on protecting the corruption that is?
Well, you know, those biolabs are American. We're not allowed to have biolabs here in America. All right. So we put them in other countries, and those are owned or at least funded by us. And there's a trafficking issue that goes on in that country. But if you look back at the Biden connections with Ukraine, you'll see some other reasons why. There's money dealings and deals and stuff that they don't. It could be the downfall of them, Tom. This could be the beginning of their downfall.
That's why they're so desperate. That's why they're grooming us to agree with everything that they decide to do, because they're desperate. They know, yeah, man. And I've been thinking this from the beginning.
I replied to one of your comments. I think it was in Zach's late night. But, a few days ago, I think you thought World War III was coming. And I tried to comment. Well, I'm not so sure either, but I tried to make a comment, and I think you missed it, that was on the subject a few days ago. Was really pleased to click on here tonight and see you're looking at this in different angles, Tom. I'm glad.
Well, I mean, that's what I try to do. Sometimes my head gets pretty hard and I can only see through one little tunnel, but then, the more
you gotta let the anger pass. You gotta let the anger pass sometimes, You gotta let the anger just get past you a little bit, and then you start, at least before you're speaking.
Absolutely. Yeah, it took me a while to decide to come on here and even start talking about it, but I don't know. I think we're going to be surprised at what finally comes out of this.
Yeah. If you doubt the Nazi thing, do some research on that. I remember, as far as 14 years ago, talk of neo-Nazis there in the Ukraine. Look up the Khazarian mafia. Do some research on that. There's some bad people over there, and I wonder if I can't help but wonder if he's not doing something about it.
Yeah.
You see the fake guns and the people posing with air rifles, and they're trying to get people behind them.
AK-47's cut out of plywood.
Yeah.
What kind of nonsense is that?
Ghetto was talking about Operation Overlord. And that was in World War II, where they convinced the German army that there was an entire invasion force preparing to come in when they weren't. And it fooled the Germans. That's one of the reasons why Normandy did work for us. But I've been saying for a long time that this entire last year and couple months has reminded me of a giant psyop. And I really believe it's all linked. It's all connected. And the thing is about it is the more I try to debunk those thoughts, the less I can do it. It's like the more you dig into it, the more that it becomes reinforced.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't see anybody standing on the podium. Yeah, in Virginia, where's everybody denying it? I mean, have you seen people that are accused of these things defend themselves or debate it?
No, I see them turning up dead. Some anyway. I agree with your assessment, though, about the neo-Nazis and Ukraine did not suffer the Nuremberg trials. I think that Putin may want to put the USSR back together to some degree, or further pad himself and cushion himself around his own borders. And they might have reasons in mind that have nothing to do with us or fucking with us. But I also firmly believe everything with the nepotism and money laundering, etc., is a major focus here, in addition to distracting us from what's being suggested in our country for mandates, for digital IDs, for, it even overlapped the State of the Union address, maybe because they knew that was going to be a complete fart. You know what I mean? We're being distracted everywhere. We're being gaslit. We're being put into this crazy making. There's actually a strategy that essentially breaks down to crazy making, just so people have no clue which corner to look in.
Yeah.
People won't know what the truth is anymore. The disinformation campaign is working just like it's supposed to.
If you're in the middle of a room and there was a pop off, let's say the first one, you're going to jump. The second one, you're going to be like, oh shit. The third one, and it just keeps going. And then it builds up to like pop, 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 pop. At some point, you're going to be desensitized to it. That is the goal, my friend, is that we are desensitized to the utter chaos, the
That is
Hegelian
like the
dialectic.
Ukrainian people. In the
Mhm.
first 2 days of this conflict, there's things blowing up around them, and you see cars driving around it and people walking down. I ain't got time for this. Got to get to work. They are already desensitized to this type of thing.
Well, I commented and I don't remember whose stream I was watching, but they were showing live pictures, supposedly live pictures of Kiev and some other city down on the coast. And my first thought was, this does not look like a city at war. There was
Well,
too
number
much
one,
traffic.
while you were watching those live feeds, I was seeing those too. At least 6 different live YouTubers with multiple screens up of the cities.
Right.
And none of them were covering the explosions that I was seeing and the outskirts of that city in the same area at the same exact time. So
Really?
that's when you got to wonder about what their motives are. I've also seen maybe 5 different videos that they've caught where the Russians were climbing poles and you actually literally see them disarm the cameras or point them in other directions.
Okay. And then, of course, the other thing, the big question, if the United States and NATO in general is so hell-bent on stopping this, turn off the damned oil. I read we buy more than 600 million of barrel a day from Russia.
Yeah, they're not missing it. They're not out of gas. If anybody's trying to tell you,
go ahead.
They're not out of gas. That's another one of the mainstream things saying about those caravan, those convoys of military vehicles, saying the only way that they're going to be out of gas is if they get separated from the convoy. Because you'll see 1 out of every 12 vehicles there is a gas tanker full of gas.
Absolutely. That's what I said earlier in the stream. You send that convoy out there and they run out of gas. What did they just fill them up before they left and said, well, you'll find a gas station down the road? Bullshit.
No, sir. The small tanks are water. The big tankers are gasoline.
That's just not the way military logistics works. They have this worked out.
Yes, they do. And not only do they have it worked out, but they have contingency plan.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, redneck. That's the bottom line. No doubt. But I was saying, we buy the 650 odd million barrels a day from Russia. We could turn our own production back on and be producing over 800 million barrels a day. And I don't think it would take that much. Just undo some things that were done in January last year, which could be done with a stroke of a pen. They didn't destroy the capability. They just shut it down. So why is that not being done if this is such a big deal? And again, I don't have the answer to that question. All I got is the question.
I don't have the answer for that one.
Well, here's a thought. I was just saying, here's a thought that, we always focus on the oil and stuff like that, the oil and gas, but as we all know, there's technology out there that doesn't require gas at all, doesn't require oil, doesn't require any of that. I think we'd be fools to think that the powers that be that are orchestrating and doing all of this, maybe they found a way or they've already had a way to do all that they need to do without the oil, without the gas, to run the energy, because in our minds, it'd be completely out there to think that we would have a society with zero oil, because our whole entire life consists of oil. It just, that's what it is. Maybe they already found a way without the oil, and that's why they want to come up with electric cars and everything's electric, everything's digital, everything's, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense So if we're like they're shooting at the nuclear power plant right now, right? At least that's what they're talking about.
But all I
To
see burning is administration buildings. I don't see the
that
reactor hit.
yeah, that's what I mean. There's all these things going on with nuclear power plants. There's a lot of big moves being made with the nuclear power plants. There's a lot of big moves being made to push us to electric cars, to push us to all digital stuff. To me, that would be the reason why we're not going to see a blackout situation when it comes to like SHTF and stuff like that. Then they need the power on to further their digital agenda. That's why it's a technocratic. That's why it's the technocrats that are in power. Like the digital freaking people that are in power. I'm going like right field right now.
Well, I just wonder if all that technology is available enough to make. I mean, you're still moving an army on oil. You're still heating homes with oil.
Hawkeye's got the numbers in chat.
I'll be right back. Y'all excuse me for just a minute. Please continue.
Right on.
Don't you think we have an energy source that people are calling new but has been here forever? We've been conditioned to feel like we need the fossil fuels, but there are ways to perpetually generate power.
Our government has put so much red tape on us producing our own energies.
Yep.
They've locked it up in state, in national ground and state grounds where we can't touch it. We have probably the largest raw reserves under our feet here in the United States. And the T-Man was cutting that tape, and since this last year and a couple months, they've been doing everything they can to thwart the efforts. It's like Redneck said a minute ago. It's so true that everything that they have done is meant to destroy us or weaken us. Before T-Man, they were destroying our military from the inside out. They were destroying us, sending our jobs out and buying crap from other countries. Nothing they've done was for our benefit, except for the 4 years that we had. And now they're like trying to catch up. And they want to remove us from the equation because we're the only thing that stands in the way of the new one world order. We're the only last bastion of freedom on this planet.
But we're not, because the one world order has already been in effect for decades. They're just trying to bring it to light.
They want it worldwide. They want control. They don't want our Constitution.
Yeah, they already have it, though. That's what I mean. That they have the worldwide. I mean, they have control worldwide. Mm-hmm. They just want to bring it into light like the Democrats do.
If she didn't get in, Madame President was on the shelves a little too soon, all right? And if she would have gone in, the next step would have been to remove our arms. They failed in removing our arms.
They didn't fail. They did exactly what we were all expecting.
The next step would have been
delayed a little bit, but the plan is going on. This has been going on for decades. If you look at old Bush Senior speeches, and
yes, he was the first one to coin the term New World Order.
Yes, he was.
Yes, he did. And so the couple of years ago was just a hiccup, but none of it's stopped. The same exact agenda has been.
Oh, I'll agree with Ghetto on this. I watched it. I mean, me and Tom been around a lot longer, and we watched what happened to the freedoms of this country. We watched them dissolve away over the decades. If younger folk will have no clue what it was like back then, even before seatbelt laws and drinking and driving laws and all this world was different. All right, it was a lot freer. So I'll agree with Ghetto that they have been encroaching upon our liberties all these decades. But it ain't over yet.
It may have been different, but I can't agree on the freer part. I understand exactly what you mean. I feel like my childhood and growing up in the 80s is a lot freer than my kids.
You're saying too. I'll say the illusion of freedom.
But that's exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, because you have people like the Rockefellers that put in public school systems.
But they haven't pulled the reins yet. They haven't pulled the reins at that time quite as much. It was a different world.
No, they were getting us ready for this one. That's what I mean. It's been a slow burn for
Mhm.
decades
The
and
first
decades.
time that I can remember political correctness creeping into our culture was in 1969, when the Vietnam War was all of a sudden considered taboo and voodoo. And they stopped making toys in the military theme. They started going to other themes because it was too controversial. And ever since then, it's been like that at every corner. You know,
But
something,
while they were, I'm sorry, Kimmel. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
it's all right. No, go on. I was pretty much done.
While they were bringing those, making people aware of them changing the toys and all that, I mean, looking back on it, what were they distracting you guys from at that time? Because that's why they're going to bring the political correctness in,
Right. It's the
is to
same
distract
cycle
us.
over and over.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what was going on at that same exact time that they weren't wanting people to pay attention to?
Just
Well,
getting us used to
summer of
thinking a
love.
different way.
Oh, sorry, fellas. I don't think any of us heard you guys.
You go ahead, Camo.
I said the summer of love, man. That's when everything started changing. What people see as the hippie revolution and all that. It was the best way I could say it, Ghetto, was listen to Paul Harvey, 1965,
Oh yeah.
If I Were
Well,
the Devil.
Mhm.
oh,
All
I
right.
already have.
Oh
Because
yeah,
Yeah.
I love
Yep.
that piece.
I love Paul
that
Harvey.
pretty much explains everything. I've watched all that stuff take place. It's all happened since then. That whole speech he made in 65 has come true.
Yes, but it's still a
Slammed home.
distraction though. Like there's still an ultimate plan that I really think is going to bend our brains. I mean, I
Well,
think it really is
I really think I know what it is,
the
and I even did a video about it, and it's on my page. It's called "Change My Mind." All right, and I really think that this went into full swing on a population control. They want to lower the population of the planet, and the people that are doing this think they're saving the planet by doing it.
Mhm.
They think they're right. That's why we're in the way, Ghetto.
yeah, but you're a man of faith, right, Kimmel?
You said you bet. I have more
So
faith than a lot of people. I mean, that keeps me going. That's
no,
why I'm.
yeah, the reason I brought it up is so when it comes, and I do agree with the depopulation and stuff. I do think that's a big goal of theirs. Although I don't think they're actually telling the full truth on how many people are actually on the planet. I think there's significantly less than 8 billion people on this planet, but that's a
When I was a kid,
that's a different.
they said there was 3 billion people on the planet. All right.
Yeah, and
Now
then it
they say
just
there's
kept
somewhere
going up.
between 7 and 9 billion people. I
Yeah, but
remember
I just
hearing Stephen Hawking's in the early 90s saying he did the math, and there's no way that the human race is going to survive because we're going to either outlive our resources. If we can't get off the planet, we're doomed, basically, is what he was saying. Ever since he made those statements, I've seen a, a movement, I guess you would call it, from sources that are not put out in the front page. They're mentioned, but they're
yeah,
never amplified enough for us to hear them. And I think it's got a lot to do with like the Georgia Guidestones. If you read, the first thing on the Georgia Guidestone, if you read that, 500 million people. That means they have to get rid of somewhere in between 6.5 billion people or more.
yeah.
You see
That's where I
these
was going.
agendas, like Agenda 21 and Agenda 30, and you look in and you find out there's actually paperwork to back this up. You see the tens of thousands of coffin liners that were suddenly appearing in the United States in different locations under storage in, rural America that
Yeah, I
nobody was
get it.
supposed
Yeah.
to notice. You hear
So
about the plans for the camps. And now the camps are coming true. You hear, about how long COVID's been around a long time, man. I mean, I remember people that had to give their livestock treatments for that stuff, and it's a bioengineered
yeah.
disease. What else do you need to
Well,
know? Why would they make that if they weren't going to use it? All right.
But it
And
goes back to the guide stones, Caramel. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
well, that
kind
was
of jump back
I've
before I
been
was
there,
able to
Gil.
answer.
I was there in the mid '80s. All right,
Okay,
I've been to that place.
but the question was, you're a man of faith, right? And what would the devil, because I believe it's just as much a spiritual war as it is a flesh war.
So do I.
What would the devil gain from reducing the population? If the devil's all about the quotas and getting as many souls as possible from God, wouldn't he want more of a population so that way he can harvest more?
Well, that would be one big harvest right there we're talking about.
Well, it would be, but I mean, if he continues to do it, that's what I mean. So I'm trying to. I do believe in the deep. I think they started the depopulation decades ago. I mean, that's why we have so many different diseases. I mean, when you guys were talking about how it was a lot freer when you were younger, I was like, yeah, but what kind of chemicals were in our foods and in our waters, even
There's
at
a
that
whole
time?
lot less people with cancer, I'll tell you that.
Well,
True.
that's what I mean. They were gaining traction with all the diseases because they knew it was generational diseases. They were trying to change our DNA all the way back then. That's why I was saying, what
Yep.
were we being distracted from by all the mandates and all that stuff? And Tom, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Don't
I
you
don't want
apologize for a thing. I
Don't.
personally think that this depopulation thing is to end up with a population of unbelievers, which
And
makes it
slaves.
that much easier for the devil to accomplish his goals.
And slaves. They
And
need just
slaves.
enough. They just need just enough people to take care of the elite.
Yeah.
It's getting out of
And
hand for them. They're scared. The natives are restless. There's an old meme, like 10 years old. I remember it was one of the first ones I saw on Facebook back when I started, 12 years ago or something. And it shows a picture of like hundreds of people underneath of a table, and all the elite playing a game on the top of the table. And in the meme, it says, all we have to do is stand up and their game is over.
yep,
That's what's going on.
you're right. And I've seen that several times myself, and it's always just so true. All we got to do is stand up.
It's getting
That
hard to
would
keep
be
up with it. I've been
that would be
focusing
this
only
picture.
on Ukraine.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah, that's it.
that's the one.
That's old.
Seeing that.
Good night, Hawkeye. Thanks for stopping by, man. And Christina and Doc Mac, welcome. Didn't get a
Can I
chance
show
to say hi to y'all.
Can I show something heartbreaking, Tom?
Yeah, man.
This is the video I'm working on right now, Tom.
Man. Yeah.
This is the war that nobody's talking about right now, that United States is in. This is the war in Yemen, the illegal war in Yemen. All our weapons, our missiles, our guns being used by the Saudis, because they're our homies, while they're destroying these people. Millions of children are looking exactly like that right this second as we speak. While
That's
we're
not
over
a
here
new
worried about
conflict, Joe.
frickin' Ukrainians.
I know a
We're
couple
worried
people that came here from Yemen, and that's not a new conflict. They left that country because their lives were
New
threatened.
or not, it doesn't matter if it's new or not. My point is that we're focused on people that look like us, and that's why the fuck we're so focused on it. And because they're in an impoverished nation like this, or because they look different, the world doesn't see them that way. And I'm not saying it's on a race basis. I'm just saying we're used to seeing little dark kids look like that. But if you see a little white kid like that, it's going to mess your head up because the media made it a point. I know there's white kids like that. My point is, like, we're being numbed down in so many different directions that we're not paying attention to exactly what the hell they're doing. And they want our kids, period. They don't give a fuck about us. They just got to get us out the way, because that is the society that they're able to build up, because they've already been conditioned, because you got piece of shit parents that just throw a freaking smartphone in a 1-year-old's face.
Well, I am paying attention to that conflict too a little bit, but right now I'm focused on the Ukraine, because until I can find absolute debunking of what they say is happening with the trafficking in the children in this world. Until I can debunk that, or somehow know that it's been beaten, or if I find out that it was all lies, that's one thing. But until I do, I cannot take my eyes off that ball. All right, that's the thing.
That's their goal.
That's what drives me right now, is trying to get to the bottom of this. When you see things like the David Paladis missing 411 for years and years, and then you hear about a trafficking ring that's been going on that may even be sanctioned by elements of our own government and other governments in the world, that's pure evil to me. If you're
It is.
using up, torturing, and killing children, this is as evil as it gets. And
But
until I get to the bottom of that, I can't let go.
yes, Camo, but think about that. If they're doing it there in an almost first world country, how much worse do you think they're actually doing it in countries that are in the third world? You know what I
already
mean? That
know. That's why I'm hoping what is going on is a organized effort to defeat this evil. All right.
A first
That,
step.
yes, I really I believe that's what's happening. I can't tell you that for sure that that's what's happening, but somehow my faith is growing. All right. It's what it is it's the more I look for things to try to debunk it, the more facts and truth it seems to back it. It's I just hope the whole world finds out soon. That's all. Because there's people that are unaware of it, and there's people who have lost faith in it. And I see people in these chats all the time. They're giving up hope, and my faith is growing. I'm trying to share some of that. Trying to give people.
Hey, Stuart.
Hey, Stuart, how you doing?
what's up, Mr.
Devil
Stewart?
Dog.
Send him around for a little while. What's up, Devil Dog? Miss Moonchild, Breezy.
So, Carl, I agree with you. It kind of struck me the other day. This is possibly a passing of the baton, or let's say the plunger for the swamp. There was a swamp draining that was started, and then it got clogged up again. Now maybe, just maybe, this drainage is continuing. This is a little shot of Drano. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because everything they try to do, if you see everything in the last year and 2 months, even in other countries, everything they try to do somehow gets blocked, doesn't it, Virginia?
Every time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, you can't focus on one aspect of this mess. You have to get above it. You have to look at the whole picture to be able to see that hope. And I don't think that everybody's cut out for that, And I keep stressing to people to prepare your mind, because this stuff, when it comes out, there's gonna be people needing guidance. That's all I can say, guys. And you guys are well informed, and you're seeing this stuff. So, be there for the people. It's like somebody else we all know keeps saying, "Don't say I told you so." Just try to help them understand.
Yeah. At that point, I told you so is not productive at all.
No, it's not.
And at this point, at least for me, trying to wake them up is pretty pointless at this point. I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I mean, even
been a long time and a lot of work done, man. They ought to be awake.
All right, it's just like Devil Dog just said. He's the expert on constitutional law, and right now there's a movement coming up from the bottom of the ladder rungs, from the bottom up. All right, we're talking on the local levels where people are going to get their constitutional rights back. He's an expert on this. But I also believe that there's another effort coming from the top of the rungs of the ladder, working its way down. And we're going to get to this middle point, and those two things are going to join, and we're going to be away from all this mess for a long time. All right. People are going to remember this. And when we fix ourselves, we should have a real good run after that.
If is a big word, though, man.
Right?
It is,
Two
but it's
letters.
also, like I said, I gotta have hope.
We do.
Gotta have hope. Not hopium, hope.
We're not
and
going
this
to get
goes back to what I
microwave.
was saying to Ghetto about, getting rid of the believers, because where there is faith, there is hope, and then there can be action.
I guess he's right too. See, he just corrected me in chat, and I guess he's right. I never really looked at it that way. I always thought of all the corrupt officials at the top, sitting at the big desks in the big fancy rooms. But you knock the legs out from under them. I guess they got nothing, huh, Devil Dog? I just remember everybody, this is 20 years ago or more. Shoot, this is 30 years ago. I'd hear these experts saying, oh, America is so corrupt all the way down to the local levels. And they were right. In the last 5 years, we've discovered how corrupt it is. We know who the rhinos are. We know who the idiots are. We know who the scammers are. We know the politicians that are making all the money.
Every single one of them.
Yeah, well, I don't know everyone yet. There's a surprise around every corner. But yeah, just like even in Canada, now they know everybody that's on their side and who isn't.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, Chuck.
What's up, Chuck?
See you.
What's going on, Carl? Hey, Ghetto.
Good to see you, Chuck. What's happening?
That's Miss Virginia.
Hey, Virginia.
She's just in love with me.
Are you fucking kidding me right
All right, now, Virginia is the sheet. She's smart. She knows a whole lot about archaeology and all kinds of different things. Virginia is a good one to have on panel.
Infatuated with Ghetto.
Yeah, our top of our ladder would be dealing with stuff at the governor's office, but really the best moves is start your shifts and work your way through. I think that's what D-Dog's talking about too.
He's the expert. I mean, he's made me think an awful lot.
So where's the beyond no return line at, guys? I mean, where's the point the point of no return line?
All right, I can
just
answer
just countrywide. You know what I mean?
All
Because
right,
there's always a point where,
from my
okay,
point of view, I can answer that. If you had Jack Boot stepping on your door, if you saw United Nations troops in our country, if you saw militia groups separating and organizing, that's when it's going to be the signs that there's.
Wouldn't that, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but at the same time, I'm going to throw something else out there. Wouldn't that be the old school way? Because now they can do all of that right into your house, right through your internet connection.
I don't think the American people are reliant on that as it's made out to be. I can go.
Oh, Camel Carl, I wish.
When they shut down the banks and shut down money, if the banks close, the stores ain't gonna be able to take your money if you go in there because they're all electronic. And it won't
I've never had a credit card in my life, and
it's not even
account.
It's not just the electricity though. Every single thing is tied to the internet, from gas pumps to stores. The country is completely dependent on that, and we're also dependent. Believe it or not, we would actually, all of us would probably be more anxious if there was absolutely nothing happened tomorrow. Let's just say everything it was like a day off tomorrow for the whole world and all the chaos. That would actually probably drive us more nuts than we already are right now.
It's like when you're in the puppy being real quiet.
Right now, did you guys hear about that? Where the Russians they say the Russians knocked out the internet in Ukraine, but I'm kind of suspicious because I've seen some of the towers hit by, it could have been Ukrainian forces taking out their own. But anyways, did you see where Elon Musk provided Starlink service to Ukraine? Now he's making statements that he expects that to be hit too. They're going to somehow attack Starlink and take out the internet. That's what he expects.
Yeah, Moose Man. I tried to drop a video earlier. I did it in Bonnie's, but it caused upheaval. And all it did is explain the things of what's going on with all the executive orders piled up. And I guess that was a balloon popper or something. But
I really love your guys' age and wisdom, but this country has been bought and paid for freaking decades. There's no hope for this country at all.
I'm surprised you think I don't know that.
yeah, I honestly believe by summer that the financial system is going to go by.
Well, I think the difference.
Here's the thing with me, guys. All right, I'll tell you what. Right now, what's going on in Ukraine, I see that as a spearhead to an operation that we've all been waiting for. If it's not, then I'm going to start to worry, because I think it was like the first domino, where everybody thought it was a Miramar. Remember when, that Asian gal was doing the exercise dance in front of the coup that was going on in their country? Remember that one?
Yep.
All right. Everybody thought that was going to be the first one to go. I think that what's happening in Russia is the first step, and I think it's going to expose the Bidens because of their connections. I think this could be the beginning of it. And the answer to that question you asked a few minutes ago, Ghetto, would be, yeah, if this just keeps escalating and getting worse, then obviously that wasn't part of the plan. So that's when I'm going to start expecting the worst.
I think they had a test run in Canada when they shut the banks down to the truckers in different areas and all that. That was just see what it would affect.
Well,
does that make sense, Ghetto?
I mean, it does in a sense.
I think the same thing if it works.
Well, my first domino would be, at least in my lifetime, I don't really remember the 80s, not much early 90s neither, because, I was a dumbass teen, but I believe the first domino was the Patriot Act. It was 2001. I think a lot of people are kind of blind to the fact that almost every country on the planet had a similar Patriot Act in the year 2000 and 2001. And that was our ways of,
I'm talking about the plan that everybody's supposed to believe in. That's what I'm saying. If this is going on, if what I think is going on in Ukraine is the beginning of a good thing, not what the media is saying it is, then I know that it's happening. All right. If it turns out to be just an escalating conflict,
well, what good thing though, Cama? What good thing would that be?
Well, they're taking out biolabs and they're taking out human trafficking, especially child trafficking. It's supposed to be the child trafficking hub of the world. Did you know that about Ukraine?
Yeah, Evergreen and Evergrande.
I still don't know it.
A couple of days
Evergreen and
I believe
I've done enough research on that one, Ghetto, to know that
I believe we are, but
I haven't been able to debunk it. And there's an awful lot of information on it if you go looking for it, Ghetto.
Evergreen and Evergrande came straight out of Ukraine, and when they got stuck in there, that was an eye opener. But I don't know what it affected now, other than ships sitting outside the ports.
Yep, that ship that sat in that canal all that time was from the Ukraine.
Yep.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I didn't know that.
And what you're talking about, the Patriot Act, all that video I showed them earlier, all the EOs that come on before and after that all tie into it.
It does, and there's an awful lot of mention of the Ukraine and other, well, I'll just call it the boards. It's like maybe the plan really is real, Ghetto. Once you can't have that many coincidences.
Well, that's what I mean. That's why it makes no sense how people are just still one-sided in the fact that.
Hey, Bella.
I can't get over the hump, and I'll just say it. I'm not attacking anybody's belief, but that's why I can't get behind both sides of the spectrum in our political parties, guys. There's just no way that one individual actually messed it up for 4 years. I mean, he was probably the biggest plant of all, considering the amount of stuff that was allowed to happen.
Left and right wing is still from the same bird. And yes, I know what you're talking about. But if what's going on is real, what I think is going on, then Trump was just the head of a spear. All right. He was put in place for a reason, and there were other people behind him. And they knew what was going on. And the way that played out is the way I see it is she was so convinced she was going to win, but the American people overflooded their chi. So when 2020 came around, they did everything they could to make sure that didn't happen again. And they cheated in every way. And I think they got caught. And I think that's not over yet. I mean, yesterday Wisconsin was in session talking about it's going to happen, and it's going to all happen at once. It looks like
this is a system that has been strategically, excuse me, Tom, but fucking us off for decades.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. That you don't think that they already had it figured out?
I know they did. I know they did.
That's what I mean. There's no
Ghetto. The one thing I remember, one of the first memes I ever saw on Facebook back in the day was it was something like, "Don't worry about your vote. That's already been decided." All right.
Exactly.
And that bugged me for a dozen years. And I believe that a lot of people knew it was fixed for years before Trump. All right. The whole system's been rigged. If you can't see that by how many people
but it rigged us
have been proven to be on one side or the other, in the corporations, in the education system, in the medical system, in the government system, in the military system, all of the people that have been exposed. If you can't see that it was all planned by now, then you're just not looking.
Well, exactly. But it goes even further on a strategic standpoint to where our votes did count when Trump came into office, right? Our votes counted because
overloaded.
Hold on a second, because I think the system indoctrinated us enough to hate Hillary, and by all means, we all should hate her. Please don't take that wrong, anybody. We all should hate her, definitely, but we made it to where we voted for him so bad because we hated her so bad. The same way Biden came into office, we hated Trump so bad that this person came in.
Who do you think is most responsible? I mean, for waking
the devil is the most responsible of all of it, because it's his plan, not mine, not one individual.
How much of a fuck up Trump really was every time I go to the pump now, because I remember a little over a year ago it was $1.50.
Yep.
Well, I look at my cupboards and I fucking hate Trump.
It's hidden from you, Ghetto. The reason I asked that is because I know it's hidden from you, just like all this stuff is hidden from anybody who watches the news. All right. There is one person that deserves credit for exposing Hillary Clinton more than anybody else besides Trump. And if you don't know who he is, then think back to the censoring. Who is the first one censored on all these platforms? The first one, the first casualty of freedom of speech.
Who would that be? Snowden?
No, it's Alex Jones.
Yeah.
He
had a
bought out though.
Entire news system network focused on Hillary, and he exposed her to millions who talked about it to more millions. And they took him off the platform a couple years back because of all this.
Good night, G-Ma. Enjoy your evening. Hello, D-Dog.
Well, I agree with what you're saying, but I also believe we were programmed to hate her the way that we should. These politicians, the way I see it, Kemo, is these politicians, these people that we see in power, including Bill Gates, Bezos, all these people that we see, us down here at the bottom in the gutter, we do not see the real players. We do not know the depths of torture that the real players have put on humanity. And I know we can only fight
it's a big club, and we ain't it.
Rothschilds and all them, that's the big people, but they got their stooges. But once they get rid of all the little people, then who's next? They're stooges.
But that's what I mean. That's generally where my stance comes from, and that's why I rub certain people wrong or whatnot. It doesn't bother me. But my point is that I believe that we're supposed to fight over one another when it comes to the political spectrum, or this
Well,
guy
they
did
want
this,
you
or
to
that
fight.
girl, that lady did this. And it's like, that's what they want. They want us to fight amongst ourselves on who's going to rule us, while they're laughing because they rule everybody.
Yep.
How do we get to them? And we're not going to get to them through Trump. We're not going to get through them through Biden or anybody else. We're going to
Divide and
focus our
conquer.
hate. We're going to focus our hate on Biden. And in a sense, we are conquered in a sense already, as God's already got our back. So it's not conquered. I mean, don't get me wrong, but this is a war that goes beyond our own realities, I believe.
The bad
Anyways.
thing about most of
But it
them is
isn't
they're the
overcome.
smartest one in the room, and then when they turn around is they think they basically the way they look at it, if they don't know it, nobody does. They're that stupid.
Right.
That's how all the politicians are, though. It's like they're the smartest person in the room, but that's what you get when you get a conglomerate of attorneys together.
Right.
I think the number of patriotic people in this country is greatly hidden.
I agree with
Well,
you.
yeah. Well, I agree. Now, if only the red side can accept that the blue side's as patriotic as them, maybe we actually will start getting some freaking work done around here, or vice versa.
Yeah, like my
I
wife.
would consider them part of that percentage as well, because I think there's more like 10%, if that would be the true enemy of America. All right.
Yep.
Other than that,
Amen, Camo.
I think that the giant has woken again. All right, and he's getting pissed off.
And it goes back to a discussion more than a month ago that we had, that line in the Declaration of Independence: by nature, we will put up with evil until we can no longer put up with it.
Yep.
And then we rise.
I want to hear what Devil Dog's got. I know he's got something
me
good.
too.
Behind every blade of grass.
Exactly.
Fighting a war that we're not going to actually be able to use our 2A, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree. This is not the type of warfare that's going to go down in the streets the way we're used to. It will be our infrastructure. It'll be digital. It'll be quote unquote hacking, something in the grid. Anything that controls our lives can be unplugged very easily.
That's why when it comes to Troll Train,
Yeah.
Man,
it's
I will
ridiculous
go back
when
to
I see
a
these
talk.
people popping into chat. Sorry, Tom, go for it.
Well, no, this business of we can be shut down electronically, I don't believe that. No fool built these systems without manual overrides. That business with that pipeline more than a year ago. You tell me they couldn't go out and manually open valves. They were counting on a computer to keep that pipeline running. I don't buy that.
Improvise,
I don't buy it
adapt, and
for a minute.
overcome.
Look at the
Say
shit
again?
last year in Texas here. They didn't know what to do with it, and finally when they send somebody in there, the dumb fuck shuts everything down and destroys shit.
I don't know.
It was a plant. It was on purpose. It was just a test run to see what they could pull and blame other people for us.
Makes a little bit more sense if the system that's against us is the one that actually made it to a point where everything's controlled by a computer, Tom. From the get-go, man. Sorry I'm so black pill, guys. I know you guys just want to smack me upside the head.
No, I don't want to smack you, but
Not
to do
at all.
something like that is the dumbest thing that, even
I agree.
Let me answer Ghetto real quick. Ghetto, no. What I like about you always the other side. You play the other side. When you come into a chat and say something, it's like the way America should be. It should be a debate. When you throw the other side of the story up there, it makes people talk more. It makes them think more. I see what you do,
What we're desperately lacking is communication and being able to work through differences of opinion, thought, theosophy, anything, and get through the other side and either agree to disagree, or each person learned something or didn't learn something. You know what I mean? That's what this country is desperately in need of, is that people of differing views can sit down at a table and actually talk through it, get through it, and someone not storm off.
Right.
Block them and mute them, etc. You know.
I'm going to mute myself so Devil Dog can talk.
Yeah, word. Hey, Devil Dog.
Hey, so what do we want to get into? The Russia thing, or
That's all I've been on, D-Dog. That's all I know right now.
Well,
I've been lost in
that
the
was
5 days.
that was Tom's original question when came up talking first, and then he led us up on the panel. He's interested in seeing everybody's point of view,
FF
help
number
make some sense.
okay? The most dangerous thing about what's happening over there is what no one's talking about. Now, I've gone through the translated transcripts of Putin's invasion speech, and I've gone through the 2 prior speeches of the Ukrainian president before the invasion and the one after the invasion. And the Ukrainian president basically told Biden to shut his mouth. He's just making things worse. The Russia-Ukraine thing, that's been going on for over a decade. And in Putin's speech, he was talking about the Nazi party being so strong in the Ukraine. And there's news reports, different news feeds from overseas having to do with, they're estimating between 600 and 660,000 Nazi political party members have escaped Ukraine through the Poland border, and most of them are headed to Germany and Canada. But the big thing to worry about is if Russia gets taken off the SWIFT program for, transferring large sums of money to pay their debt, China said that they're going to remove themselves from the SWIFT program. And what people don't understand is those 2 countries have some of the most amount of gold in the world. And if they go to a gold standard, what we pay $1 for now will be 19 to 25 bucks tomorrow.
Wow.
That's where we should be worried.
Wow.
financial crash.
So is that pretty heavy, Tom?
I'm just glad you translated that. It's about the same as what I was hearing. So that's not easy. I got to go through copy and paste a lot of stuff to translate. You must have some type of audio translator.
Well, you can do the audio translator if you have what do you call it, Microsoft Word, or you can do it through a Google account, or you can just go to the different news agencies and you can find a translation.
I find those too, but like you, obviously, I don't trust what they're telling me they're saying, so I want to hear some of it myself.
Well, I don't do anything with an American news company.
Oh, me neither. Yeah, no, everything I'm getting was from boots on the ground in the Ukraine. Like I was teaching people earlier in a couple of different panels. You go to YouTube, you go to upload date in your search on a computer, and you refresh it every 15 minutes because a lot of these videos aren't going to last long.
Right. And as far as the political party, the political power in America, the federal government is at the bottom of the ranks. Because in every state constitution, it says all political power is inherent and derived from the people. So the people have the most amount of political power. And then it's your community, then it's your state, and the states came together and they drafted the Constitution to put in place a federal government. Now, the states aren't going to give the federal government more power than they do. In fact, in the Constitution, it mentions several times where the states are sovereign. And if you go back to Webster's 1828 dictionary, and he's even quoted saying that he wrote that dictionary so people can understand the Constitution better.
Is that right?
So you use that for your reference.
That's
Hey,
the one you
Tom.
always show. That's the one you always show, right?
No, I always show the Founders Bible that I got from
There's
Dave Barton's
echo somewhere there, Tom.
organization, Wall Builders, because that's a direct translation in modern English from the Geneva Bible. And the Geneva Bible is important because when they're putting together the Constitution, George Washington showed up with one and Benjamin Franklin showed up with two. So there's 3 Geneva Bibles there. And if you do more research on the Constitution, it's just less than 4,500 words, without the amendments. And it does direct reference to 1,200 scriptures.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, Ghetto.
Where's that echo coming from?
I got no idea.
Sorry to cut you off, D-Dog, or anything. I didn't.
No, we're good. Are you getting an echo from me?
Not now. I don't hear it now.
Well, No, I'm good now. Maybe when I turn mine.
I don't think it's me.
Maybe it
Yeah, I
fixed
only heard it
itself.
for a minute. I only heard it for a minute and then it went away.
Right.
Might have been latency shit or something.
No, see, yeah, that's on your side there, Tom.
Well, I don't have anything open but StreamYard and YouTube is muted, so I don't know.
Huh.
You still hearing it?
No, not now.
What's the T-shirt of the day, D-Dog?
Intermittent.
I wore this shirt for court today. I don't give a strudel.
Schnitzel.
Or a schnitzel. Yeah, and the judge found out how much power and authority I have because the police officer that pulled me over, I did a citizen's arrest against him for illegal use of emergency lighting, which is a felony. Because there's no breach of peace and
Did
there
you
was
pull
no...
a Carl Miller on that poor cop?
No, I went way above Carl Miller.
Dang.
So I'm filing my formal documents tomorrow to charge the judge, the court clerk, the prosecutor, and the prosecuting attorney for trespass on my rights.
What will the penalty end up being?
Every elected official will end up losing their position because of maladministration.
Which county?
Wayne.
Awesome.
Wow.
Well, that's something to look forward to.
Yeah, it's going to be probably a 2-year battle.
Hey, if you do it your way, it doesn't cost a lot, right?
Well, it just costs filing fees of $10 to $124, depending on which court I'm in. But I've already been on the phone with the AG. Oh, no, we're not going to pick up this case. I said, well, that's fine. I just want to know where you stand. And I said, because of the Private Attorney General Act, I'm going to be my own prosecutor. And the top of her head came right off.
Did they detain you or anything stupid?
Well, they tried to, and I just referred to a case that an illegal arrest is considered assault and battery, and I'm in my right to defend myself, and I will.
And they backed off.
The deputy sat back down, and I informed him his job is to protect my rights, not to do the will of the court.
But did it come from him or above?
For what, him sitting down?
Yeah.
It actually came from the judge. The judge rescinded the thing about putting me into custody.
And that all happened on the radio?
No, that all happened right in court today.
Oh, okay. I thought you were detained in a public area or something.
Now that they were going to put the cuffs on me, but my mouth's bigger.
That's a great victory, though, man.
Well, here, let me tell you, Tom, because this is one of those coincidences. All right, before I ever met D Dog. Well, I've only known D Dog here for 6 months, I think. But years ago, mid '80s. All right, my mother was a dispatch for the Oxford Police Station here in Michigan for 20 years, and I had heard about this guy that if the officers were to pull him over, they would immediately get a call saying to let the guy go. Even if he didn't have license plates, if he didn't have insurance, if he didn't show ID, this guy, if they pulled him over, he was to be let go. All
Is
right.
that the guy?
That's the guy. Now, I told people about this and I met him. I sat down. He told me in the mid 80s how taxes are illegal, that they shouldn't be taxing us. Right. Which got me into a little bit of research. But the thing was, is that I told people about this guy that the cops would let him go no matter what. He didn't have to have license plates. He could have no lights on the car. They were going to still let him go. And turns out D Dog knows the guy. He was a constitutional law expert. And finally, I have some validation that he even existed because nobody, it was just one of those small world deals, you know?
Yeah, D-Dog, I was playing Carl Miller yesterday, and then everybody left the room. 14 people at once left. I think I blew their mind.
Okay, what were you playing of Carl Miller's?
Hold on, I'll tell you real quick.
What his right to travel? Because that's actually 3 sections on YouTube.
I think it was. I got it. Let me figure out where I put it.
Yeah, I get pulled over quite a bit because my foot's heavy. And
well, if you're driving a deuce and a half around, they should leave you the hell alone.
well, my daily driver is a 1-ton extended Ford van that has right to travel written all over it.
He's got a Prius.
A Prius, yeah.
He's actually got it 2.5 ton or is it a 5-ton, 6-wheel drive, military issue M35 A2 version, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you run that out on the road?
Yeah, why not?
Legally empower yourself. Rid of mandamus quo warranto.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It blew their mind, and 14 left at once.
I'll have to look
Do you
into
have
this.
gas or a multi-fuel engine?
I don't even know what I put into it.
Multi-fuel, you can put dang kerosene in there if you wanted to. Multi-fuels will run on gasoline, kerosene, diesel, fuel oil. They'll run on all those things. You can get them to run on that. But
Yeah, I'm trying to think because I haven't had to fill it up because I don't drive it much. Fill it up once, both tanks, and it's lasted a 1.5 years so far.
well, it's tuned right then, because if you're getting 5 miles to a gallon, you're doing good on that.
Yeah, I think I'm getting about 4, but I don't drive it much. I've used it for parades a few times.
Used to know an old man had a deuce and a half, and he ran his off. He got used grease, used oil from chicken joints, and he'd run that thing, make biodiesel out of it. And he'd drive around the block making everybody want chicken. You could smell like fried chicken.
Yum. No, mine's I got to add lead to my fuel.
And then he set up filters. He had a Volkswagen Rabbit diesel, and he started running that through it. He said he got better mileage out of burning that chicken grease than he did out of when he put diesel in it.
Yep, probably.
I've smelled that, Chuck. It smells like a deep fryer.
Yeah.
Well, preferable to real diesel exhaust.
It's supposed to be cleaner for the air, you know.
Diesel smoked brisket. Oh.
Yeah, I've been trying to tell people to quit, to don't cook anything on the engine blocks anymore. They used to put cans of food on the engine block, heat them up to cook, but nowadays all the cans got plastic liner in them, so you'd be eating
Yeah.
plastic.
Yeah, wilt that plastic.
Or they put them right on the exhaust manifold, and the can ends up exploding underneath the hood.
Yeah. Something smells funny.
Yeah. Well, Ron White says you can't fix stupid.
You can numb it with a board, but you can't fix it. Yeah, ignorance be educated, stupidity, there's no help.
That's the truth. That's the truth.
You know what, D-Dog? I have noticed a definite difference in the way people treat you on the highways when you drive one of those. All right. When I'm driving my truck around, I've had people go out of their way to go around me. I've had people walk around to the other side of the road to stay away from it. I've been cruising down the road. I know it doesn't do any more than 55. I can make it do 65, 70, but she's screaming. All right. That's full time, four wheel. That you don't want to do that. So I'm always in the slow lane. And people don't like to be behind me, and they don't like to be in front of me. It's something about a camouflage vehicle that creeps people out, man. They try to get away from me.
Yeah, mine's just OD green. But I taught my daughter when she was 9 or 10 how to weld. And she decided that she wanted to put a hood ornament on the thing. So I taught her to weld, and we made a nice set of crosshairs, and that's the hood ornament on it. And the thing's about 8 inches across, so it's huge.
Keep him a second, Virginia. I want Laura to see him. Her.
That's
Excuse
a
me.
sweet hood ornament, Dog. That's awesome. I can picture it.
Oh, so cute. Oh, Betty smells so good. She smells so good.
Well, she better smell good by now.
No, I meant
Yeah, she does. Yeah, she does. She's fine. She's
wife was-
gonna take a quick nap, so I wanted to grab her and
She's just darling, Virginia. She's darling.
something to brighten up the mood for a second.
No
Man,
doubt.
look at those paws. Those paws are just like mine.
No, she's beautiful.
Look at those paws. They're huge.
All right, I'm gonna get her situated. I'll be
I
back.
don't care if she's adorable.
Thank you so much, Virginia.
Sounds like me at night in bed. You know what I'm saying? No.
Yeah, we got two of them in the other room. One's a tan, more tan than black, and then the other one's jet black, and he's fuzzy like the white ones of hawks. But he's jet black. They look like a negative walking with each other when they're outside. It's hard to teach two of them together too. Bless Hawk being able to deal with having them all together.
There's Hawk's other boy.
Now that's a first cousin, right?
Oh, good. Who knows over there? They got like a whole Virginia vibe going. Just saying.
Total doggy incest going on there.
Yeah. Hawk's got a little doggy Virginia stuff going on over there. You know what I mean? Keeping it in the family. Not West Virginia, just, regular. Yeah, he's a moose, man. Haven't weighed him yet, but he's already huge, and he's only, 9 months, 10 months old?
Yeah, what you give them through their young years is what they turn into.
Yeah. Well, his
I
dad
watched
was...
Virginians get born.
You guys have to stop doing that to me.
Sounded like you scared Tom. Did he startle you?
A little bit. I'm young. I'll get over it.
Yeah. You about busted your pacemaker on that one, Tom. Hey, what are you doing? Get your ass out of here, woman.
Yeah, what are
Yeah,
you doing out of the kitchen?
Yeah,
No,
you
we
jump.
don't say that.
You jump like you're sitting on a
Really
shitter.
good job.
They tapped you on the back.
That's when Visine ends up in your food. We never mentioned stay in the kitchen.
Yeah, I told my old lady the other day, I said, you know what you do to a woman when she comes at you with a knife? I said, you hand her bread and she'll make you a sandwich. She goes, yeah, and you get your ass stabbed too.
With a little bit of botulism from the meat in that sandwich.
Yeah.
Let's face it, guys, that's who runs the world, or women. They get what they want.
I met this guy up north, and he invited me over to his house, and I was at his house when him and his old lady were having a fight, and I was in the dining room, and he was sitting at the table with me, and she had walked into the kitchen all pissed off at him, and I could see her in the reflection of the door of the microwave with a big giant steak knife making stabbing motions in the air. And I looked at the guy, said, "Hey dude, I think you got some issues." And I pointed her out in the reflection, and his face went white, and I said, "Hey man, good luck with that, and I'll see you later." And that's when I left.
I'm not going to be an accessory to this. I'm out
Oh
of here.
my, look at the time.
Yeah.
She said,
I think
looks
I
like
left
she's
my other
carving
one.
a turkey and making a sandwich. Better go check. Bring her a jar of Miracle Whip. Yeah, my old lady works at Walmart, and she cut a joke like that about the women thing. A guy was pushing his girlfriend around in a buggy. I guess she was sitting in the buggy with her feet hanging out. She had a cast on one leg. And he goes, and she walks up and said, "What, you got a broken sandwich maker?" And he laughed his ass off. She didn't think it was funny. But
Oh no, he called her a broken sandwich
my
maker.
wife called that guy's old lady a broken sandwich maker.
Right. Damn.
He didn't know what to say. He laughed. She didn't think it was funny, she said. But
Yeah.
what did she do? It came from a woman. So
But see, I do agree that women rule the world. It's
yeah, my wife said,
it
my
could
wife
be the
paid-
tang, or sometimes it's actually the brain of her,
my wife will tell you they got half the money and all the coochie. What you gonna do, boy? That's what she told me. I'm like,
Yeah, right. Yeah. No. Hey, he survived too, man. I just was not going to be there to see it.
I think a few of you talked to my wife. She's straight up. She's pretty cool, open. There's no bullshit. That's what me and her both get along. We don't lie to each other. We don't bullshit each other. There's no sense in it.
That bullshit is so unnecessary.
right?
It really is.
So those of you who've been married or were for a successful number of years, even if you're not anymore, and I don't know what that is, maybe 20 or whatever. Do you think the high divorce rate is because people change or because people don't change?
I think it's wandering. We've been together in November, be 36 years.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've never been married. I do not have an opinion.
Well, like your longest relationship, did it break down because someone changed or because someone didn't change?
Oh, I'd say probably 8 years was probably the longest, and then a whole bunch of them. I mean, I've been around the block, Virginia. I'm sorry, but let me see. I would say that they always thought they could make something out of me. I was not.
Mm-hmm. So because you didn't change.
Yeah, me and her, we are.
I am who I am. I've been the same all my life, and I try to let people know that right off the bat.
we
don't hear
compliment each other so much. I think of her, she thinks of me. We both think of the kids and grandkids, and everything's copacetic.
There's
I'm
the
not.
point, Rhyme. If somebody changes, both kind of need to change together and grow. Um, I always wondered, people start changing each other, trying to change each other, or deciding somebody needs to be changed. But what you fell for, what you fell in love with, that's what it was. And
Yep.
if you change that, then you've messed up the whole recipe,
That's well put, Tom. Geez, I'm writing that down.
Basically, if you didn't love me for what I was, would you love me to what you wanted to turn me into? So it doesn't mean you love me to begin with.
There's the point, Chuck. Exactly.
Hey, some change is acceptable, but some people will try to mold you into an image that they think you should be.
That doesn't work. And not with me anyway.
Nope.
It's never worked with me. I've been a rebel all my life. What the heck were they thinking?
You just had to find one like I did, man. I'm an asshole, been the same asshole I always been. If anything, I've mellowed out, but that's just because I'm on the porch don't mean I won't come off of it.
I will freaking die before I comply. All right, that's all there is to it. I've been a rebel since I was born. And that's not a good thing. It's a lot of hard lessons that way. All right, but now is our time to shine.
Well, I've brought up before, there isn't a perfect system to choose from right now, a perfect side or any of that. And most of us argue, go back to the bare bones of the Constitution and how it's outlined, but it's become toilet paper and broken down with interpretations. And I don't know if we'll ever be able to get back to it. I think a line has been crossed,
Oh yeah, the norm ain't gonna be what it was. It'll be, if there is one, it'll be what it is. But
It'll sure be what it is right now, because this is bizarro world to me, handing out crack pipes and
It's insane.
that's what people want.
sanctioning tens of thousands of illegals and letting people out of jail so they can go vote. And just it's bizarro world, man. Everything they're doing is designed to hurt us in some way. It's not for our own good.
And look at the absolute freak show that he's calling a cabinet.
Oh yeah.
And I don't care who that offends.
No, you're
Look
right
at the
on.
daggone freak show.
Yeah, I don't think it's that good, Tom.
And like I said before, these people have our future in their hands. And we got to take our future back.
Well, look at the one.
The only way that they have our future in their hands is because of our consent. They can only govern us on our consent. And if we keep recognizing DC as being the supreme law, when they're actually nothing on the political ladder, instead of going to our states and saying, the Johnson Amendment, which is the Johnson Act from 1950, which tied the hands on the churches where they're not allowed to talk about anything having to do with governance.
Right.
Now, governance in the Bible, there's over 2,000 scriptures having to do with governance and the way to govern a community or a country. But there's less than 200 different scriptures that have to do anything with heaven.
Last I checked,
basically you're only getting 10% of the Bible in church. So the Johnson Amendment has to go away. And your state legislatures can nullify it.
Yeah, last I checked, there's only 50 stars on the flag, not 51.
Yeah. Very
DC
true.
is not part of the United States.
No, DC is the United States.
Okay, of America.
Right. The American Republic.
Yeah, we're a different entity than that 10-mile radius.
Well,
Completely.
DC only has control over the 10 square miles or the U.S. territories.
Like
and
Puerto Rico.
Florida and California let the Capitol Police put in headquarters in one of each of their cities. So now the Capitol Police is in, I think it's Tampa, Florida. So DeSantis was walking around with his dick in his hand when that happened, didn't he?
Oh yeah.
Giving it the stranger.
And what are they doing in Tampa, Florida?
Waterway shit.
Uh,
Yeah, but they'll expand.
Put that in the bridge.
I don't like DeSantis because in the early part of this little runny nose thing that we've had to deal with, he had a 72-year-old lady picked up, and he signed the pickup order on her for not wearing a diaper, a face diaper, in a store.
I never heard
Really?
that. I'm
I
gonna
never
have to
did
look
either.
that up. Just today in the news, it showed him telling people that were standing behind him to take the stupid mask off.
I wonder who he was trying to look good for when he did that, or that's before he devised another plan or got told one, or
I don't know. Maybe he saw the light. I don't know. Something.
Well,
Something.
at the
I'm not
beginning
sure
of
about that.
all this crap that went down, he was one of the governors with the hardest hand.
Right.
what do you think changed?
He got introduced to the Constitution.
Aha. All right.
So it's a good thing. I was worried he was some kind of secret rhino.
He is. I don't even think I'd classify him as a Republican and not a rhino, but he's not there for the right reason. Even though
Excuse me, I'll be
everyone
right back.
says that he should run for president and stuff, hell no.
Mm-hmm.
Like in Texas, everyone's talking good about what's that idiot's name? Abbott.
Yeah, I couldn't think of it either.
But it looks like on the governor's ticket, all you're gonna have is Beto or Abbott, so it's a lose-lose.
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't worry. Beto doesn't want to come for your gun. Oh wait, yeah, he does want to come for your gun.
Yeah. And
I
Abbott, he
thought
just
Alan
wants
West-
power.
I thought Alan West might do something, but
So, in y'all's opinion, is there any state with a good option for to get us going? Because I see two wings, one bird everywhere I look.
Well, the best bet is to get behind an independent that starts screaming about the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And
No.
make sure that your sheriff knows the Constitution and he's abiding by it. Because your sheriff is the only elected official that is only directly answerable to the people. The governor can say, hey, you got to come down to my office and talk to me about this. And the sheriff can say, kick rocks.
I still don't know how many constitutional sheriffs there are county-wise, state-wise in this country. I've heard different takes on it.
There's 3,080 different counties, and some counties have 2 sheriffs, and most of them have 1. But in 6 states, the duty of sheriff has been reduced all the way down to serving papers. And 2 states don't even have sheriffs. One is Alaska, and the other one's Connecticut. And Connecticut, through popular vote, got rid of the sheriffs. And the sheriffs were all on board because they all got raises and better positions. And that's why the people in Connecticut are pretty screwed.
And any of the counties with big cities in them are pretty much a lost cause. All the sheriffs there are not constitutional, from what I understand.
like special, get it for you. I wouldn't call that a blue pill. That's a blue special, blue light special.
Have a good night, Doc Mac. Thanks for being here, man. Appreciate it.
I was trying to find a map of that, D-Dog. I still haven't been able to find one where you could see the actual, like colored, wherever, color it red wherever there's a constitutional sheriff and see what the percentage really looks like.
Well, the constitutional sheriff should actually be green. Because if it was red or blue, then he identifies with a political party.
Does such a map exist?
No.
Not that I can find.
Damn, Diana. Sheriff, coroner, and county administrator. The coroner has more power than people think as well. I don't know the breakdown. Can you explain it, Devil Dog? I learned recently, but more or less already forgot.
I haven't really looked into the coroner, but the sheriff can tell the other law enforcement in the cities, hey, this is a constitutional violation of the people's rights, and you can't enforce this anymore. And then they have to abide by it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Bug Out. Coroner can arrest a sheriff. Thank you. My mind was just spinning and spinning. Like, I know I just heard this. Yeah.
I sure didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
No, I've never heard of that either, and I certainly would remember if Devil Dog had said that. So that's new information.
I'm going to look into that deeper because there's got to be a very limited reach of the coroner for being able to arrest a sheriff. Like if the sheriff gets in and messes with a crime scene or a body or something.
Well, I guess that makes sense.
Very interesting.
I've heard some oddities too about game wardens having supreme power over a lot of things.
I think game wardens have just as much authority as the state police.
Yeah. Which is none. Well, your city police trumps your state police. Within jurisdiction.
I've seen that happen. I mean, I knew that one.
And your sheriff trumps them.
Okay, so if a coroner does an autopsy and it looks like the sheriff has committed murder, he has the authority to put him away.
Okay, well, I can understand that.
Would it be a citizen's arrest? Because we got the authority too, in a sense, don't we?
Yeah, we got a lot more authority than anyone knows.
As well, are there other circumstances in which the coroner can put up a sheriff? Or is that the only circumstance?
Just wish there was a way to teach the populace everything Devil Dog knows all at once and fast.
Yeah.
Be the big D.
Well, if you
Somebody
want to
call me?
learn what I know, follow Chris Ann Hall, Liberty First University, Wall Builders with David Barton, the constitutional classes, and that has Ron Partain is hosting it, and Doug Gibbs is on it. The CSPOA, which is Constitutional Sheriff and Peace Officer Association. And
can you turn that into a snappy song that'll hit the chart?
And Sheriff Mack and Sheriff Clark. And
can we twerk to that?
Only if I get my pole out.
Oh shit! I don't like tetherball.
Kind of get people interested somehow.
Well, we need to get our youth familiar with it, so that'd be the only way to get to them. Well, most of them, anyways.
Yeah, most of the people I talk to are between the age of 15, 16 up to 25.
Nice.
And those are the ones that are actually running with it.
That's the group that needs it too.
Yep.
They'll be our salvation.
And I've taught my kids and a bunch of their classmates in their school, and they successfully put the school board in check.
Did they?
And they also did an affidavit demanding that they have access to a Bible in each classroom, and they now do.
Oh, wow.
You're going to deserve a statue in a plaza somewhere. What city do you like, D-Dog?
I don't know. I think I had the most fun in my whole life was either Fort Defiance, Virginia, which is just north of Stanton, or Millington, Tennessee, which is just outside of Memphis. Other than that, not so much.
Don't like Michigan all that much, don't you?
Yeah, the only thing I like about Michigan is the snow.
Did you spend a lot of time around Stanton and Harrisonburg and those places?
Yeah, I spent a year and a half at Augusta Military Academy.
Ah, all right.
And that school got shut down for hazing. U.S. Army actually came in and shut it down.
Oh, man, I kind of think I remember some of that in the news.
What flavor of hazing?
One of the cadets stopped breathing.
That's what I was going to guess.
Yeah.
Yep, and he was getting a shower party. He was also known as the piss boy because he'd make the whole barracks smell like piss. And he had enough of the hot water and the rat tails, and he jumped through a window on a 3rd story.
What?
Wow.
So they drove him to suicide?
Well,
Or
drove
did he
him
get
to
thrown out?
drove him to escape.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, okay. Huh. Was there evidence that he was mentally ill?
I don't know, but there was enough evidence that his parents just didn't want to deal with him anymore.
Oh, wow.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's some depth to that.
I watched a guy walk out of a 6-story window, and like he was just walking out a door.
Wow.
And he hit the ground. He got up, and he started to run. And he ran about 100 yards before he fell dead in his tracks with a broken back. Didn't even know he was broken.
Yeah, and the situation, I knew about it happening, and if I would have done some Marine training before I went to the military school, I would have been the person defending the kid.
Mm-hmm. Right.
The pack mentality. When you get a group of guys together, they tend to pick on the weak, and the weak can't always handle it emotionally.
That's
or
true.
Mentally.
That's true. And of course, back in the days, that was the threat for a kid that was hard to control. We're going to send you to military school. I don't hear that too often now, but that was a common threat when I was.
But I remember it. Yeah. Do they even use that for a threat anymore?
I wonder.
Only if you listen to Cheech and Chong.
I only used to buy that album for the paper, man.
If you keep doing that, I'm going to send you off to the goddamn military academy with that goddamn Frankenstein shit kid, son of a bitch. And I don't think I've
Anybody got-
listened to that thing in probably 20 years, and I could still do it word for word.
None of you here even knew that reference, did you? You know, Cheech and Chong used to sell the 33-speed albums, you know, the big vinyl albums. They used
Oh,
to
yeah.
sell one called Big Bamboo. And if you bought the album, as you pulled the album sleeve out, you got a giant paper that would unfold and be twice the size of a 33 album. So you could roll a quarter-pound doobie off of a Big Bamboo album. So we were down at Kmart, and I don't know how many times when it was on $6 Blue Light Special buying that album. I don't know how many albums we bought for that paper.
Well, that kind of goes with their, what was that? Let's Make a Dope Deal with Bob Bitchin. How many joints do you get out of a lid? 2. I roll big joints.
You hear anybody call them a lid anymore? Because that was just a blast from the past there, D-Dog.
Right. I've seen several of the movies. I did not have the records, but I did wonder when I first saw it, what exactly is a lid? I still don't know. Is it like a actual measurement by weight, or is it like 2 fingers?
It's quite a bit more than 2 fingers.
I don't remember.
So it's getting fisted.
Yeah, 2 fingers is a nickel.
Okay.
I
Oh,
think a lid was like 2 ounces, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2 or 2 1/4.
Interesting. I didn't know that either.
I had no idea. I thought it would be less, actually. Huh.
Well, 2 fingers in a sandwich bag was a nickel, and a dime was usually 4 fingers.
All right.
Now, as
Nowadays,
I've always
2
heard it,
fingers
is a
is like
lid
50
was an
bucks.
ounce, which was 28 grams for an ounce. A slang term I always thought was lid. So it was an ounce.
Right.
$40. 4 fingers, as big as you could fit the bag. You would stuff a sandwich bag where you could just fold the lid over, and that was $40 in the 70s.
Oh,
So if a lid is 1 ounce, then 4 fingers sounds about right. So a lid is a fisting, like I said. See?
But
It
but
came full
but
circle.
what I was trying to get across, Virginia, is nobody carried a scale. They just guessed, and they always got this giant. It was probably 2 ounces, all right? Because if you fill one of those bags and just enough to lick it and fold it over, that's a lot of weed. That's more like 2. So
Right.
Yeah, everybody had run around with scales back then.
Right.
yeah, it wasn't a deal. That scales really didn't become, common until the late 70s, early 80s.
Hell, I remember in the 80s, fucking get a good joint of some good shit for 50 cents.
Shit.
But I knew
All right.
people.
All I know is I've been smoking this stuff over 50 years now. If it was that bad for you, I'd be dead.
agreed, Camo. No doubt.
And I don't know about them saying it's more powerful or better than it was. I think it was all about who you knew back in the day. I was just saying this to one panel. I remember being able to take $300 cash and send it off to Hawaii. And I would get a can sealed from the Dole Pineapple factory itself, the real Dole Pineapple can, fitted with perfect tops. All right. I don't know who the heck was doing it. Somebody worked in the factory. And then one day, and I remember it ended in 1978 because I sent my $300 away and I never got anything in the mail.
That's the original Pineapple Express.
There
I've
you go.
been to the Dole factory. They actually have water fountains that spit out Dole pineapple juice. And I shit you not.
That's fucked up.
That was great.
I don't know if they still do, but they did in the 80s.
And if the closer you got to the offices, they'd put vodka in it.
Right?
There was 3, you heard people talk about Colombian because that was the most common weed. And I remember in the 70s, there were 2 types of Colombian. There was Colombian, which was brown, but then there was Colombian gold. And it was a whole different category. It was a much higher value weed. And then by the late 70s, early 80s, it became just called Colombian. All right, and it was smashed weed. They started to put it in vices and squeeze it down, and they say to make the bricks to where it's easier to move too. But I also think it was so you couldn't grow those seeds because you'd have 1 billion broken seeds in that weed. It was pretty much bunk, really. It was the cheapest grade weed. But I've seen my favorite disappeared in 1979. It was called Red Bud. All right. But we used to get some that it was called Kush and it came from Afghanistan. We used to get, Thai weed. All right. What it is in the beginning, Thai stick would be a bud that would be grown probably up to a foot in length and it would grow naturally in a stick formation. By the late 70s, they started growing it up like a bamboo stalk and wrapping it with bamboo ribbon, tying it to the stick, which became Thai stick. Then by the 80s, that was even gone, and they started calling it Thai weed. But it was still coming from the same place. It's just the strains changed. Like original California Sensimilia came from who's in the chat in Humboldt County area. That was fine weed, There was really, really good weeds. Blue indigo from the south, where in Virginia areas and the Blue Mountain Ridges. There was a lot of really, I guess it was, like I said, it was who you knew. But then there was the regulars, what they ended up calling it regs or homegrown was nothing like homegrown today. It was pretty much crap if it was grown in Michigan. I tell you
that Maui skunk that went around in the early 80s.
Oh yeah, Maui Wowie, Panama Red, Acapulco Gold, Keep from Afghanistan. There was all those weeds were prime,
Wasn't there a little bit of opium sprinkled on those Thai sticks back in the late 70s, mid 70s?
There was weed that was packed with opium, but did you know even the U.S. Navy used to use a big, huge, thick anchor rope that had a core of pure opium in the center of it to keep it was all hemp rope, so it would keep the hemp from rotting. You used to be able to get surplus rope from the Army surplus stores, and we'd get it in foot sections, and you could pull a wad of freaking black opium out of the center of it. You wouldn't believe.
Wow.
Opium was used for preserving. They would preserve canvases and ropes and stuff like that.
I didn't know that either.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, man. Too bad Hawk's not here.
I think Hawk's heard all of my old tales. I think he's already heard all of my stories.
Well, if Hawk was here, we'd be hearing all about Henry Ford and the car and the hemp fuel.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Duraglass floors made out of hemp and stuff that they were trying to do. I forget what it wasn't Duraglass, but it was like carbon fiber almost.
It was a required crop if you could grow it. Maybe not required, but encouraged if you could grow it. It's like the strongest cordage comes out of hemp plants.
Oh yeah.
Well, back in the day, you used to be able to buy a big old chunk of hash. It would have a solid gold leaf seal on the outside of the brick, telling you from what country and what province it would come from. So you get blonde Lebanese, and you'd find a stamp on a brick to tell you where it came from.
Hell, that's where they come up with smoking rope. That was the shit the Navy guys used to. My dad told me, him and his Army buddy was talking about some of the guys they knew were in the Navy. Them fucking dudes go on leave and fucking cut a piece of fucking rope off, and they'd go out and get fucked up on it.
No way. I have never heard that in my damn life.
You never heard
Smoking rope?
Yeah, they call
You're
it.
not that old, Virginia. What are you, like 35?
Oh, sir. You are so generous.
I was serious. What are you? You're not much older than that. You can't be.
I'll be 44 next month.
You're still young, but
Yeah.
you know a lot for your age. It's just some of this stuff is beyond your generation. That's all.
I'm firmly in Generation X, which is a superior generation, I think, starts going to shit after mine. That's what every generation thinks. Goes to shit right after mine, you know?
When did the millennials start? Because I've heard somebody talking about that before.
There's a little gray area between 81 to 84. That's Generation Y, which the millennials fall in all the way up to about the early 2000s, 2001, 2, 3. And then honestly, this newest one, I'm not sure what they're being called.
I was born in '65. I've been told I'm a boomer or an Xer, so I don't really know which.
Yeah, you're on the cusp. So that's why I was saying, like, for the generation X to Y, the years like 82, 3, 4, even, people tend to kind of fall into both ideologies or patterns of what they know.
I just want to take a second to be thankful for Tom here, because then I would be the old guy at the party.
Oh, we are so thankful for Tom.
Oh, thank you.
Well, does anyone know why they call that one generation millennials?
No.
It takes 1,000 years to get them to move out of your fucking house.
Oh, shit.
I'm using that one. I have never heard that, D-Dog. That's great.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, I feel bad for people up north. They got basements, and that's where they dwell. I think a lot of them in the basement.
I've heard a lot of them have Star Wars collections too.
Dude, I have 20-year-old twins. Both of them have full-time jobs, have moved out, pay their own rent bills, etc., and neither are even fans of Star Wars.
I am. I was just funning, but that's good. You did good. You even sound. Yeah, you're a good mom and you're smart. That's good. That's rare.
Thank you. Hey, Brian.
Hey, 1A. How you doing, Brian?
1A.
Is that his real name? Well, you learn something new every day. Oh no, I see you're saying hi to Brian.
2 people.
And 1.
Yeah.
No, I was saying hi to Brian Griffin.
Right, I see it now.
Okay, gotcha. And 1A, he's all right.
Isn't Brian Griffin the name of that little white dog like you got there?
Oh. What do you mean, his picture?
No, Brian Griffin. Isn't that the name of the dog on one of those cartoon shows that talk?
Family Guy. Family Guy. Yeah, gotcha.
Oh, he's saying that's his real name. So they copied him.
That one time that Brian Griffin is such a common name, he's not scared of using it.
Right. I actually was called Camo Carl a long time before you two. It wasn't something I just come up with. Somebody else come with that long time ago.
How did it come about?
Well, I collected U.S. military gear since 1973 or 74. I've been selling it since the early 80s. I make custom military law enforcement tack gear. I do ghillie suits. I do military vehicle canvases. I make custom tents. I do home boat car upholstery and stuff, but I've specialized in a lot of camouflage things, you know. I've done a lot of camo in my days.
Camo Carl. Great.
Well, hell, y'all, I'm going to get off here. I was going to go to bed earlier when I jumped on here. I'm going to fall out. Y'all have a good night.
Chuck, I really appreciate
you. Chuck, I wondered where you been. Didn't see no lives.
Yeah, I was working on the car all day today and shit. I was so fucking tired earlier. My vision's getting better now, but I'm not sleepy. I'm tired, but now I'm starting to get sleepy, so it's catching up.
Take advantage of it while you can.
Get you some rest. Good night.
Later. Good night, y'all.
Peace.
I've been there, man. That's so rough when you're just so exhausted, you don't know what to do with yourself, but you're not sleepy.
Yeah.
Sharon, I don't know. You'd have to be in pretty bad shape to be old enough to be my mama.
right?
My mama would be 100 years old if she had lived till this May. So
Bug out. I do not have any of the German splinter camo. I can get it. I see it every now and then. If that's what you're referring to, is what they call the rain pattern. I might have a little piece of it. I don't have much of it.
You know what, Carl? I'm going to put up your channel on a serious tip. You never
You know,
talk about
I
it or
see.
whatever, but Carl is so talented.
Thank you, Virginia. I mean, I need to do more videos. People have been putting my video up in everybody's chat a lot lately, and it makes me feel guilty because I haven't got to making any new videos. I need to. I could do just a video on my quilt. I've been working. I got a quilt it's two-sided right now. That's 12 by 12, and with camouflages I've collected for 45 years now.
Mm-hmm.
I could do a video just on stuff like that. I like doing little short videos, but maybe I'll do pack modifying or something, you know. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do next, but I got ideas.
Bring it
I need to
on.
do more.
You're an artisan in my book.
Thank you. I appreciate the advertisement too. Actually, I've got quite a few subs lately. It's getting up there. I'd like to get where I guess it's when you get to 500, you can post pictures. And if I could start posting pictures, I've got pictures going back decades I could use for that.
Right.
Most of my gear is custom made that I've made for myself. And some of it's taken me years just to accumulate just the right military issue contract fabrics or whatever, you know. So I've had some that, like my ghillie suit, it's almost done. It's closer than it's ever been, and it's the first ever snag proof ghillie suit. But I could do a whole video on that. I just need to start doing it. But I made a big tent for myself. I've been field testing this puppy for 25 years. It's lasted, Virginia.
yeah, I remember you talking about the tent a couple of nights ago. I just now subscribed, Camo. I don't know why I hadn't before, but
Right on, right
got
on,
one
man.
more. I'll check into some of that stuff.
And there was I got a new tent design I did. It's on my sewing page. But if you don't have Facebook, you probably won't see it. If you go to my business page on Facebook, it's called Fraser Sewing. And I think the head picture is my newest design of the tent I did for myself. It's one you can use with the wood stove, but it's like it's an A-frame design you can stand and walk in, but one whole side of it zips open towards the fire pit, so you can actually open it up like a porch. And since that photo's been taken, I've added a screen porch to it, so I've got to get more pictures of it, newer ones.
All right.
Used to make a lot of camouflage outfits for guys and tactical vests and stuff before they were selling it. I mean, I come up with this white camo in the 80s. What it was is I found a roll of it, and I was able to get a supply of it. The problem is with a government issue fabric, you get what you get. And this was a prototype white woodland camouflage, Nico. It's 50% nylon, 50% cotton, just like they'd use on the M65 field jackets, the camouflage, the nice US issue field jackets. Well, this was a white pattern that the 10th Mountain Division got for prototype and testing, research and development. And I started making suits out of that, and I couldn't keep up with it, man. I went through, then I found the tiger stripe equivalent of that, and the same thing. I sold every bit of it I ever got. I've got my suit left and a whole lot of pictures of people that I'd set them up in the woods out in the winter, and the idea in the picture was to find the people in the picture.
Find the guy.
Yeah, and I want to be able to put those on YouTube, but it wasn't the easiest thing. I've had animals, deer, snowmobilers, skiers. I've had them look right through me, You know, they just don't see you. It
Don't see
blends that well in that type of environment. It's good stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah, I see Sharon's mom just turned 89. March 31st, my mom's going to be 90.
Let's see, what year would that be? My mom was born in 1919.
1932.
Okay, my mom had, yep, 1919 to 1932. That's 13 years older than my mom.
Hey, Virginia.
Or younger, I mean.
Sorry for going missing in action, Tom. I was building up my stuff. I
I
got
didn't
a
even
shelf.
notice you gone. No.
Oh, yeah, you did. You missed me the whole time. Tom's over here wondering, what the hell? Would he fall asleep up here on my live?
I did kind of wonder what happened.
Put me on big screen, Mr. Tom.
Is that beer?
Virginia, we're ready for you, baby.
No, it's not beer. They're ball jars.
Yep, canning jars.
Nice. Rock
I got 6 cases of the big quarts, and then I got 8 cases of the pints, and I just got the shelf in, so I was all excited to
Excellent.
want to show off my jars, man.
I'm
What's
proud
that?
of you, dude.
We're ready for
We'll
you,
help
baby.
you get canning.
All right, bought what
What do
they had.
Are the quart jars the big mouth or the regular lid?
Big mouth.
Cool. Those are great.
Yeah.
Yep. Get you
Miss
some
Vir-
lids, some replacement lids. You can reuse the
Mm-hmm.
rings, but I tell you what, when the
New
season
flats
hits,
every
or
time.
if people think shit is going to hit the fan, the lids sell out faster than anything else. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Oh yeah, I got a couple boxes of those so far, but I need to get more.
Rock
Oh,
on.
I got
guess
these.
it was like
I got the
summer
half
before last.
pints.
You couldn't find those flats anywhere.
Yeah, that's why I just once we dove in, I was like, all right, baby, we're gonna spend a few $100 just on the jars.
Right?
Well, now, do you have stuff in those jars already, or
No, not yet, not yet,
ready to
not
go?
yet.
Nope, he's just getting started.
Just
We're-
getting started. But every
the
time we go
animals are going to
shopping,
help him.
oh yeah, I did an order tonight, and I got another. See, that's what happens when I watch the news, and I usually don't. But when I watch some extra war going on and stuff, man, I'm going for the rice and beans, and and so we had an order get dropped off, and I got about 40 pounds more rice, and then about 50 pounds of beans. But I was lacking in beans just because we don't eat beans that much. But you know, it's good to have it, I guess.
No, it is good to have them. That's something that requires water. So, in my opinion, can them, because then they're already cooked. They're good to go. If you're in shit hits the fan and you're short on water, you are limited resources with your reserved water or whatever your source is.
All right.
The beans are done, because if you're sitting there with a bunch of dry beans and you have to choose those versus washing your nasty ass feet, you're gonna or other things, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what I mean, I guess that's true of like rice and whatever, but beans take forever. Like rice you can do in 15 minutes. Beans take hours.
Oh yeah.
With liquid.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I was chatting with Ghetto in a chat somewhere, and I found out then he was the most prepped in his whole area. He's like
I sure am.
He's like the urban prepper.
Yeah.
I sure am. And
Hey,
I ain't
Ghetto,
told
you need this book, brother.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, I do need that book.
Yeah, this is one of the best ones I found. It's 450 pages of good shit.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, Ball publishes that themselves, huh?
Yep.
Well, you put him on big screen, but you're worried about putting Ghetto on big screen.
I wasn't
Oh,
worried about
have
putting
some
you on big screen. Didn't know what you were showing.
I know.
Sometimes
just-
I don't think.
Hey, Ghetto, it's just because he likes me.
Right?
And also, if you don't have the book yet, there's a USDA home canning guide, and it at least tells you the amount of time for different stuff. It's not as fun as the Ball book, you know, who who doesn't love a ball book? It's not as
I'm glad the only
it's
woman
not
on
as
stage said
creative
it.
as the ball book, but it gives you guidelines. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Give me that big screen, Tom. Here's some of the hats I make. I make boonie hats out of Cordura nylon.
Oh, I like
Holy
that. You
shit.
made that hat.
I make different kinds, but this one is made out of Cordura nylon. This is a waterproof type.
baby.
Here, let me see if I can give you a demo.
Carl,
Water
that is beautiful work.
Water
made
won't
that.
seep into this fabric. It's the same type of
Oh,
fabric
check that out.
that they use on the combat boots. The
Wow.
Woodland Cordura nylon 800 denier. But you know, I make all different types of these. I mean, I make them with the wide brims and narrow brims. I can make them with pockets and cords to keep them on your head and snap sides, and I can put little hidden pockets in them and stuff. But I got a whole batch I've been working on.
Okay, that's the first time ever my nipples have tingled at a hat demo. So where could we buy one?
Oh, you guys will get them cheap. Let me just get a batch made, and then I need the measurement. Instead of going by hat size, because actually different companies use different numbers for hat sizes, I have people measure their skull, all right? And I need a skull measurement before I do the finishing touches on the hat.
Dude, that is beautiful work.
Thank
Honestly.
Hey, I didn't want my
I've
hat
just got some
waterproof.
new fabric colors in and stuff. I just sell them in person, Redneck Prepper. Like I said, everything I do in cash. That's how I've always done. I do have PayPal, but
Yeah,
I'll get
I'd be
made
interested
up.
in one of those, Carl, if you'll put a black flag on it.
I can do that. I usually put the Velcro on, and then I'll put the Velcro on the flag so you can. I mean, my flag will go right side up when this is over. When that guy's out
I
of
wondered
there,
about that.
it'll go back. That's a distress, and that's the way I feel this country is in. So I keep it like that.
Well, I like the black flag because that represents I'm at war.
There you go. I can get those.
Okay.
I can order one of those, but you can also order them with the Velcro on it. So what I'd probably do is just put the fuzzy side Velcro on the hat, so you could just get the whatever patch you want.
Cool.
Hey, Andy. Hey, let me interrupt a second because Redneck Prepper kind of piqued my curiosity with that statement, don't be scared of Canaan. And I live real close to an area called Canaan, and I wondered if we're talking about the same thing.
I think
Sorry about that, Tom.
Don't be scared of cannon.
Cannon.
Yeah, like cannon, because we were talking about.
Oh, canning. Okay.
Yeah.
Better be scared of botulism, though. Please, for God's sake, be careful. You can make people sick if you don't do that right.
Yep, 100%.
Well, you need a hot bath canner. You need a pressure canner.
Pressure canners are tricky, too.
So with that, though, wouldn't it be smart to have a case of botulism with you, just in case you got somebody coming and trying to steal your food?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work. As long as you know what jar it is.
Yeah.
So now we know you prep smallpox blankets. Word.
Hey,
Ghetto,
man.
Ghetto, you
Yes,
know
sir.
the ball jar has a built-in warning, right?
Well, I mean, what's that? That'd be the
The
top
ball
lid, right?
jar lids will pucker if the food goes bad. All right. And then if you want to go by the manuals, this is how it's worded in the survival manuals, the U.S. military ones. It says, if it looks good, smells good, and tastes good, it's probably good.
Little caveat there.
Right? If you boil it long enough, it'll be fine.
There you go.
It's fine. Don't worry about that.
Well, I'm
Fire's
starting.
my friend.
We're starting ghee first. We're going to do that tomorrow and this Saturday on the canning. If Susanna, could you put Sophia's link out there? I know
Yeah,
Tom
Ghetto's
has.
going to can with us. Native is going to can with us. And I feel like I'm forgetting someone else, but yeah, it's going to be a diverse crew. It'll be fun.
Yeah, I'm starting off with ghee, and then I think I'm going to move on to the beans. I think will be my first real canning stuff, Virginia,
Right.
because I should have my canner here in a few days.
That's the first thing I did. I almost blew myself up, but that's because I did it on an outdoor propane crab boiler. But at the end of the day, I ended up with canned beans.
Hey, survival
Nice.
living. Good to see you.
Yeah, if he pops in backstage, Tom, don't let him up here, man.
Why
Oh,
not?
Because I invited him 3 hours ago.
Oh. Are
He's
y'all
late.
canning green beans or white beans?
Moose
What's that?
Man. I'm just now looking at chat. I'm sorry I missed everybody. Hello to everybody in chat. You got Indy and
You know,
oh, there's Virginia. I see Virginia in chat.
what
Moose
the
Man,
heck?
honored to have you here.
So that's what we got tonight was those white beans. Those what is that? The navy beans,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
That's the first time me and my wife ever got navy beans. What the hell do we do with them?
We'll talk.
Okay.
You know, I mean,
She's like-
there's a lot of things you could do. You could do them in a crock pot with water. You can actually, the first thing I did, and I've done more than once, is the easiest canning in the world. You actually just pour in, I think it's half a cup per quart, right out of the package. Wash them first, fill it with water, and fucking can it.
So I'll tell you what. If you're really good with the wrist rocket, you can get rabbit and squirrel with them.
With the beans? Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Or
right,
or
that'll
you
work.
can make a dish with beans, like put in bacon, ham,
Yeah.
carrot,
Oh, good old
onion,
sugar-cured
celery,
ham hock,
cook it
no
down, lots
doubt.
of garlic.
Oh, okay.
And
So, and I got I got about 50 pounds of pinto beans bug out. We seen that there was those navy beans, so I figured I went for something different this time.
Yep. You can
And that's
literally
funny.
pour them in a jar, put in liquid, and can it. The canning process will cook them.
So what did my mom used to soak them overnight for?
Because they're hard as a rock.
Well,
So they
if
didn't
you
have to
did the
cook
canning thing, I
forever.
would say soak them overnight if you want anyway. It just, they're so hard. They do need to absorb that liquid.
Oh, that's why she soaked them for so long?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you need to wash
Oh,
them and then
okay.
soak them to get them hydrated a little bit. But at
Oh,
the end of
okay.
the day, you can do the method. I have done it more than once. Wash
Yeah,
them.
there you go,
Yeah,
Moose
used it
Man.
for slingshot
Once they
ammo.
absorb some water, man, they'll swell up to 3 times their size.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. And that's
Yeah.
funny you said that, Camo. I just stocked up for my little security tote that I have. I just stocked up on some new wrist rockets and quite a few thousand little ball bearings that go with that wrist rocket.
Oh,
Me and
nice.
my kids have been learning how to use the slingshots, and I've been teaching them how to. I've been teaching them gun safety with a Glock 19 BB gun. I mean, the thing is an absolute replica of a freaking Glock 19. That it's crazy. I haven't even bought a BB gun until recently. Since I was like 10, I haven't had a BB gun. So I was
If it
like, oh,
wasn't
let's
for
check
the
it out.
orange piece and seeing the tip of the barrel, it's hard to tell the difference from a distance, isn't it?
Well, no. These ones don't even have the orange tip because it's a what is it? I mean, I guess it's classified as an air gun, but it shoots the actual BBs. I don't know how that works, but no, this is identical to a Glock 19. There's no difference. I mean, the rail doesn't work or anything like that. When you start messing with it, you can tell, obviously, but
Wow.
They
I'd
made
show
the,
it, but obviously.
They made the 1911 when I was a kid in a BB gun form.
Yeah, they still have those, but no orange thing.
What
Well, they
power is
didn't have the orange when
CO2?
we were kids neither. That orange thing, I don't know when that started. I guess maybe late 80s.
Yeah. Yeah, it's CO2, Tom. And then I also bought a Gammo Swarm. It's a pellet gun, and it can take down. It's got over 1,000 FPS, and I got that more so just because we got so many freaking raccoons and rabbits and all kinds of stuff around here.
And
I mean, I can.
right?
It's a what is that called? It's a breakaway, so it's just a one pump. What the hell's that called?
Oh, you just cock it like an old style BB gun.
Yeah, just one. Yeah, just one time though.
Right.
So it's a breakaway. So the whole barrel comes down, and you pump it just once, and then bam, it's ready to go. But it's over 1,000 FPS. It's got a nice scope on it. It's also has it's a patent pending, but it's a 10-round clip on top.
Oh wow.
I'll show it to you backstage sometime. But yeah, it's nice, man. I got me a couple. And it's a 22 as well. It's a 22 caliber.
Oh wow.
Pellet gun. Yeah.
I didn't know they
'Cause
made
I mean-
pellets in 22 caliber.
Yeah, well, I mean, I figured, I mean, we're in a good place. I mean, there's deer, there's animals around here, but I'm not going to be the only idiot out there shooting real guns. So it's like I
Here's
want to
one
be
for
able
you,
to hunt,
Here's
a
one
little
for you.
quieter.
If you're in the city or trying to be quiet, you can take a 2-liter bottle, cut a little notch in the neck where it screws on, and you can
Oh, yeah.
put it over the tip of a 22, and it's like,
Oh yeah, I know.
And I got to think about my buddy Pat that shot the end off his finger trying to do that.
well, there's a wrong way to do everything.
Oh, I got my camera on. Oh, wait a minute. Where's my camera at?
I've always preferred a 22 over everything. That's been my favorite all my life, is a 22.
22 is a great little rifle. It really is. That was my first experience too.
Yeah, when my kids or grandkids turn 8 for their birthday, they get a Remington 22 over 410.
Yeah, I heard you say that. That's awesome. Is it the breakdown style survival version?
It's single shot. It splits.
They make these over and under 410 22 survival rifles that are just cool. They are nice. I like them.
Yep, and then their first handgun is when they're 12, and it's a 22 mag. And then for their 18th birthday, I get them a 1911.
Nice.
Nice.
Hey,
You
Cole.
looking to adopt?
I got enough in my swarm. I don't need your trouble too. Because I got 4 kids, 7 grandbabies, and 1 great grandbaby.
Wow.
I was taught. I got pictures of me holding weaponry at the age of 1 all the way to 3. They taught me that stuff when I was real young. I've never known a woman to have more guns than my mom. First off, but she was born and raised in Amarillo, Texas, right in the middle of born in 1919. She lived through the Depression and right in the center of the Dust Bowl. Now, my grandpa, he only lived till I was 7. All the other grandparents died before I was born. But this man had a loaded weapon and in arm's reach everywhere in his house in downtown Amarillo. They were everywhere. I mean, I grew up with loaded guns all over the house all my life. I sleep with a loaded gun. That's just how I was raised.
And you were taught to respect it.
Yeah, I was taught the first thing you do is to check to see if it's loaded. The second thing is you never point it at somebody you don't intend to use it on. They're the way they taught me these things. It's like I knew it from the get-go.
And the gun you sleep with, what's its name?
Kindness.
Yep. Mine's Sheila.
Hi, Des.
So she's an Australian woman.
It's a 44 Desert Eagle Auto Mag.
That's a nice one. I've shot those. Wouldn't want to carry
and
it.
It's got special gearing in it, and I can unload it in about 1.5 seconds and just pull the trigger once.
You had it worked.
Really? Wow.
You had it worked.
Well, yeah, we'll say I had it worked, but I kind of did it.
Right.
Yeah. I have still yet to see a gun shoot somebody on its own.
Yeah, they don't just lay around and do shit like that.
No, I mean, 6 decades, mine ain't done nothing but just sit there till I pick it up.
Yeah, mine have killed a lot of targets and a lot of critters.
And some pop bottles, right?
No,
No pop bottles?
nope.
I like
Oh.
frozen milk jugs.
I learned how to shoot when I was a kid. I think I was like 8. My dad had a World War II 22 that was issued to him. A little pistol.
Revolver. A little revolver.
Nope, it was a magazine.
Really?
And
What's the make on that?
I don't know. I'd have to go and get into the safe to see what make it is. I haven't pulled that out since my dad died back in '85. But
That's not a common one.
right, we were visiting my grandpa, and he was in Oakville, Illinois, which is like the southern point of Illinois. And we went with the police chief and his son to the local garbage dump, and we were just shooting at trash. Well, you know, that's the shit you could do in the 70s.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Guys used to go to the dump and hunt rats.
Right.
You know, that was great fun.
So I know about the Walthers, but I didn't know that they made them for the U.S. military. Was that a Walther?
Like I said, Carl, I'd have to go look at it. I haven't touched that thing, since 1985 when my dad died.
I mean, there's several models that come up under a U.S. issue, including a Mauser that I wasn't even aware of. Very interesting.
Thank you, Cola. I was just catching up on chat. That's funny.
That's another thing I've made is an awful lot of custom holsters. People always bring me I'd always have to have the frame though, I'd always have them bring me the weapon so I could use it for fitting.
You make them out of leather?
I use ballistic nylon. I can make them out of leather. I have made them out of leather, but I usually end up making them out of a ballistic nylon. Like the tack gear they have in the military now for all the Molly systems.
Yeah.
Yeah, Carl, there's a guy in Fowlerville, and he does wonders with leather. If you ever need anything, just one step up above, he's your guy.
Does he do guitar straps? I remember sewing the backing on the guitar straps for somebody over on that side of the state. I did quite a few of them. Does he contract work out?
Anything you want out of leather, he'll make it.
If I had the machines, I'd be doing more of it. But I've got just the regular class A upholstery. They're leather machines, but they're made for doing. I don't have all the leather working tools. All right, I guess is what I'm trying to say. There's a whole world of tools out there for doing leather tooling, which I can do. I just don't have everything anymore. I used to have shoe machines.
On top of that, there's a whole set of tools just for doing boots.
Yep. Well, yeah. I did shoe repair and stuff for a guy up in near Traverse City, a place called Chum's Corners. He had he didn't know how to do canvas work, so I made a deal with him where I'd go in and do his canvas work, and I'd get to play with his machines. And I did some work on that, but that's why I was working at the Quantum Loft, sewing sails for racing sailboats and cruisers and stuff. I've covered a little bit of everything in the sewing world. You know, at least I try to. You know, and try at least dabble in it a little bit. Someday I might get more of those machines, but right now I'm down to a couple of styles of machine. I've got a 135-year-old Singer. Used to have the treadle. I modified it, put a motor on it. I use that for my fine, small, detailed work. And then I've got two of the bigger industrial heads, but they're not the ones that would do like saddle leather. You know, you need a class 3 machine. They got like big finish nail size needles on them and stuff. You know, it's need bigger machines for some of that leather work. I can do it by hand, and I will do it by hand for doing repairs, but I'm not about to make a whole saddle by hand.
No.
Hey, Ghetto, that thing behind your head, the blue thing, is that an Ankh?
That is a cross.
Oh, okay. I couldn't see the
know what
top
an
of it, so I didn't
Ankh
know
is.
if they had the open hole.
Oh no. Ain't that the boy-girl cross thing? What?
No,
Ankh
it's
is Egyptian.
yeah, it's Egyptian and Ankh.
Oh, okay. What is it for? Just
ANKH.
Yep.
It was.
that's what
at
it's for?
the
To
tip of their
spell?
No,
staff.
that's how you spell it. So you can Google it and we don't have to explain the world to you.
Can
Hey,
you
Virginia,
boot her,
you're number
please?
1.
Hey, good for you, Brian. That's a deal.
Hell yeah.
$18 ribeye for $12. And what, a year ago it would have been 6 or 7.
That's another thing. I sew. I tell these guys I will do sewing and trade for venison, so I get venison that way. But I get all my beef local now.
Mhm.
Yeah, we bought a quarter last year, and I think I'm gonna stay local from now on.
What did you pay
I
for
feel
it, Tom?
You know, I wish I could remember. I was trying to think the other day what I paid for it. It seemed like the butcher bill was more than the beef cost.
Yep.
But it
I like the burger, and it was
worked out to
working out in my
$7
area.
a pound.
I'm getting it for $5 a pound local beef for burger right now.
Okay. So
That's it.
explain the two costs to me, Tom, please.
Well, you had to
I've been
pay
looking
for
into this. I don't know what you mean.
the beef itself,
Okay.
or the quarter beef that I bought, but then you had to pay the butcher to process it.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
The beef came from a farm, and she took it to the butcher, and they slaughtered it and worked it up, turned it into steaks and hamburgers and what have you.
I've been looking at local ranchers honestly on Craigslist, and you have to buy like a quarter, which is about 200 pounds, maybe a little less, and it comes out to about $3 a pound. But that has the processing in it, as far as I know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I checked
Okay,
into that.
I'm gonna have to do some more research. So you're blowing my mind right now. All right. Well,
I do that.
came out. Shit. It comes out to about $600, $500. But I swear to God, it was broken down. Might not be pretty, but it was broken down to some degree. You could choose
What package
packages.
you want?
Yeah. Huh.
That sounds
Okay.
right.
Actually, what we did, the way it worked out was that we split a half of beef with another couple or
Mhm.
another family. I don't know who these people were. So they took the half of beef, and everybody got, instead of like if you buy a quarter beef, then front quarter, hind quarter, there's different cuts of meat. But with splitting the half, you got a little bit of everything.
Hmm.
But yeah, that butcher fee was substantial.
Okay.
Hey, Survival, good to see you.
Hello, all.
I'm
Hell
on
no.
How's it going? Got my
I'm outta
coffee.
here.
Mr. Tom, good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you,
Ghetto,
sir.
Virginia. Camo, and D-Dog. How you doing? All chat hello, how everybody doing?
What's
Pretty good.
happening, Survival? Good to see you, man. Been a minute.
Yeah, it's been a few minutes, guys, and gals. Sorry, I got chastised by that, but that's just the way I talk. It's been a minute. I have not done too many live streams. I do apologize for that. I've just been busy. Really have been.
Hardest working survivalist I know.
Well, yeah, I make sure I stand outside Costco and make a fire in the parking lot and talk about my park experience and stuff like that. Getter knows what I'm talking about, right, brother?
Oh, he hears you.
Oh yeah, I do.
Yeah, Getto's my brother there, right there. I mean, he'll call us some BS in a heartbeat.
All out of love.
Boom.
I want
So,
to see Ghetto hang out with Survival for a week in the woods.
I'm trying. You guys, you would be surprised. I literally live in a valley. What do you guys don't think I ever go to a mountain? I have
No, I
like
just want
freaking
to see
13
what
of them
Survival puts you
surrounding
through.
me.
I just want to
Why
see
don't
what
you?
Survival puts you through.
You should ask Survival to come to Oregon and survive with me. Now, I might have a problem going to Florida and all that stuff with him, but just saying, we should have a
I've done
survival
it.
off here on Mount Hood.
I've
I'll
done
give
it.
you a HUD.
Klamath Falls, Salem, Oregon, Washington State. I was in Lansing, Oregon. I was in Olympia, Oregon. Yeah, brother, I know the terrain, brother. Medford,
Olympia, Washington.
Klamath Falls. Yeah, yep, I know
Have a
those
good night,
terrains.
Moose man.
Yeah.
Which would be awesome though when Ghetto shows up when we do our survival train. He'd be like, "Dude, what the hell are you doing right now? I mean, come on, here's a big lighter. You know what you're gonna do? You're gonna get the big lighter off screen." I'm like, dude, don't make sure the camera's not playing, man. Come on now.
Hey, it's more reliable than a
I
ferro
ain't
rod.
eating
I
that,
don't
man.
care.
I ain't eating that. I can hear
Now,
him now.
negative on that, brother. It's not more reliable on the ferro rod. Ferro rod will always get a spark. Big lighter, you got to dry it if it ever gets wet.
Yeah.
Man, I actually thought about you a couple of nights ago. I bought a ferro rod. Now, what the hell am I ever going to use this thing for? I don't know. But it's in my truck. And I got these, they're little cotton tubes, about the
Tender.
diameter of a cigarette, not quite as long as a cigarette.
Oh, it's a fire plug.
Yeah, fire plug. That's what it's called.
Yeah,
And
gotcha.
shit, you can cut tiny little pieces off these fire plugs and fluff them up. So I'd never done this before. And I don't know what I was waiting for, but I was laying here on the desk all this time. And of course, the people that sold the fire plugs want a review. So I said, well, I got to go try this thing out. I've never done this before, man. So I took the ferro rod out and scraped some of that paint off of it and cut a little tiny piece off this plug and fluffed it up like I've seen you guys do on the videos. Took it out back, put it on a flat rock, and third strike, I got flame. So
yeah. So who was the fire plug and ferrocene rod by? You remember?
There were separate places, and I cannot. If I heard the name of the people that made the plugs, I would know it.
Well, there's many companies that make them, and most companies, of course, they always reverse engineer the same technology on everything. And I'll tell you what, man, those things are lifesavers. The fire plugs, I go bushcrafting a lot of stuff with the bow drill and stuff like that. Dude, I've got fire plugs in my kit. I do, because those things are freaking awesome. I always keep them in my kit just in case, because I've been there where you don't have nothing, or you break your big lighter, like my brother there, Ghetto, likes to call me out on there. There we go, Ghetto. Only reason my brother Ghetto calls me out on it because he's on the same page as me. He already knows. He just does it just to gouge me. That's all he does. Ghetto is a freaking awesome dude.
Oh,
but
yeah.
the fact is, I keep those fire plugs because I've been there in the situation where it's raining like hell. It'd be nice to have a flame that sparks for 3 minutes or 5 minutes.
Oh,
you
yeah,
can get fire
forever.
going. Yeah, you can get
going,
fire going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bug Out, is that the name of a company?
Bug Out Bushcraft. That's who
That's
I'm
where I
affiliated
bought
with.
the plugs. That's where I bought the fire plugs.
If you're affiliated with them, I will stand behind them because they're the best ferrocerium rod and the best fire plugs I've used so far. And I've used a lot of them over the years. So far, they've been the best. I'm not saying nothing wrong about any other company,
Right.
but I've been impressed.
Yeah, they said they're impregnant with some kind of jellied aircraft fuel or some shit like that.
It's some type of aircraft fuel with a candle wax base. Is for the waterproof. Yeah, it's got some. I don't know exactly what the chemical makeup is because that's trade secret type of stuff. But for my smell, there's a jet fuel and a candle wax base.
All right. No, those things are great. Now, the ferro rod itself didn't come from them. I think it came from some European country, as I remember. But it's a nice 1/2-inch rod with a nice wooden handle, and the strikers attached to it. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and they put the paint on it just because all ferrocerium rods, when they get moisture, they'll start to pit. It's what the metal is. They always start to pit. Every rod you ever get will always pit. Ghetto, behave yourself. And same with Virginia up there. Stop. I'm just cutting it off early. So every rod starts a pit. So they always coat it. But as long as you keep the moistures from your fire kit, it will not ever happen. Because any moisture that actually hits a ferrocerium rod, it will get a green coating on it. It's some oxidization. Yeah,
okay.
Damn big word. Sorry. Oxidization.
Oxidization.
Yes.
Oxidation.
Thank you. Thank you. I was at a sit rep tonight, by the way. We had a couple of drinks talking about things, the world scenario going on right now. And yeah, I got a little lit tonight. So after tonight, meeting,
You don't
had a couple
say.
shots and rolled in. Ghetto was calling me. He's like, hey, he's texting me, hey, brother, you going to go check out Tom's? I'm like, yeah, I love Tom. Of course I will.
Well, thank
But
you, man.
right now, I had to take care of some things here. So ferrocerium rods, they will get a green coat if moisture breaks into it. So always keep your ferrocerium rod dry. But wet conditions, you can still get a strike on these things. Same with a magnesium fire starter.
Right.
This is why I teach those things. We love having a Bic lighter. We love having matches, storm matches, all those things. I carry those. I do. But when they fail, the ferrocerium rod and magnesium fire starter will always start up, or a flare. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A flare. Those things
Or
are
a flare.
awesome.
Or a
Yeah, I was
blowtorch.
pretty impressed with it. It's it's sealed in a double Ziploc bag in the tool set box of my truck. So
For fire
Yeah,
starter stuff, I
that's
took
perfect.
some dryer lint and I just vacuum sealed it up to where it's like real thin and just shoved it in with my stuff.
Well,
What
when I
was
first started with when I went to Cub Scouts and went to Boy Scouts, and I'm not discrediting you at all. This is when I first come across dryer lint. Dryer lint works very well. It fires up really quick, especially when it's fluff. But once you open up your package, if you don't have a Ziploc bag to keep the air moisture out, it will bring in moisture. So when
Like
you
a
get that
dust
moisture in, it's so hard to keep the flame going on the dryer lint. So as long as you can keep it dry with a Ziploc bag, works awesome. It really does. But it burns fast and doesn't burn as fast. Doesn't burn as hot as magnesium, as far as a ferrocerium rod or magnesium fire starter in wet conditions. So with the dryer lint, it ignites fast in dry condition. But if you have a wet condition, it doesn't burn hot enough or long enough to get that wet wood going. So that's why we always shave down the wood and we get to that dry material in the wood. And once you get that dry material, thin it down, shave it down really thin, you always get a fire.
Yeah. What was Bug Out talking about? He said fire plugs are also good for making a Santa Claus beard in emergencies.
Well, what he's saying there, and I love Bug Out. Bug Out's freaking awesome. I guess that's Bug Out Bushido, by the way, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't even.
All right. So Bug Out Bushido, I already know he knows what's going on when you break it up and it fluffs out. So it's like stick it up there and it's awesome.
I like how you came in here on fire.
Man, he's always on fire. He sounds like
Oh yeah. I told the
politician.
wife. I told the wife, I said, I got to get this live stream. I'm going to light this shit up just because, yeah. I got my hair cut, by the way.
Well,
Yeah.
You look
well,
dashing.
actually, yeah.
I cut it myself, by the way. Sorry.
Still,
Oh,
yeah, it
you
looks
did?
like it. Yeah,
Where's the
it looks
video?
like
Picture
is
it didn't
springtime.
happen.
I need to trim
I've been
myself.
cutting my own hair for like 20 years, so don't laugh.
Forrest Gump.
No,
He looks like
honestly,
Forrest
I'd love to
Gump.
see a demo.
That's my boat.
He look no, hold on. You look like Forrest Gump, and your brother sounds like Forrest Gump. So you guys make a good pair.
Damn straight.
That is so disrespectful.
Now I saw your brother.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you this much, brother. If it comes down to a firefight, I'd rather have my brother beside my side because
Hey,
I trained him very well on it.
hey,
Yeah,
I like what
he'll
he's
be
got.
right there beside me. He knows the drill.
Man, I like his toys.
Survival,
Yeah,
you know
those
what's always
ones.
worked really well for me since I
Mm.
was a kid for starting fires that I find everywhere around here? Cattail.
What's that?
Cattail.
Cattail, yes, sir.
Never
Yes,
let
sir.
me
The
down.
cattail.
Michigan is so full of it; it's everywhere I go.
Yes, sir. I completely agree with you, Camo Carl. Absolutely. Like down here in Florida, it's so dry during the summertime. Cattail, when you break down the cattail, you get that fluff out of the main stalk of the cattail, the head of the cattail. It works as an insulator for fighting off cold weather and stuff like that. Cattail has a lot of good applications as far as eating. You got to get down to
Supermarket
a
of the
young.
swamp. They call it the
Yep.
supermarket of the swamp.
Yes, sir.
Because every
Absolutely.
part of it. The
You
rhizome,
throw
the
you throw a
root.
spark on that cattail when you fluff it out, it lights up quick. It really does.
Yeah, and even in wet conditions or the wintertime, you go find those heads and they're still usable, no matter what
Yep.
the conditions are.
Because that insulation, if you actually look at the fiber, they're so thin they won't draw in the moisture. All right, as long as the cattail is not bloom. All right, so as long as it's still a cylindrical brown look, yeah, it's dry fibers.
Interesting. And they're everywhere. They're standing water, right? We even have them up here.
Well,
For the most
Michigan's
part,
so
yeah.
full of pine trees and cattails that I've always got a little pitch and then some cattail heads, and you can keep that in your pocket and you're good to go no matter what's going on.
Yep.
And you can use them for your women too.
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
No, I'm serious. I was double checking to see if I was right, but yes, if you have heavy menstrual bleeding, like
But I
cattails,
will throw
legit.
this in. This
The
is a
Native
clause.
I
I
remember the
do
Native
have a
American
U.S.
stuff.
issue magnesium fire starter in my
that's the
kit.
That
native
old
there,
lady
Ghetto,
just talks
because
right over
the
people.
cattail, when you actually fiber it out, it doesn't draw in moisture. When you actually fiber it out, it doesn't work as
Yeah,
a
when you,
menstrual
yeah.
pad because it doesn't pull in moisture. That's why cattail is such a good fire starter, because it actually repels moisture out to the pollinators on the outside, the brown look of it. When you break it open, it's real white on the inside, it's real thin fibers. It doesn't draw in much moisture.
It was
That's
used by
a
the
myth there.
natives for insulation, bedding. They'd put it in their moccasins. It's called the supermarket of the swamp because every
Yep.
part of the plant is usable. You get a 8-10 inch rhizome or otherwise a tuber that goes into the ground, tastes a bit like cucumber, super high in vitamin C and nutrition. You can use the stalk up to where the leaves start. Another segment, it could be used like a big wild onion or celery. It gets a little tougher. You might want to cook it. Then you can use the leaves to weave. You can take the heads in the spring of the cattail heads and shake them in a bag and get this flour out of them. And you can make little
Pollen.
cakes out of the flour of the heads of them. It's very nutritious and good for you. You can, again, you can use every piece of that plant. And the
Wow.
Indians did.
I didn't
So
know
the
they were
cattail
using
pollen you can actually use as a flour base, as a flour substitute. You
Yep.
bag it up, shake it out. The pollen that comes off of it is a flour substitute. So yeah, absolutely. The shoots, when they're young, you can eat those. And always boil it because it makes it more tender and more palatable when you're eating it. The cattail is freaking awesome. It really is.
And as a warning to anybody listening, you don't get them from the ditches. You don't get them from drainage ditches or near road. You get them out and away from all that.
No, man, I was gonna get it from a retaining pond where the oil and antifreeze poured off from the accident. That makes sense. Hey, man, I'm gonna go
You know
fish
as
out there.
well as I
Retaining
do,
ponds are all
survival.
over Florida, man. They got some fish. I'm pretty sure I saw something splash out there. It may have been the bumper from Florida, man.
You know as well as I do, survival. Some people need to be told.
You're absolutely correct, and they'll argue with you till they're blue in the face. I mean, you just gotta leave it at that.
Hey, once I tell them the warnings, then it's out of my hands. I did my part.
I agree. Virginia, what were you
What
laughing
I'm
at
saying
there,
is,
my
to be
dear?
clear, you can't use the cattail for feminine management.
No.
Google says so. Just saying.
Google is telling
Yeah,
Ghetto
that's
something.
Google.
I call
No,
that
actually,
Dr. McJougle.
So I've done a lot of survival
the-
training and
No,
first
that was
aid
the-
medical and field training as far as sutures and stuff like that for trained
Look.
medical actual you're
I'm
bleeding
trying
it
to
to
find it.
death. I'm gonna fix you up. Besides infection, because it's a wild plant and to shove up in there, they don't absorb actual moisture. So it doesn't absorb moisture like it's nice and soft when you fluff
I
it
didn't
up.
learn it from Google.
But
My mom's actually the one that taught me it or told me about it when we were at a powwow, and it always stuck to me because you learn something that young. It's like, what the fuck did you tell me for, anyways?
well,
So if you
I got
fluff it
Cherokee
up,
in my
you
blood, and
use it
we always talk about corn husk.
Right.
Don't do that either. Don't do corn husk.
No, I would.
They
never.
always talk about it in the
What were
history
you-
books. Don't do it.
What were you
Hey,
saying,
Redneck
Virginia?
Prepper had
Can
another
you
good
use
point
it like
that I
a
missed.
loofah?
They also do make good
Ooh, a
tiki
loofah.
torches. This redneck prepper is saying.
Redneck Prepper is awesome, by the way. If you said that and Redneck Prepper said that, that's even better. But I know exactly what you're saying, Camo.
You
I
said
do. I
redneck
do
pecker.
know.
Sorry about that, man.
I called him a redneck pecker.
Hey, what'd you call me? Hell yeah! Shit.
Did you know you can't even type? He's the only one that gets away with it. You can't even type the word redneck. Thanks to Ghetto, I've told so many people that we're being censored and we don't even know it.
Yeah, you can't type the word redneck at all. Not on this
Only
platform.
you'll see it. If you
Not
type
on
it, you're the
YouTube,
only
no.
one that's going to see it.
No.
Mhm.
That's why he
Sorry,
thinks
Mr.
everybody's
Tom.
ignoring him.
We said some bad words here. We can't talk about our heritage at all.
What do you mean you can't talk about your heritage?
We
Redneck.
can't talk about rednecks. We get nailed.
Okay.
So Tom, a couple weeks ago, I typed in redneck, and I was telling somebody, but I kept not seeing it up on my TV, because when I type it on my phone, I can see my chat up on the TV, and it just wouldn't go. And then I narrowed it down. I narrowed my sentence down, and then just typed in redneck, and that was what was missing, or that's what was causing the sentence to not go on the chat. So you're not allowed to type in redneck in the YouTube chat.
That's
Now,
the
my-
craziest
It's
thing
called
I've
a
ever heard.
derogatory
Right.
slang on YouTube. So
And-
Redneck Prepper, I know you got your own channel. You
I-
might want to think about changing your channel name because
I
YouTube
tested it. Look,
keep you from doing it.
It's about
Survival,
time
I
we got
tested
some
it.
rights. I've always been very offended by that term.
I put in WIGGER. I put in the N word. I put in a few other words, and they all passed. I sure
You
did
put the
because
no word in?
Yep, I did. Just this because I was just doing all the extra words. Like, wait a minute, well, why is this one censored but not these ones? You know what I mean? It just didn't make sense.
I honestly grew up thinking that was a farmer that worked out in the sun all the time. You ever notice how they always get sunburned on the necks and
The
stuff?
back
That's
of
what
the
I
neck.
always thought that meant. I didn't think it was derogatory. Same with
Well-
the hillbilly. When I grew up, the dictionary that we had said that a hillbilly was a Michigan farmer, and that's what it said. Now they're painting it as a derogatory term. I don't see it that way. I mean, at least I did before.
Hillbilly,
No,
they
we
called
don't
the
see it that way in the South at all. Redneck term was actually for the old coal miners and stuff working in West Virginia because they always wore a bandana around their neck. When they didn't have a bandana, their necks got burnt.
That's what I was
And
trying
that's
to
where the
remember.
redneck term come from. Hillbillies was a northern North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia type of slang. If you were more in depth with family compared to society, you were a hillbilly. Yeah, I'm a redneck. So
I'd be proud to carry either one of those titles.
I've never had a problem with it.
I do.
I'll flat out tell
Just
them I
saying.
got
of
one
course
leg
you would, because
forward
we don't
and
listen
the
to
other
Tupac.
Well, let me just change the whole subject for a second, because you made me think about something with the censorship thing. But I guess all you folks found me. Did you get notified that I was on?
Nope.
Yeah, I did.
Ghetto contacted me, man.
I got
Whenever
no
you're not
notice. I just
subscribed.
refresh my feed all the time, Tom. That's how I found you.
I have not received a notification in the last 3 days of anybody coming on.
And I don't get it on my computer, and I don't get it on my phone either. So
how do you get
Listen,
notified,
Tom?
Tom?
Well,
Mr.
usually
Tom?
yeah.
Do me a favor, contact me by email. My email is survivallivingguide@gmail.com. It's on my about page on my channel. I will walk you through steps and steps on YouTube. I will be happy to help you out with the algorithm, how to do key phrases, everything. I'll be happy to help you out with that, because we all run into that butt head on the bulkhead. We always do. Just contact me by email, and I'll walk you through the steps. I will show you what I do, and it will change your channel massively. It really will.
Change my channel. What?
Well,
How come I'm not?
when I say change your channel, it will get you into the algorithm and get you more exposure, which means more views and more community base. Because
Okay.
what we do, we fight an algorithm all the time. Al got going blah 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 blah. Damn it, whiskey. Al got no rhythm. All right.
Got you.
you're not as thick as they stoned you are.
So
No, I am.
it's survival living guide at what?
Gmail.
Gmail.
Right, Bug Out?
No, but
I said
what I
F it
was,
and just grabbed his number.
huh?
I was talking to Bug Out. He said
Oh.
Survival Living has never returned one of my emails. So good luck with that, Tom.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, we'll try it once anyway. But no, what I was
That's
talking
Bug Out
about, I'm
Bushido.
not seeing notifications for other people's channels that I'm subscribed to.
How are you getting them, Tom? From your computer or your phone or what?
No, my computer.
I have returned an email to Bug Out. He asked me to do something that was going on with his he had an airsoft thing going on, or a paintball thing going on, and what he was doing, I was backed up because I was doing an outdoor survival thing with my business, and I actually did send an email saying I cannot make this because of the deadline I'm doing right now. So I did,
Okay.
Bug Out. I did send an email on that one, man. I
And
do
also,
apologize
for
because
everybody
I don't
here on
answer
panel.
every single email, because usually, guys, I do apologize. Usually I'm filming, like today I did 3 films today. I released 2, and I got one releasing tomorrow, and I got to do another thing tomorrow. So I'm filming about every day, and plus I go out to the woods 2 weeks out of the month, and I'm out there doing my outdoor survival stuff. So I do apologize for that.
So
Just
what?
keep hammering, and I will make sure I
always
get
check
to you.
your spam folder. Always check your email provider spam folder, because they
So-
will take the liberty of putting emails in your spam that you'll never get.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
So I don't
survival.
mean any disrespect at anybody at all. And Bug Out Bushido, I love Bug Out Bushido, so I do apologize if it didn't.
He's probably messing
Everything?
around, but I just want you to let everybody know, what keywords on Pornhub do you use so they can find your videos?
Oh,
Doing all
it's
this
tranny
video
slap
on.
ass. That's what I'm looking for right there. Yeah, every damn time.
This unrequited love is savory. It really is. I'm relishing this.
Wait, Virginia's relishing this. Now,
Yeah.
come on, girl. Come on.
Hey, Tom,
Really?
Tom, here's one that I'll show people that blows their mind all the time. If you go on your Facebook on a computer instead of your phone, and you go to messages, you click on the little 3 dots, and it'll show you where it says message requests. and it'll take you to a whole slew. If you've been on there a while, you'll see dozens of messages that Facebook has filtered out, taken the liberty to filter out of your life for you that you may not be aware of. Once you go through the message requests, scroll all the way down to where you see it says spam, and then do it again, because they will filter things in two ways to keep you from getting messages. So if somebody just messaged you out of the blue on Facebook, chances are it got filtered and you never got it. You have to go looking for it.
Oh, that's the meta of a course. I only use Facebook just to promote the channel, and I keep in touch with family members that are abroad because I get to upload videos really quick. And I keep up with the guys at Pathfinder course, and that's all I use Facebook for. That's it.
That's it. That's a great message tool, and I've got a business page on there. But you know, if you speak your mind at all, most of my friends are in jail most of the time.
Oh yeah, my brother's been nailed by Facebook jail like, I don't know, 18, 19 times.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I think some of them deserve merit badges.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I thought these notifications came from YouTube. I don't know.
Well, most of the notifications come from YouTube. He was just talking about Facebook with dealing with Facebook stuff.
Messaging.
But with YouTube, you have to watch how you phrase the live stream or a stream or a video. You got to make sure you put at least a paragraph, 2-3 paragraphs in the description of a video, and then the keyword phrases. So you know what? Hit me up on the email. We'll hook up telephone numbers, and I can walk you through what I do. It's very simple, really is. Once you actually do it a couple of times, you're like, oh shit, this is easy.
Right.
Yeah, and he's absolutely right, Tom. I did the same thing for 25 years on eBay. All right. It was all about keywords and title, because it puts you in the algorithm at the top of the list, and you'll be more visual. You know, he's absolutely correct.
Hey, I'll be
and then you get into the technical stuff where you have to look up what people are looking for. People get, oh, you're fear porn. Actually, I'm just looking to see what people are searching for. And then I'll make a video on it, and then I'll speak my mind on the subject. That's what I do. You know, I mean, you see my titles, my thumbnails, but it's like the raccoon. Ooh, shiny. And they'll click it because that's actually what they're looking for. And then I'll speak my mind on the situation.
Gotcha.
So, you know, it's just the way it is.
I never get notices. I never get notices for your live videos. I only catch them when they're posted. You know, they never show me. And I've got the bells on. I watch too, Survival. I was just mentioning this a couple of weeks ago that I'm not seeing your stuff. They're not showing me your stuff.
I don't watch with bells on. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
actually
though, I'm in YouTube jail. Actually, I've got like almost 900 videos. I cover everything from the basics to extreme on survival, outdoor survival, prep, and everything. But I screwed up back January 6th last year, and I covered what was happening at a particular place. I can't say the word because Mr. Tom will get nailed. So I covered that, and I saw my channel go boom on analytics. And we all, as YouTubers, we can see our analytics, and I got hammered. So that's why they took a lot of bell icons. I got 36,000 subscribers. But if you actually look at my analytics, I got 1,000 with a bell icon. I used to have 20,000. YouTube nailed it, took it off. They didn't want to hear what I said. It's just the way that platform is. So you got to play their game, but you got to be tactful on when you say things. That's what you have.
I try.
It's a liberal platform. It really is. Google owns it. You have to be smart when you want to get your message across, or you get hemmed up.
Same with Facebook. Both platforms are the battleground. You got to realize you're on enemy territory.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure.
Yep. As far as the people that screams Rumble and BitChute, yeah, I'm all for it. But the fact is, most people on YouTube don't go there.
That's true. I mean, I'm on Rumble. I'm on Parler. I'm on
both.
I'm on
Yeah,
MeWe.
I'm on all the other platforms.
these
I got
are
like
the two-
13 subscribers. They don't go
Right.
there. They go to
Right,
YouTube. It's
exactly.
easier. They'll scream and holler, you need to do this. So I do that. Guess what happens? I got 13 subscribers. They just don't, they type it out. Yeah, I'm this, I'm that, but they don't follow through. So, you know what? I play on YouTube. I put my message out there. I try to do coded words or stuff like that. It's a game. So, Mr. Tom, just hit me up. I'll be happy to walk you through what I know. I'm no expert, man. I'm no expert, but I am managed.
And he can use this video for evidence that you offered if you don't remember, right?
Poor Tom just wanted to get notifications. Y'all had to talk about it for an hour.
When he gets 300,000 subscribers, I'll pop up again like most of the guys that took off after me and go, oh, I don't know the guy. That redneck? Yeah, right.
I just thought it was weird because a week ago I was getting notifications popping up all the time. And like I said, for the last 3 days, absolutely nothing.
It's ridiculous, Tom. I'm subscribed to over 250 channels, and they want to show me a bunch of crap on my feed I'm not even sub to.
Yeah.
Are you guys getting the TikTok videos of what would you do to me for 24 hours? Because I'm getting a shitload of that, and I've never clicked on it.
Dude, you don't have to click on it. It's tracking cookies
right
from
there.
other sites, you pervert.
I'm like, what the hell?
It's tracking you other places, dude. That's why YouTube's like, oh, so you like
You
this
can go
type
down
of
to
stuff.
that little
So you like the 24 hours. What would you do if you tie me up? Well, let me tell you something.
You can go down
I
and
would
do
strangle
those
you.
drop-down windows where it says, do not show me this channel, and they'll show you 3 more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that does kind of seem to provoke them to send more shit of
Well,
the same.
you guys would be amazed at what's on YouTube. Just saying.
I know it's on YouTube.
Oh, he does.
You mentioned
I do.
You
Yes,
think
Virginia,
he does, Virginia?
I do.
Do you think he does? What's the worst thing you think you can see on YouTube?
Every breath you take.
Hey, I love Sting. Are you kidding me? Sting is freaking awesome. You take that back,
You
Virginia.
must think I'm a rookie, Ghetto.
When I
I've
was
been here
16
since
years
this
old, I love that
platform
song. I
started.
wasn't even dating yet, and I love that song. I had my
Ghetto.
breakup song and my stalker song platinum. I knew what I was going to do. Damn.
I had internet in
Yeah. She's not going to
1991.
return my phone calls.
I've been here since YouTube started, dude. I've seen all
No, I
kinds
have-
of crazy.
And you're old.
No, I have too. I was just
Sorry, Cameron. I just had to drop that on you.
No, I can't. I mean, I'm just glad Tom's here, so I'm not the old guy at the party.
Hey, thanks, Brian and Stuart. You know, the information helps. I don't know what's going on. It'll work itself out, most probably.
It's another kind of war there, Tom, pretty much. Everything's an information war. They're going to try to make sure we're not paying attention at the end of the
I think
day.
everybody here on this panel has been paying pretty good attention in chat, too. I think everybody here is wide awake.
This is going to be a reset, guys. This is what this war is going to be. It's going to be a reset. It's going to go over borders. They have to make sure they get that money back. They spent way too much money worldwide. They're going to sit there and play their games. As far as Ukraine and Russia, that's just a spark going in. NATO's going to roll in, and then it's going to go bigger.
You think NATO will roll in?
Yep. Yeah,
That's
NATO.
where this conversation
Watch for.
started, so I'm glad you
Watch
got back
for.
to it.
Watch for children's death, hospitals, stuff like that. And then we have to do the humanitarian aid. We got to get in there.
Yep.
NATO's going to roll in, and it's going to pull in the U.S., and that's what's going to spark it.
Humanitarian aid. Classic. Hey, Zach, what's
Yeah.
up?
Anybody remember Vietnam?
Hey, Zach, welcome, man.
Zach
man,
Attack.
I remember that. Not well. But
Yeah, I remember.
I remember it.
Fuck?
Only 4
Well, it's because just like Iraq, we're going to have to go in and make sure we protect all the children. We got to make sure, look at everything that's happened to civilians. We got to go in there. We have to do this. And then we're right there in it. But the fact is, we're going against a superpower. and not just one. Guaranteed, China's going to roll in, and India is going to jump in, and we're going to see
India's
some
going to sit back
sand.
and
We're going to
watch.
see some sandbox pop off, guys.
India's
This is
going to
going to
sit
go
back and
global.
watch for a little bit. They're the ones to fear. I wouldn't say fear, but they're the ones that are holding, I think, most of the cards. India is. He who
It's
controls the
all
drugs,
possible,
dude.
but I hope not. I have faith.
They
Something
control.
else is going on.
They control the raw material for what is it? Something like 70 or 80% of the pharmaceuticals in the world. They hold.
That's
They
China.
control. No.
China runs the pharmaceuticals and antibiotics.
China manufactures them. India has the raw materials that go into the pills for them. India is the one that, dude, check. Yeah, look it up. I'll send you some stuff on it. But yeah, dude, that's why I'm thinking. That's why I think India is the one just kicking back. Like, yeah, motherfucker, yeah, go after each other.
Well, look who's in bed with political wise: Russia, India, China.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for Orwell to come true,
We
man,
called World War III
1984.
as far as who the superpowers would be 20, 30 years ago. Actually, since the Cold War. Who's giving the next superpowers? Russia, China, India, America.
Well, I think Putin sees something that we're not paying attention to. As awake we think we are, I think Putin legit does see something. I'm not painting him as a good guy, but I'm also not painting him as a bad guy, because it seems like you're not going to be stupid.
He's an opportunist, is what he is. He's an opportunist. He sees exactly how our administration is. He sees exactly how our society is. Look at the division in America alone. Look at most of the chat that you see.
Yeah, but it's bigger than that, though.
It's
man.
about time America got their Cummings. What the hell? Come on now.
He's
it's about
not
time
lying.
America got their Cummings. You know
He's
what?
not
Kiss
lying.
my ass.
He's not lying, dude. Karma is real.
I would disagree with you, brother, on that, man. In all respect, I am straight up America all the way. I do not like my government, but I love my country.
I'm not saying I'm not, man,
no.
but our government, we let our government rape and pillage almost every single country on this planet while we sit on our fat asses and let them. That is what our government has done.
And as far as fat asses, man, I don't agree with you on that.
You know what I'm talking about, brother. Fat asses meaning
I see where you're coming from, but I don't agree with you on that. I don't agree with you on that at all.
And
all respect, man. I see where you're coming from there, but I don't agree with that at all.
If it wasn't for the United States,
but
I don't deny that, man. I don't deny that at all, Ghetto. I'm not saying that at all.
I know you're not. I know. I'm not taking the defensive neither, bro. We're good. What's that, Tom?
Well, I was just going to point out, you're still doing that research on the Leningrad story, right?
Leningrad, yeah, but I got detoured on Yemen right now.
Well, if it wasn't for the United States, there would be no Leningrad, because the Germans would have totally starved them out and destroyed them.
I mean, well,
the world forgets what we did for them.
But okay, but we're not.
Say it's time for us to get our comeuppance. We saved Russia's ass, man.
I love and I respect you guys, but I'm also under the understanding that we were the Nazis. We were the force that was murdering everybody. That is, I mean, that's my opinion.
I don't believe that.
Nope.
And with
I don't believe that one damn bit.
I mean, we're good. We'll always have love. Don't worry, guys. I'm just saying that it seems a little bit. It seems a little bit more clearer. I mean, even just I don't know, man.
I believe the United States should not be the police force of the world. We should not be. We need to concentrate on our country.
Yes.
I do not agree with our government. I believe we need to be a sovereign country where we stay and only import and export our own stuff. We just only do our own thing. But the fact is, we got too much BS in politics. Is they go into Congress with $50 to the name, just for example, hashtag AOC, and can't learn how to do a garbage disposal, and then they have to bitch and complain, get $200,000 a year to go sit on their ass in white suits. No. And then they come out later, $10 billion richer? Hell no. It's all BS. But I don't believe we need to influence as far as push ourselves on other people. I don't believe that. But when we see, let's take, for example, and I know I'm dating these things back and people will say, well, this is out of context. But when we saw the Holocaust, we needed to roll in on that.
Absolutely.
We needed to roll in that. We saw the danger. We saw the threat. Even though people disagree with me on this, it would never happen. I know people that has a tattoo. I know people. I've met these people. Yeah, there is a reason. There's a beacon out there. Now, granted, though, our government is shaky as shit. Don't get me wrong. And I'm speaking from a military member, former Air Force. And I'm saying, yeah, our military, our government, not our military, our government is full of BS. But I stand behind our military men and women. I stand behind what is true with this country, freedom. Now, granted, the government wants to take that away from us. I understand that. And we should fight on that premise to keep our country the way it should be. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. As far as intervening on certain aspect, the thing with Ukraine, yeah, that's a freaking quicksand right there. We know about Hunter Biden. We know about Biden. We know what they've done there. But the fact is, look at what's going on here. We got Russia rolling in deep. All right. The things we're seeing on mainstream media with my contacts is complete BS. They're rolling in deep. They're hitting this hard. They're going to grab that. They're going to push up on NATO, and they're going to go further. This is going to be the next conflict. They are going to do a major push against NWO. I know the U.S. government is in with the NWO. I know that. I know that. Many other countries are doing the same thing. All we can do as people is make sure our family's protected. When it comes to our front line here,
it's individual.
Have a plan. Yeah, ghetto, yeah, exactly. It's individual. Have a plan to protect your family. Have a plan. We might have to do some street-on-street stuff.
Yep.
Have a plan. All right.
Yep.
I'm not
100%.
saying go take on an Abram tank because it's not going to end well.
Yeah.
Bug out, reassess,
well,
and then come back. But have a plan. Keep your freedoms. And that's all I got to say on that.
I'm going to show you something. Well, anyways, but no, I 100% agree. Just trying to show my big dude this bag. If you've seen this bag, I don't know what kind of gallon, but I say.
All I saw was a Colombian bag, man. That's all I saw. Some treetop.
It's styrofoam.
What do you need that for?
I'm saving it.
For what? Are you a hoarder?
Well, I kind of hoard things like gas and styrofoam, and I put them in bottles, and I.
Oh, so that's called a homemade napalm.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say that.
I had a conversation with my brother the other day. He was telling my dad about, I was ammo troop in the military. All right, I was munition systems specialist, so I deal with conventional weapons, and. Don't ask me the MOS number because my dyslexia is bad. It's 2W031 or 21. I forget. It's been over 20 years. I was 18. So anyway, my dad and brother was talking about some things. My brother was kind of like stocking up some things, and my dad's like, "Why you got that?" Whoa, this is this and this is that. Where'd you learn that from? My brother. Yeah, exactly. Where'd you learn that? From you, Dad. You're jarhead. Wonder. Yeah. So by the way, guys, in case you're wondering, let's see here if I can tactfully say this. So with a armored vehicle, they are not ventilated very well. So for a contraption that
All right.
I have that one.
Yep. I've got all those.
I'm gonna have to grab those. That's a good way to shut up survival.
No, I think mine's called improvised weaponry or something like that.
Dang, I ain't got none of that. Let me find my ghetto hood handbooks.
Well, everybody was reading Dr. Seuss as a kid. My dad read me manuals of the U.S. military on how to clean rifles, how to shut up, ghetto, how to do things, just like what Camo Carl's got. Those are the manuals, bedtime stories I got.
That's great.
The improvised black books are better. I'm just gonna relate what Bug Out said. He's smarter than me. And I definitely agree with him. Because he said, and I know you can't see the chat, Survival, but Bug Out had said, but the Russians killed twice as many Jews in World War II. Putin has no room to shit on Ukraine and call them Nazis. It's a joke.
I agree with that. I completely agree with that.
I just think he sees something we don't. I mean, I believe there's a, there's already NWO and they're controlling the leaders the way they see fit. Technology finally caught up.
Bot. I don't have a wrench. I went to try to kill a bot without a wrench again.
No, I got it already.
Thank you, Virginia. I'm not fast.
That was a start. I got some other ones.
I completely agree with what Bug Out's saying there. Absolutely. Camera Carl, those are great manuals. Like I said, those little thing about who I am. People got to hear Dr. Seuss growing up. Bedtime stories. That's things I got to read. My dad read those to me as a kid. It doesn't mean I'm a damn jarhead or anything like that. I was Air Force. I was Chair Force, flying Perrys. But that's what I grew up on. I grew up on shit like that. That's what made me who I am. I know it's pretty effed up. I know I'm messed up in the head. That's what my wife
first one was my father's blue jacket manual from 1943. He was on the USS Kitkin Bay in the South Pacific. Saw a lot of action. I got a lot of combat photos and everything. But that was my first manual, and I got that in the early 60s given it to me. And ever since then, Vietnam veterans and stuff, these are not surplus store manuals, all right? There's a difference. There's ones that they actually demill, all right? And these are originals from the eras, and it tells you things that the other ones won't tell you. I mean, the ones in the surplus stores are worth owning, but they are it's a declassified copy, all right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Out of all those, it's funny, the ones that are hardest to get a hold of is like the vehicle recovery or something. You'd think it would be improvised munitions or something, but they've made so many copies of that now that it's actually pretty easy to get that. But I grew up on them, same way, survival, same way.
Yep.
And then I got a hold, that was just the field, the FM and TMs, field and technical manuals. I've got, a lot of books on edible and medicinal plants, and I've got a lot of Native American literature on, and old sportsman's guide type stuff from the 40s and older. Because there's old recipes and old ways that have been lost, some of the simplest stuff. It's like,
and that's the thing. That's the thing, Camo. You have the literature, but I know you actually practice it. You actually go out and you make sure you know what is what in the books. And I tell people all the time,
survival. That's why I watch you, because it's like living vicariously through a younger person watching what you do. I spent 14 months living in the woods just to see if I could do it. All right. I walked across the United States with an 80-pound pack on my back. I know of 130 edible and medicinal plants in my area. I've tested them. I have recipes for them. I did all that. And watching you, it's a hoot. I wish I could see the people, the greenies, go in with you. That's what I really wish I could see.
I'm trying to film more with the outdoor survival stuff, but yeah, exactly. You've been there. You that's why I try to tell people it's one thing to have a book, but actually get out there. Like you've already experienced it. There's a big difference for just having a book than actually doing things.
Yeah.
And this isn't about
Absolutely.
on me. So sorry, Tom. I do apologize for that.
For what?
I get to talking so much, man. I do apologize for that. It takes more than just reading a book. You got to get out there and do it. That's the big thing. I mean,
With
so people
anything.
give me shit about working out and stuff like that. I mean, Ghetto's jealous about me having my shirt off the other day. You know, sorry, brother. But anyway, the lady
Okay, I got to
likes it.
That
address
was
chat right quick.
disrespectful.
Just saying.
Let me
But
address
anyway,
chat real quick. All right. They're talking about don't get just improvised munitions. All right. Incendiaries tells you how to make an initiator. The improvised munition tells you how to make the device itself, but then you want booby traps too to know how to apply it. It's more of a 3-book kit. You don't want just one of them. You want all 3 of them.
yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree, man. And the thing is, guys, even though you have the knowledge, when you go do outdoor survival, and it does play in with bugging out or on the run, because guess what? There'll be a time you got to run. When you're exhausted, you're carrying a pack, you're dragging somebody, you're beat, but you got to set up security defenses. You got to be able to push yourself. And it sucks. It does suck. That's why I do outdoor survival stuff. I do the workout stuff. I'm trying to encourage people to push their body, because when you're exhausted and you got to set a toe popper, it can go boom in your damn face if you ain't careful, because you fell onto it. So you got to pay attention to what you're doing. You got to push. You got to practice. And I made sure I said toe popper instead of anything else, because YouTube doesn't like that. You got to push yourself. You got to get the experience at it. And I'm just saying, you've got to work at it. Don't film it. Do not film anything that goes boom.
Man.
Just do it.
It's not
Thinking
like it
about
was
giving-
when I was a kid. It's completely different. You can really pay a price that you can't afford.
Thinking about giving my wife a toe popper now. Just saying.
Well, Ghetto, call me later. I'll tell you what a real toe popper.
Oh, hell
That's
no,
a story, man.
But you know,
You'll
what
see
you
later
said
on
is so
tonight,
true about doing anything. You can read about it all day. You can watch people do it, and you still haven't learned it unless you really do it yourself.
Practice it. That's
And
right.
several
100%
times.
agree.
Yeah.
Here's one for you I like to share, because it's a rather important element in this subject that we're on. And it's something you can practice at home for cheap. It's you can do it super cheap, and it's a super effective tool in the field. You can make electric fuses very easily. You get a pack of matches, you scrape all the sulfur off, you powder it. You put a little drop of water in on a piece of glass, get a nice paste going. Take a flashlight bulb, remove the bulb without damaging the filament to the light bulb. Very carefully remove it so that filament remains. Carefully
And I'm going
drop
to stop
that
you right
filament.
fast, because after the Anarchy's cookbook, we can't go any further because YouTube will demonetize this one.
No way.
I know
Well,
exactly what you're talking about there, brother. I know what you're talking about, but YouTube does not play with this one. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, brother. I get what you're saying, and I completely agree with you, but we got to be very careful on that one.
Good for model rocket building survival.
Rocket building, yes. Rocket building,
it's
exactly.
For rocket building.
For fireworks, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what he's talking about right now, YouTube. Pay attention.
Didn't let me finish.
Fireworks.
That's all.
Yeah, fireworks. Exactly. I know exactly what you're talking about. Fireworks. Absolutely. Camo Carl, I know exactly what you're talking about, brother. Yep.
You can actually buy those.
I'll bet you know why you'd want, maybe as a prisoner, to pee in the same place for weeks. Can you tell me why you'd want to do that?
Well, you get potassium and salt.
You can draw it right out of the ground.
Yep.
If you do it enough.
What's that? The salt and stuff from your piss?
The potassium and salt also is a major chemical for a boom thing that you need for making booms.
Oh, okay.
That's all I can say on that on this platform.
All right.
That's all I can say.
Just in case you didn't have any car batteries handy or something.
Yeah, exactly. We learn a lot in the Air Force, actually. We have a lot of time on our hands. There's a reason why they call us Chair Force. Not because we're pushing buttons, because we've got a lot of time on our hands.
Saltpeter and charcoal makes gunpowder.
You seen that Star Trek episode 2?
I love Star Trek.
Remember
I can
when
see
I
that.
love Star
the
Trek. I'm
big
pretty
lizard
sure
guy?
I saw it.
You remember when he had to fight that big lizard?
hmm
How did he win?
I don't remember, but I remember he fought a big lizard. I'm too damn
He
intoxicated.
mixed sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal together.
Okay.
All I know is growing up, I want to be James T. Kirk. The reason being, you got a lot of women that never called again. Just saying.
Fucking nerd.
Shut up,
Oh,
ghetto.
man.
What
I
about
don't
the
know.
intergalactic STDs? I mean, really? Have you ever thought
I
about
kind of
that?
get the idea of survival. There's some people making lists right now.
Yeah, they're making lists.
So what's
There's
going
a
to happen
guy
to the
who I
moon?
always tell people, I love this guy, this author. He's from New Jersey. His name is Tom Brown, and he's wrote some books, like the Field Guide to Nature Observation
Oh
and
man,
Wilderness
don't be talking
Tracking.
about no books around here, man. We use those for toilet paper and an
Now
outhouse
listen,
and Sears
this
catalog.
guy trains law enforcement, special forces, the highest levels. He's been doing it for years. This guy really deserves some shout outs. Survival, and he was raised by his grandfather, an Indian, full-blooded Indian, in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey, and the whole book series is about stories about his grandfather and his friend. They'd go out into the Pine Barrens, and his grandfather would teach him these things in the field that, he wouldn't even know he was being taught at the time, and they'd
Right.
sneak a lesson in on him here and there. And he's wrote a fantastic series of survival-based books on this. And to be honest, I really think a lot of those sightings of the Jersey Devil is this man himself.
Oh, really? And what is this
Oh,
guy's
yeah.
name again?
Tom Brown is his name. My favorite book is the one on the nature observation and wilderness tracking. All right, because I've taken a more. I mean, I love what survival does. I've taken a more of a Native American approach to what he does. Not yes and no. I mean, I tried to research the ancient stuff. Stuff that people don't even think about today. Like you see somebody go to bed down at night on the ground. Back in the day, the first thing they would do is use their knife to soften the ground where your shoulder and hips go. So you would have a little soft spot to sleep on. People don't even think about that stuff anymore. It's forgotten, but it used to be such common knowledge that everyone knew that. It's stuff like that gets me. Like the 28 rules of ranging. Have you ever read that, Survival? I know Air Force isn't showing that, but there's 28 rules that they wrote in the 1700s that still apply today. I mean, you got to change a couple words around, like a musket to a bullet, but it's simple things like, don't travel in a line of men because one musket ball can travel through more than one person, and it's just simple little things like this that still apply in the field today. I'd recommend anybody here who's never heard of it to look up. There's a wiki page for it, and there was a film that used it, so there's a condensed version of it. But I'd suggest looking up the original 28 rules of ranging.
Well, see, I can't get on board with that because
Right.
most of the YouTubers, they want to talk about the art of war, about Xi
There you go.
Jinping, and they're completely blowing shit out their ass. Actually, the Chemicar, I will get on board with what you're saying because most of the shit on YouTube is complete BS, and I will get on board with you on that. Also with the Native American thing about tearing up the ground with their knife to make sure the shoulder and their hip actually sinks into a soft lay. It just depends on the climate of the area and stuff like that, how much moisture and stuff is in the ground. Absolutely. You have to look at the ground. You have to look at the environment to see if it's going to get cold that night, if you know the area and stuff like that. So, yeah, Native Americans were in tune to nature themselves because they lived it. A lot of people give a lot of shit to Native Americans, but they lived nothing but outdoors. They knew their terrain. They knew their seasons and stuff. And that's why with outdoor
It's
survival
like
stuff,
tying up a guy line. If you tie a guy line up wrong, drains all the water that collects on the tent and runs down the guy line and soaks the ground right next to your shelter. If you were to tie that guy line in the correct fashion, it would draw the water away from your shelter to wherever it's tied to. And it's all about the knot and the way that you do that. And those are things that are lost on people today. You know it more than anybody, survival. You know this stuff. You know, people are out of their element when as soon as they step away from their comfort zone. You know, unless they've lived that situation, and the number one killer that nobody thinks about is panic. In a real survival situation, it's the panic that kills people. You know, the people that worry too much or
The tunnel
move
vision.
too fast. Yes, and yeah,
Well, that's what I talk about. Muscle memory. All right. So when you first start training in your backyard, you're learning your skills. Then go out to the woods. It might just be a state park or something. Learn those skills. Then push yourself past that, because, like you say, Camo, when you're out there and you know these skills, it's like second nature. Boom, I know what to do. I know what to do. As soon as something comes up, I know what to do. But when lack of food, lack of water, dehydration from the sun beating down on you, exhaustion from no sleep because you had pigs or whatever running through your camp, that's where that muscle memory, that's where the knowledge, because you've been training on it. It goes back to the training. And I don't want to sound like paramilitary or anything like that. It's just you're conditioning your body. You're used to it. You automatically know this is what I got to do. When I go to a campsite, the first thing I look at the environment, it would either be water first or shelter. If it's piss and rain, shelter. All right, I'm getting shelter up first, get myself out of the rain, because I already know this is what's going to happen. 3 hours in rain, hypothermia.
Yep.
So next, water. Fire. Fire is nice to have. It is a great commodity. But if you got rain coming down, you can collect that water to drink. Got to get dry. Fire is nice, but if you got sleeping equipment, even better. All right. So it just depends on whatever scenario you're in, is what you react to. And it's all about training and conditioning your body. Absolutely.
I got a great example of that I use. And it's a true story. I mean, my mom was still alive, and she started watching this show called Survivor, all right?
Yeah.
Where these people would go off onto an island or something. I think it was the first season. And she's like, Carl, look at this. What do you see? And she called me into the room, and I looked, and I'm like, oh, that's not good, you know? And we both knew right away that the whole clan of this survivor, they had built their camp in the spot that I knew was bad news. And they left to go do one of their challenge, and it rained. And that ravine destroyed their camp and took everything they had worked for. They had food and water. It was all gone. All of it was gone in an instant because they built their camp in such a poor location without even thinking about it.
Yeah. Yeah. I did I don't know, maybe it was last summer. I did a video, I think it was a 7-day trip, and I was at a lake, but I'm looking at the land and I saw the low spot. It looked good too. And I already know, got to go high ground. And sure enough, we had a massive thunderstorm for like 2 days, and it's like a foot of water where I would have put up my camp. But at the beginning of the video, I said, that's low ground, got to go high. And I made sure I filmed. I'm walking through this shit. It's just submerged. Yeah, you have to read your land. It doesn't take much to do it. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. A lot of people when they think about the outdoors, either they get scared or they think they know it all. Go out there and actually do it, and then you'll actually learn really quick. It might just be a state park, whatever. Start learning there, and then move further.
I used to like to go to abandoned places, and I knew a lot of them here in Michigan. You know, old mental hospitals from the 1800s, abandoned campgrounds, you know, giant old buildings, old schools and stuff. And I always would take, you know, a carload of people with me. And I learned really quick by doing this that most people have no concept of what they're doing in a situation like that. Once the light is gone and they can't see anymore, they panic. They get scared. They back out of it. The darkness alone will drive people off. The unknown is another one that gets to people. People like survival and me, I'm older than you, bro, so I can still say this. I've spent more nights alone in the dark out in the middle of nowhere by myself than anybody I know. All right. I've spent hundreds and hundreds of nights because I enjoy it. I feel more secure in that environment than I do anywhere else on this planet. It's something different in me. All right. And I know that other people don't have it because I've taken them into those situations, and I almost always see the fear or the panic. Very few people are at ease with that type of thing, especially, I used to be a little guilty about messing with people, So,
No.
yeah, and I actually had to quit doing that because I almost gave a guy and his girlfriend I almost gave her a heart attack. All right. And I've quit doing that. But, yeah, you learn about human behavior real quick when you're in a situation like that with them. You'll see right away that there's a weakness in your link. There's you got if you got to take care of somebody too much, they become a burden. Just be careful who you have in your foxhole. That's all.
Yep. Well, I've seen earlier February I did a private group. So I went out, took a couple of people out. I won't go into too much information on who they are, but as soon as it got dark, I don't allow camp lights on the camp during my survival courses. All right, we have a fire, but at a certain time, fire's out. It's part of the training. You know how it is in the woods. Sound echoes.
Yeah.
A leaf falls, it echoes. If a tree branch falls, it echoes. And I always heard, "What is that? What is that? What is that? What is that?" All night long. And I'm in my tarp. I'm like, I just like,
it gets annoying.
It's a branch. What is that? What is that? Is that a bear? I'm like, no, you'll know if a bear comes in camp. Okay, they're not quiet.
Yeah, and God forbid if the coyotes start howling off in the distance, because I know what you mean.
When coyotes start kicking off, man, and you can hear if you've been out in the woods, you can hear it. And I have to assess the situation. I have to come out of my tarp, get out of my sleeping bag, which is nice and warm in February down here. And I roll out. I said, "Listen, guys. All right, so we know the ridge line is about 300 yards that way. Yes, listen to the echo. Okay, it sounds that way because it's bouncing off that ridge and popping off there. Yeah, so they're right there. So no, they're back that way, over 300 yards. You're good."
Good night, redneck.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were talking to me.
No.
Yeah, get the hell out of here.
That's
Good night,
hilarious. Good night, redneck.
I can listen to a damn dog and tell you where he's at.
Good night, redneck prepper.
Y'all, that shit ain't right.
Yeah, that shit ain't right. Thank you, Virginia.
You know
All
what
right,
I'm
were you
saying?
dissing me or you're? Never mind.
Thank you, Silver Girl. That means a lot. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I agree, Silver.
I can't see the chat. So what are you agreeing to right now? I want to know. I feel left out.
I'm sorry.
I know survival's got to be the one that can answer this because I've actually asked it a couple times.
You guys, Tom was trying to say something, fellas. Not to be rude, but
shut up, Kenna.
Y'all talk
Survival
right
said
over him.
something that I didn't hear, so I was just asking Survival to repeat himself.
I don't remember what the hell I said.
Yeah, he can't remember 5
I
seconds
just
ago.
got a little quiz that nobody can
Shiny.
see. Why does the military use red light in their vehicles?
All right, so red light in their vehicle is because if you actually have somebody watching at what they're doing, red light does not pick up in distance, okay, compared to a white light. So white light you can see for miles away compared to red light. About 300 meters away, you cannot see what's going on in that vehicle as far as what they're doing or anybody else in the personnel. The red light is so hard to see from a distance. That's why they use red light compared to white light.
But that is still the second reason. What's the first reason you would use that?
That's my reason. What's your reason?
Because when you go from a red light to a dark,
night vision. Night vision.
Your eyes don't have to readjust or dilate.
Night vision. Sorry, my bad. I did have the answer, but I had to think about it for a second.
Well, and you got a couple in you. You said so already, so it happened.
Yeah. So night vision and also for distance shots. All right, you don't want anybody popping up rounds at a long distance shot on you. The green light that they show on movies, throw that shit out.
What's that?
the green light they show on movies where they're walking around with the green lights on their things. You show them the green light and everything. If you're hog hunting, different story. I don't use that I've never seen anybody actually use that in the military.
And whatever you do, don't turn a black light on in a hotel room.
No, make sure you turn on a black light when you go into a hotel room. You don't want to lay down on that sheet.
Yeah, that's true.
Better yet, just don't go in a hotel room.
Take your own bedding if you
Sometimes
must.
you can't avoid that. What is the supposed advantage of using a
every-
green light?
What's that now, Tom?
It's for signaling. You would change your lens out to let somebody know what team you're on, kind of base that, because it does nothing else.
All right.
The same with the
Yeah,
blue.
You're not using that for a tactical advantage unless you're trying to signal stuff. I'm using red light, white light if you're actually just trying to move through the woods and stuff like that. If you're doing map reading in a tent, maybe a green light, but it's usually for if you're trying to signal, just say, hey, we're here, quit firing. Red light is for distancing or night vision, because actually green light's pretty bright. As a hunter aspect, green light picks up blood trails very easy. It looks black on the ground.
Well,
so
what
that's
you were
why
saying is
green
what
lights
put me on that subject. Because once you stay away, I mean, if you're sitting there looking at the campfire, watching the campfire, and you look out into the darkness, you can't see jack squat. All right, step away from that campfire and let your eyes adjust to the darkness. You really don't need a light. And I've seen it pitch dark, no moon, no stars, where it's really hard to navigate. Other than that, it's almost always easy to navigate in the woods at night. You got to watch your eyes, make sure you don't get no twigs in the eyes. That ain't no fun at all. But you can navigate in the darkness. You don't need a flashlight. You just got to let your eyes adjust.
Yeah, you're not gonna move as fast as you usually do, but yeah, you can adjust your eyes. Average just depends on how well your night vision is, especially if you eat a lot of carrots, which is even better. The vitamins in carrots helps your night vision. I know that sounds hippy dippy, but
I ate a lot of wild carrots. You know, there's a wild
carrots help your
grows.
night vision, but as long as you pull yourself away from all light sources, it only takes a few hours. You can see very well. You can't see 50 yards in thick brush. You can't see that, but within five feet, you can see it, and you just move slowly, and you can navigate. You can.
Do you know what splatter vision is?
Splatter vision? No, I haven't heard of
Shit.
Don't get us started here. I mean, come
All over her
on.
face. Like,
This is something real.
Well, we call that the money shot back in the early 90s, but okay.
All right. If you don't believe me, you can Google this. All right.
That's what you pick up with the black light.
Yeah,
right?
you can Google this or go to
Listen to me.
Pornhub. So there you go.
No, you guys are just. I knew that was coming. Anyways. All right.
Yeah,
You
that's what
understand
she said.
peripheral vision. You understand peripheral vision, correct?
Yeah.
Peripheral, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Now, there is a practice that it's called splatter vision. It's the ability to be able to see your entire peripheral range, focusing on an object, but noticing any movement within that perimeter or in your peripheral view. This is a way to train your eyes. This is how you can detect camouflage. You can detect movement is usually a giveaway, but it's a way that you can navigate seeing, almost 180-degree range and keep aware of it's a way that you can spot game. It's something the Indians practiced. It's real. So there's a lot of things about walking in the woods that people don't know about, how to step and how to make a little less noise on the ground, and how patience pays off with that. All right. And the best way to say this is everything that the Indians knew, they got it from the wildlife. All right. They, for instance, like a squirrel's nest, they realized that insulation barrier in their body heat kept them warm. So they would utilize that. They'd watch how a deer would walk into an area that he was uneasy in, and step a few steps and stand and wait and watch. Or they would see how when you walk up on a rabbit on a trail, how it'll always circle back around behind you. As you keep walking, they come in a circle from behind you. That's what they do. It's a natural instinct for them. I mean, there are exceptions that it happens. Something else might, keep them from doing that complete circle or set them off another direction. But if you were to walk down a trail and there's a rabbit in the middle of the trail, you see that rabbit run off from you, you keep walking, turn around, because that rabbit's going to come back out on that trail again behind you. That's
somewhere else. Yeah.
all these different
The thing
things.
about rabbits, they are creatures of routine. They never go far, and they always go back. They know where their warren is. They know where their food source and water is. They don't go far. They never do.
Yep. But it's just, you know, you can learn from these books that, and then practice it yourself, you know, like a certain way of walking. You can roll your foot as you take a step and silence half of the noise in just that method.
You always make sure your sound echoes behind you and never in front of you when you track it. Always do that. Never have your echo go forward when you walk.
Never go into the ravine at the base, and never outline yourself on a ridge. There, you know, you got to find maybe a zigzag pattern or something, and you know, and you're going one way, never come back the same way. You know, there's all these things that you can learn that the Indians did, that it was their way of survival, and it could still be used today.
Well, look at most of your trackers. They picked up on that exact same thing. They picked up on Native American ways because they were on foot the entire time. And same thing with all your tracking. You always, you know, when you walk it, when you find a game trail, you don't walk the game trail. You always stand off the game trail. You don't want your scent there. You follow it along. When you set your traps, you make sure your scent is not there. Very minimum you ever put your scent there, just to set the trail, set the trap, and get away from it, and then come back. And don't ever walk to the trap. Always stand off where you can see the trap. Never walk to it so you can see if it's been set or not. Never walk back to it because your scent is there.
Hey, survival, if a law enforcement agency has actually come to my door to get me to go track people on more than one occasion, does that make me the real deal?
That's pretty cool.
Well, me, I tell them, good luck.
Snitch.
Happy birthday.
I was nice about it, Ghetto. I said, good luck.
They were missing kids, Ghetto.
All right. Well,
no, that's a different
I
story.
salute you, brother.
That's a different story. All right, guys. So, Mr. Tom, I appreciate you having me here. Virginia, always great to see you. Ghetto, kiss my ass. Ghetto, I just give you shit, brother. That's all I do. Camo.
That's what big sisters are for. I get it.
Oh, you're my big sister?
Oh,
Okay.
damn.
I'm just saying, man, you're my big sister. And I'm okay. You know, I saw you the other night there with the drive-through with that dude. So, anyway.
Y'all ain't pissing on trees. You're having a tucking contest. Y'all, you can do like the drag queens, see who tucks it better. It's just a little duct tape.
Excuse me?
I don't know where the hell that came from, but okay, Virginia. Whatever
She's
gets your
calling
freak
you out,
on, my
dude.
dear. Okay. I gotta go. Chat. I'm sorry I'm not in the chat. I cannot see the chat on my cell phone. Much love to everybody. Mr. Tom, hit me up with the email so I can get with you tomorrow or the next day. Just send me your telephone number. I'll contact you and I'll walk you through the steps on that to help out the channel. I'll be happy to.
I'll do that, man. I appreciate
it.
it.
Kiss my ass. You know, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else, much love.
I appreciate you being here, Survival. And I did want to tell you, I had the opportunity to see your brother on somebody's stream maybe about a month ago.
It's on his own. His brother, or on Dusty's.
Yeah, I'm working with my brother a lot. We were just at a sit rep earlier. We had a preppers thing going on here at the house. Better get some things organized. I'm working with my brother on this channel. I'm trying to help him on that. He is a prepper just like me. He's nervous online. He is. I mean, I was the same way when I first started. So I'm working together, and actually I'm going to be working with him with the filming and stuff, trying to teach him how to be a YouTuber of all God things.
Right on.
I mean, it sucks.
Hey,
we'll get his link in.
Man.
I'll get his link in the chat.
I'm gonna teach him how to do it correctly and what not to do because I used to do that. But anyway,
I'll send you a note, man.
Keep it dry. Keep it dry, Survival. We'll see you soon.
Definitely. All right, guys. I'll catch you later. And
Later,
Virginia,
brother.
I didn't mean guys in the wrong way.
We're all guys. Everybody's a guy. Come on.
I'm a guy.
Guy.
Dude, look at my
All right,
picture of
so
her.
let me explain something to you guys. So you guys are guys. Virginia's a gal, and this is a reason why she doesn't speak much here because you're guys. Later.
Later.
I don't know. Virginia
Oh,
talked to me one whole night. She's certainly not no dude.
Bullshit.
I'm not.
Virginia and
Probably
I had such a great
outlast
conversation
a
on
lot of
that.
guys in the shit hits the fan situation, though. I'd have to give her that. Her chances are way better than most dudes.
I would say so. Yep.
Thank you, Carl.
Hey, you're welcome. You deserve it. I know enough to know that you're a smart cookie.
You must not know much.
You're the idiot trolling me sitting right next to you. My tits are way bigger than that.
I can't believe I got survival on the question.
Tom, can you do me a favor and put me on big screen, please?
Yeah.
I wanted
Bringing Tom into it now.
to.
Yeah, involve Tom. Tom
Yep.
just wants to be left alone. You know?
Hey, Ghetto.
God.
Ghetto. I actually got to shake Andre the Giant's hand in Greensboro, North Carolina once. That man
Nice.
was truly a giant.
Yeah, I seen him too in Portland, Oregon. Look how pretty. Yeah, but look how pretty Virginia looks on his body.
That
You look
doesn't
close.
even look like Virginia to me.
I do not see the resemblance.
Why am I? What am I doing here? Ghetto left.
Well,
No, Ghetto didn't leave. Yes, he did. What happened?
He's there.
I hit backstream and I hit backstream instead of this. But yeah, you guys should check out Milkmaid though. She's kind of
that is so messed up, dude.
Jesus Christ, man.
She's probably asleep right now. So I'm good.
Work, or are you doing that, Ghetto?
No, that's mine.
What's funny is that one looks stunning. That one is fucking beautiful.
No.
It could easily just be a short-haired milkmaid. Yeah, that
No.
one is beautiful.
All right, help me out with a little tech support. We're going to veer off again. Ghetto.
Yes, sir. Uh-oh.
I have lost my damn flag.
You know, you must have lost your connection. So when you're in the middle of a StreamYard, whatever, if your connection goes out and comes back on,
No, I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is 2 or 3 days ago, my access to my bank account went a little bit weird, and the lady at the bank had me clearing all these cash and cookies and all this shit, and it's been a mess ever since.
oh, that's why you lost your notifications too.
Maybe. So how do you put the flag back?
I
don't know.
am not tech support no more. I do not work at that job no more.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Can I help you?
I quit my job.
How about if I go buy gift cards?
you know, Tom, I have no idea, only because I have no idea what she had you get rid of.
She had me clear a bunch of browsing. How are you changing pictures? I mean, I should be able to.
Yeah, you need to change it to yourself as a bitch. Change it to that one.
Oh, she put you out there, Tom. Dang.
No, I'm talking to you, motherfucker.
No. He asked the question and you answered. That's messed up.
Question, and I added to his question.
Disrespecting the elderly. Come on.
Burn.
I honestly leave and come back, Tom. See if you can put. I think it's your internet thing, but so are you missing your pictures inside the So do you only have one picture on your StreamYard? on your icon?
Yeah.
Well, see, it doesn't come up blank. So even if you cleared it, it would come up with a T. It wouldn't
Zach's
even be
telling
No, I'm getting a figure. Yeah, like that.
Yep, see? That right there. He got booted off. Camo, did you lose connection?
No, I'm still here.
Well, you left though.
Nope.
No,
I think he switched us around is all that happened.
No, you left and you came back because you lost connection through StreamYard. That's what I'm trying to tell Tom.
Ooh.
So when you lose connection but you get it right back, it'll pop you out and then pop you right back in. But
I thought it was always somebody rearranging the panel.
well, it is sometimes, but when you lose your image, that's when you know you lost connection because Tom didn't boot you out and bring you back in. You did it automatically with the connection. That was funny that it happened right at the time that I'm trying to explain it. So that was pretty cool.
Just
But now
little signposts in life that tell you right where you're supposed to be at the exact time.
now, if I'm not mistaken, Camo can leave and then come back, and his picture will be back refreshed. But I'm not 100% sure.
Change that picture. I changed my picture thinking it was going to change it when I was on panels too. It didn't. It's only in my chat picture that is the one I wished it was.
Huh.
Been like that for a couple months now. If you look at my chat icon, I'll just type a dot in here in the chat, and if you see that icon, it's completely different than the one it shows on the panel. I don't know why it didn't change.
Well, that's because it's two different systems, so you're not going to get the same one from YouTube unless you upload it to StreamYard.
And how would I go about doing that?
So when you go here, give me a second, Tom. Give me a second. I'll show you guys how to do it.
I'm beside myself. Is so you had your icon was up before and it just disappeared when at one point you came back.
Which is weird because it still shows on my phone the icon, but on my computer it shows the icon is gone. Just shows a white.
This happened to me a few times this week when I updated my computer. It would take away my icon and the icon, the yellow rose would come back after like the second place I went to StreamYard on. So it could be opening a new browser or I'm sorry, a new tab or browser, actually, not sure which one, because that happened to me. There were a few times I lost the flower, but then when I went on something else after that, it was back. You can, I'm a born again virgin.
All right, so let me see here. No, wrong one.
I'll try to mess with it later.
I got it.
There you go, Tom. Yeah. Well, I'll give you a quick little rundown. It's not too hard there, Camo. If you could put me on big screen,
I can do that.
All right. So this is where you go right before you go into the backstage, right?
What you're going to look like, and you can turn your mic on or off.
So you click Edit Avatar, and then it has all your pictures. I just put a bunch of screenshot pictures on mine.
Literally on the screen.
Yeah, and then you press the plus button. And then you go to your photo library, or you can take a picture, or you can choose a file. More than likely, it'll be your pictures will be in your photo library, and then you click on your photo library, pick it, and then it'll automatically add it once you click apply.
I only have two pictures I've ever uploaded, the one that's my profile picture and the one that shows up on my avatar. So
yeah, it should. So it's either it'll be in your photo gallery, or it'll be right here. But you have to you just got to make sure you press Edit Avatar before you step in. And then when you're in there, you don't have to add me, Tom, but so when you're uh-oh.
What's wrong?
Tom, I'll be right back. I'm going to try that.
Okay.
Well, I tried to join with both names and then it started the echo, so I had to run out of it.
Oh, all right. Hey, thank
But
you, Zach and Silver Girl. You all help me straighten it right out.
But with don't I look so pretty?
You just darling, I swear.
The great thing is I think they have the same hairstylist.
Is that your fucking face with lipstick and you're just calling it me?
She's so mad at me.
Hey, Garrett, how you doing this morning?
I'm not mad at you at all.
Sure.
If I knew his address, I'd send flowers.
I don't know how he got me without glasses, but I also don't know how he got me with the mutton chops. So, well done.
There's a rescue.
Yeah, he looks good. Actually, he does look good.
Tom, you can take me off big screen if you
okay.
want.
I didn't know if you were finished or
No.
not.
Yeah, I was finished. I'm sorry. Yes, I didn't tell you. Sorry.
Tom, you're the only one he loves. He doesn't have one of you.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'd never disrespect Tom.
Yeah.
Plus, his wrinkles and stuff, they won't come up in the app that I got. I mean, I tried it once. I tried it once, and it crashed the whole freaking website. They didn't want his face on there.
Couldn't do it justice, huh?
Yeah.
Hey,
All it is an app. Dusty showed it to me some time ago. He goes a little bit further though. He like edits the videos in, and he does a pretty good job at it.
Yeah, he's good.
Virginia, I was going to ask you last night. Did you realize on my shorts that I made that there's only about 60 or 70 views on all of them, but yours? I have over 600 views on yours, and all the other ones are like 60 or 70. It's a trip. I wonder if it's like well, no, for real. I'm thinking it's because of I tagged it Virginia Roots. So what I'm thinking is people that looked up either Virginia or Roots or both. That's why maybe that video popped up.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not buying that.
What do you think? I got 600 friends that just went and watched it?
Bullshit, man.
No, I think mocking me probably it could have been spread and or just maybe the way it was tagged. I don't know, but no, it had nothing to do with Virginia or Roots.
It could. I'm just saying.
Yeah, so you're saying there's a chance.
There's a chance.
Right. Word.
There's a chance we'll meet in real life, baby. There's a chance.
For the record, everyone in chat, I offered to swing by, meet Ghetto, going to order.
Hell no.
This motherfucker said no.
No,
bitch.
No.
Oh, yes, you did. Yes, you did.
I'm like, hey, Virginia, are you taking this freeway to come? Oh yeah, I'm using that one. Yeah, when I come back. Now when I come back, I'm like, oh okay. She stayed literally not 15 minutes away from where I lived. That's where she stayed.
Yeah, but you didn't say anything till it was too late. You know what you were doing. Fuck off.
That's pitiful.
You're the pussy. I would have stopped by.
No, I ain't
could have probably used a bathroom break or a little snack or something, a cold drink.
Okay.
And
it's fine.
Look, man.
You ain't there.
Hey, Tom.
Tell me.
I think she's a fed, bro. I ain't inviting her to my house. I'm just thinking, man.
Right.
She's one of those women in black,
Okay. Well, Virginia, if you ever get back to the East Coast, let me know.
Thank you, Tom.
And they'll build close for you to rest your bones.
That's called projection, sir.
Right, Zach?
Projection?
Yeah, he is confessing to us what he is, using the accusation toward me.
Okay.
Transparent.
That's a
Oh,
big
there you
old
go.
camo.
There you go, Camo Carl. Now you got the
Hey.
you got the truck and your voice, and dude, you sound like you should belong on that movie Cars.
Well, I've only had so many photos on my phone, so now I'm going to have to get some more photos on my phone so I can change that avatar around. Thank you very much. But I had to learn that you have to turn the camera off to be able to edit the avatar.
Yeah.
Be careful. Yeah.
Okay, so you're using a phone, Camo?
Yeah, I use my phone to talk to you and use the camera, but I have my computer on to where I can chat on the computer, so I can watch it on bigger screen too.
Yeah, I'm strictly desktop. I ain't dealing with that damn phone trying to do this.
Well, I don't have a camera. I don't really want a camera on my phone or a microphone. I mean, on my
Gotcha.
computer.
Well, my camera's built into the computer.
Is
And
it?
so it's like, oh yeah.
That's a good ass camera.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it is. Usually the ones that are built in, you can even like, a good priced one, the cameras are always lacking. You got a pretty good, you got a decent camera for it being built in.
Mm-hmm.
I got
it's
enough
funny.
of these old school flat screens to last me a lifetime, so I just use those.
The camera looks better on using StreamYard than like just going into the camera app in the computer. It's a little bit grainy, but StreamYard cleans it up real nice.
That's crazy, Garrett. I don't know. No idea. By the way, right quick, because Zach is in here and Tom, you're here. Someone mirrored me last night somewhere else, and the host asked, somehow he had the instinct to say, "Hey, let me see you first," and it was not me. It was literally the person. I guess the camera was there, and they used a yellow rose, but then it went to cock-a-doodle-doo. Okay.
Wow.
So if you see, I don't think it'll happen. I don't think it's a chronic malignant thing, but just so
There's a
you
lot of
know,
that going around, Virginia. There's a lot of that going around. I busted
yeah,
a
there's a
fake
lot of that going
tattoo.
around. It's fired up again. Like for a while, it kind of died down as far as people being mirrored on chats. For a couple of months now, it has not really happened. So
I
just so you
noticed that a
know,
lot of them
Zach
will use
and
like your
Tom,
name, and the only difference in your name and theirs will be like a period behind their name, and that's
yep,
how they're
yep.
getting sneaky.
And I'll wave, Tom. I'll flick the camera on and wave and be like, hey, Zach, I know you're in the chat. So Zachary, if you see a yellow rose come up, give me a second to wave at you and say hello. What's up, Twisted? Or anyone else in here that is not typing in chat. If I'm someone that comes on your panel, please watch for that and watch for anyone else, not just me, other people that you think you know the name and whatever. That round of shit's going around again.
That's good advice. I appreciate that
Mm-hmm.
because I would have seen the
Virginia,
rose and said, hey.
I was watching this guy. He's here in Michigan a couple of weeks ago, and he didn't vet the person before he let him up on camera, and it was heavy duty hardcore porn that was on his screen for about
Yep.
25, 30 seconds it lasted, and it made an impression. People are still talking about it.
It's not the kind of fame I want particularly.
Right. It'll shut you down. So do some vetting
Definitely.
for a while. Just see
I
what
remember hearing Dangerous. I remember Ron talking about it. He'd see somebody come up he didn't recognize. He'd go, dude, show me your face, or I ain't letting you on here. I don't want to see anything. I ain't doing it, man. Let me see your face, or you're not coming. I remember him saying that several
Oh
times.
yeah, I learned that from Ron. There was no way in hell would I let somebody up that hadn't at least showed their face.
Once or twice he was too trusting, though. There were a few times that Ron let someone on. The thing is, you let them on, they'll talk for about 10 minutes, and then all of a sudden you get a full porn shot of some kind. Then he would just cut it, throw it away, and we'd start over. You know what I mean? As far as the stream, like you have to stop it and just start over if you wish.
The guy that Garrett's talking about in chat right now, I happen to know for a fact I've seen 16 different aliases that one person carries. I've heard as much as 24 from other mods.
Yeah.
He's got that many aliases. And he'll take somebody like one of our names and he'll say something very rude behind it. Or he'll come in with your copied avatar and just a period or one letter in the name different that people won't recognize. Comes in posing as people quite often.
Yeah.
He's not the only one though.
Just be vigilant.
I still say there's got to be some way through YouTube that the owner of the channel can ban an IP or by cookies.
I think reporting the trolls in that case where they're using somebody else's name does work. And the reason why I say that now is, like I said, probably about 2 weeks ago is when it's died down a little bit. But just before that, he finally went too far. And several of the channels all made it a point to block him. They would let him come in. People were friendly with him until they tripped his trigger and he went off and he would start using keywords or something like that, or just attacking somebody. And he got blocked a few times. Well, now, as soon as he's seen, people are blocking him. He's been kicked out of, I know of at least 15 different streams that he's no longer allowed on. So there's like a frog hunt going on. But if you don't know all of his different aliases, he'll come in. Once you block him with one, he'll come in right back in with another one and hide in the chat. Then he'll bring another one in that everybody will focus on. So he's already got two. This guy, whoever this is pretty good at what they're doing. Too bad they weren't doing it for. Yeah. Too bad they weren't on our side, you know?
Yep. Good morning, Miss
Hey,
Cole.
girl. Yes.
How you doing?
Good to see you. How are you?
I'm good. I wanted to make sure you could see my face so you didn't think I was going to flash.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody just give like one moment because they're coming around again.
I don't think Tom will mind if you flash them.
Hey, I was on that stream that happened to you on Virginia.
Right. Yep.
Oh, that's outrageous.
It was. And some people did warn him. That's one thing I say to some hosts is trust your trusted mods. If they're like, hey, I've seen this dude do this before, he's about to show you a cock, trust that and hit the X and get him out. Don't be polite. Just
does it kind of flatter you that out of all the people they could have chosen, they chose your icon and name and everything to try to get in a stream?
Right. It is a little bit odd. I don't know what to think. That's the first time it happened, honestly.
They're like, everybody likes her. I'll get in on a stream if I use her.
She's trusted. Yeah.
Right.
Still, if you block a troublemaker, they shouldn't be able to come back in under a different name. The block should go deeper than that, and it is possible. I know it is.
I think it's done some good reporting them because I've seen a whole lot less of Frog.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
Yeah. Well, I hadn't seen him for a while either, but I'm kind of oblivious to things. I'm usually paying attention more to the screen than I am to chat.
It's you know, that's easy to forget to chat when you're on the panel. You know,
yeah.
I try to watch them both, but you start talking and you're trying to relate with the people on the panel and you lose focus on the chat. It's easy to do.
Yeah.
Or if I'm trying to read the chat, I ain't hearing what's going on the panel. So you're going to miss something, I guess.
How you doing, Cola?
I'm doing good. There's so many people live at once that I wasn't watching much chat because I'd be watching 2 streams at one time, one on the phone, one on the TV.
I couldn't
I
do
can
that either.
have 5 or more live streams open at the same time. I have 2 right now. I've got the Sandlot going. Let me see if he's still there. Yeah, he's still there. Devil Dog's over at the Sandlot right now. And if I refresh, I'll probably find somebody else. But I'll stay on the panel that interests me the most, like on everybody else's, and let theirs run so they get to watch, the like, and I'll jump back and forth and say hello to people every now and then.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's how it funnels down realistically, is people hang out with the people they like and sit there and talk and bullshit. And
I
I
heard you
like
guys
Tom.
talking a little
You
bit
know,
about. Oh, sorry.
Tom cracks me up with his Facebook posts. He's got some good ones.
Tom is awesome.
Well, thank you. What were you saying, Cola?
I was hearing y'all talk a little bit. I mean, I don't want to be like heavy or whatever, but y'all were talking about the war a little bit and, the propaganda and everything. And the one thing I would say is that there's so much. I don't know if anybody else is seeing all the fake stuff, like with the cardboard
Fake
gun.
rifles. Yeah,
Yes.
fake rifles,
And
air
like,
rifles.
obviously they're not telling us the truth because you don't need that level of propaganda if you're telling the truth. So like, what do you think is the lie? That it's really corrupt and he's, maybe, I mean, I'm curious different people's opinions on here.
Well, I think I can answer that because I've done nothing. This is the first time I've got on a chat in 5 days just to goof around and talk about other stuff. I've been focused on this a lot, and I've seen hundreds and hundreds of videos on this. And I do see exactly what you're talking about. There is a propaganda machine at work right now demonizing the Russian soldiers, whereas in the real feet on the ground short videos I'm seeing citizens post, I'm watching where the Russians will go around citizens. They're doing the Tiananmen Square deals, trying to stand in front of tanks and stuff, and they're not just plowing over them. Then the media does stuff like that was reported as a tank, but it was actually a missile launcher that rode over the car. They didn't tell you that it was a Ukrainian rig that did that. They made it out to be a Russian one. They keep making it sound like there's this freedom movement of Ukrainians in country that are fighting, to the last moment. Well, that's to try to get other people involved, other mercenaries to back their cause, get people to send them weapons and ammos because they're desperate. All right. And what I'm seeing is they left the residential areas alone on the most part. The damage that I do see in the residential areas could very well be from the Ukrainians themselves, because I'm also getting reports that they're firing on their own infrastructure, which would be another way to try to demonize the Russian military. The Russians have gone in and surgically struck a lot of places, and I think I've seen 4 of the biolabs that are reported go up in smoke with thermobaric weapons, it looks almost like a mushroom cloud when it goes off. But these are not in the cities. These are in rural areas. I've also seen a military base, I'm pretty sure, that was wiped out. If they wanted to, they could level the cities. They could turn that whole country into a glass crater if they wanted, but they're not. And the more that it's like me and Tom were saying, here we all knew that the media has been feeding us lies. It's all fake media. Nobody can trust them. And as soon as this happens, all of a sudden people are believing what the media is telling them. Don't, because there's another side to this that's being hidden. And unless you go looking for it, you're not going to see it. And I went looking for it. And it's just like the power station that they're talking about. There's a nuclear power station that just got hit tonight. And they're reporting that there's gunfire on the firefighters trying to put the fire out. Well, the best I can tell is it was administration buildings. I don't see any of the reactor core that was hit. Everything looks contained, and there's a firefight there. I don't know who those people are either because I've seen what looks like, how the Russians have either a Z or a V marking on their armor. As they're coming in from the north, it's going to have a Z. If they're coming in from the south or the east, it's going to have a V on it. And I believe that they are painting those V's on some of that armor to make it seem like the Ukrainians took out the Russians. All right, it's escalating. It is continuing to escalate. Right now, today, the Russians have come out and said that they're going to do public executions in the cities. All right, and then right after that, the Ukrainians say that they're going to start executing Russian captives. They do have Russian captives. They look like some pretty young guys that they caught.
It's
Because in
confirmed
every
Russia really did say that they're going to do public executions.
I've seen multiple reports from different sources that say that today. And it wasn't just one.
Weird.
I mean,
I'll be right back.
There is something going on that we're not privy to there in the mainstream. They don't want us to know it. And I really do think I've read about their past. I knew about some of their past. That is it's like a mafia. It's called the Khazarian Mafia. And it's could be involved in human trafficking of children. And there's at least 11, I've heard more, but I've heard of 11 biolabs that are actually U.S. funded sites. And the reason they're there is because we're not allowed legally to do that on American soil. So they do it in other countries. And these could very well be linked to players that are in the news all the time. This could be Fauci stuff. Then you've got the financial and uranium deals that are linked to the Bidens. I think there's something behind this, and I can't tell you with 100% sure that that's what's going on, but my gut says it is. I can't find anything to dissuade me from that thinking, and it could escalate into something worse. I mean, I've seen movement. I've seen where the Russians have moved intercontinental ballistic missiles out of Moscow. I've seen where the British are trucking in a lot of whole armored divisions into Estonia, north of the conflict. But I'm also hearing things like American soldiers today helped 300 orphans out of the country of Ukraine. And I heard that the Russians did that 5 days ago. So if this is really about biolabs, the cabal, and human trafficking, I am seeing signs that it could be really that. If so, this is the beginning of something good, not bad. And the way I've been telling everybody, I still trust Putin more than I trust Biden.
Right.
That's a pretty good point right there.
Well, there's a lot of people that are going to disagree with me, Tom, but that's okay. That's America. You're allowed to do that.
Oh, where did Cola go?
She's gone. She might not have liked what I said.
I doubt if she had just walked out for that. Here we go.
Sorry, Mike. Everything's up on me.
No, I was just going to say you asked the question, and I don't know who's the bad guy, which is really why I came on here in the first place this evening.
Well, I've read.
I do know I'm being
something
lied
about
to.
Russia, the embassy federation from the embassy in Canada or something like that, and it was kind of like along the lines of what Camel was saying there, and it was interesting just because it wasn't put out by, it wasn't propaganda. Well, I mean, I guess it was kind of their propaganda, but at least it was a different side, and they said that they're using Ukrainians as human children and people as human shields, and that they're bombing hospitals and elementary, kindergarten and places, and saying that it's
videos
Russia.
where there's street gangs tying people to poles, torturing and beating them right now.
It was definitely a different version for sure.
And if you research what Putin said about he's going after Nazis, research neo-Nazis in Ukraine. It goes back a long time. They've been there a long time. It's nothing new.
It did. It said demilitarize and denazify in that statement as well.
I remember that. Yep. Well, and they said, I heard that the reason residential areas are getting hit is because they've got artillery in the alleys back there. So, that's an old Palestinian trick. So that's believable.
Well, and it's also believable that the Russians are taking a lot of casualties, because if you go in there trying to be the nice guy and not firing on civilian infrastructure, that's a good place for rocket launchers to hide. That's a good place for, that leaves them wide open. Expect casualties when you're trying to be nice.
The confusing part for me is like, okay, even if we do decide, I mean, and this is stretching it, but let's just say he's a good guy. Let's just say he's the good guy, and Biden's a bad guy. Well, you can't really root for him though, because Biden is still at this moment our president, and we live here. So it's like it's very confusing. It's like,
he is not my president. He is illegitimate. This whole administration is illegitimate, and I know it. So I don't count that. I like what Bug Out's saying. He's on it. He understands. See, there's connections here. It just keeps reminding me of that poem. Oh, what a wicked web we weave when we practice to deceive. Everything is linked. The more you look into this and the more you research it, the more you'll see everybody. All of this is linked.
I see that, but let me ask you this: what is the best case scenario from here?
I do believe. See, it's like survival's take on this. He's not wrong, because I see us as riding the razor's edge. When it's like this, it's fertile ground for other things. Not just false flags, but World War III. All it takes is somebody pushing the button, and the closer we get to that, the more danger there is. I hope that somebody up there has a hold on that. I hope that this plan is well enough thought out that it's taken all those possibilities, and because if they do start, if you look in history, all it takes is a spark, and we are in danger. There's no question. But I gotta have faith. I gotta have hope. And right now, I need to see this play out a little longer before I can make a decision on really how bad it's going to get. Because I think we're going to find out soon enough. They're already in Kiev. The media is also hiding the way that they've advanced, the amount of logistics that they have behind them. They're not going to stop the Russians. They have air superiority. They're encompassing that country. They pretty much have this was yesterday. They had the entire east side of the country surrounded. All right. And we're working to the center, working their way to where Kiev and other key places are. And now I know they're there. And what they've done is it's a standard operating procedure for them to send in a convoy and probe areas, pull back, go in with a stronger force and deal with it. And that's what I believe they're doing.
We're really at the point where we're just one bad decision away from total disaster.
Really, we are. I mean, it is that close. It wouldn't take much.
And with the people that are making the decisions, I don't see good ones coming.
Well, even if there was, these reported white hats in control and don't worry, trust the plan, all that, even that, it's what no battle plan ever survives first contact. All right, period. You can make all the plans in the world for a battle. You better have a whole bunch more in your back pocket for when the battlefield changes, because it'll change in a moment's notice. And it'll change the whole scope of things. And if you follow up with the wrong plan, you just screwed yourself. You got to be able to flank the flankers. It's the best chess players are the ones that can see the most moves ahead. All right. It's all about that, but also to be able to change all those moves in a moment's notice, because all it takes is for one move to change it all.
Yep. That's true. Very true.
I think we're the last people that will see a major blood on soil situation, because even though we're so divided and what have you, we're also the most ferociously independent. In numbers, we have more trying to find a word, but we have firepower and what have you that's pretty hard to beat. So I think we're going to witness a whole lot of shit going on as far as
anybody who's been in the military for a long period of time, Virginia, will tell you anything you think our military has, they have 30 years advanced equipment that you don't know about, meaning that they're 30
Totally
years
agreed.
ahead of what you know.
Yep. Well, I'm just saying, as far as the everyday, and it's sad because a lot of people are potentially going to die.
Yeah.
But on
Other
our
people
soil,
are dying
we'll
right
be one
now,
of the last
Virginia.
bastions.
Virginia, I've seen a lot of deaths in the last few days. All right. Here's something weird that I've noticed, and I did some research on, and I backed it up. And I've spoke about this on other panels, and other people know, and we're all keeping an eye on it. But I've seen, like I said, a lot of columns. Well, let me first put it this way: Ukrainian equipment is old Russian equipment. So to be able to tell the difference between a modern Russian tank and a Ukrainian tank, you got to know what you're looking at. There's subtle differences, there's upgrades, and you can't go just by the markings, because I'm seeing huge amounts of vehicles that have been destroyed. I'm not sure what side they're on, but I am seeing very few bodies. Let's say I've seen 250 destroyed armored vehicles. Some of those armored vehicles can carry up to 12 people. I'm not seeing the bodies. I have seen maybe 100 dead bodies with those vehicles, but I'm seeing blood stains, and most of the columns, once they're been filmed once, the bodies are gone. All right. We're talking hundreds and hundreds of bodies have vanished on the battlefield. And I went looking for this, and I found, sure enough, they claim that they have mobile crematoriums that they're dragging around behind these battles and burning the corpses. How much validity to that, I don't know, but I've seen multiple reports that seem to confirm.
Yeah, I'm going to call
Now,
that
that-
ridiculous. As far as like mobile crematoriums and shit, dude.
You
I
can
think
go look up
some
the
things-
pictures of them. They do exist. Whether they're using them,
My
I
forehead
don't
is
know.
so cold right now.
All right, which exists. All right, they do have these. But what I'm saying is, what if the Russians are taking these captives and keeping it a secret, and the crematorium is a story to make you think that's where the bodies went? What I'm saying is, every time you see something like this, you have to look at it from multiple angles until you really know what's going on.
Right. I
And
agree with that for sure.
you're not going to get any of this off the mainstream media. This is stuff that I had to go find for myself. All right. Nobody else discovered this before me. I guarantee it. All right. Go now, try to prove me wrong. Go research it and try to prove me wrong, because I'd feel better if you could.
I did view, actually, you put up some links the other day. I don't know where we were, but, and I did. I went and looked at them, and I agree. I still revert to perception being reality. We don't really know what the fuck. And
We only know what we're told, huh?
Exactly. We really don't.
We know we're being lied to. That's what we all seem to know.
That's what we know. That's what we can agree on. Yeah.
Yeah. Agreed.
No doubt about that.
Agreed. But I do tend to think the stuff that the media is hiding is probably the truth. At this point, I can't trust them at all.
Right.
Trying to see what the chat is up to.
I was wondering that myself.
Eddie says, don't forget our mostly peaceful 2 billion in damages and the 30 plus lost in 19 MSM, Hollywood and MSM. Okay. Mike Harrison.
As far as the trust the plan thing you were saying, Camel Carl, that reminds me of something that was on Hawk Stream, where they flashed back when Trump handed the ball to Putin and said, the ball's in your court now, or something along those lines, and everybody was smiling and acting really strange about it, like there was the secret message there. And I don't know, just seeing that now with everything going on, it kind of gave me that extra, like, man, there might be really something to that. And you talk about the plan, maybe there really is another plan. But I get
Agreed.
tired
And there's a
hearing that
lot of
that's the
hints
plan.
in the, if some of these guys are going over the cue boards, and there is a lot of things that line up to what's going on now on a level that it's hard to say it's coincidence. So, yeah,
Right.
those things, those give you little bits of hope. I like to
I
hang
never
on to
heard that
those.
about the ball.
And it's that
Oh, yeah,
actual
that was
clip that
weird.
you can still see right now where he's handing him an actual physical ball. And,
said the
there was
ball's
all
in you.
kinds of other, there was a lot of other speculation as well, saying that Barron was really good with computers and maybe there was some kind of chip inside the ball. But none of that, do we know for sure. But we know that what their faces looked like when it was happening. You could see Melania, you could see Trump, you could see Putin. And it seemed like there was like double talk going on, like they were talking about something else. And like I said, nowadays with everything going on, it seems like really eerie to see that clip backwards, And then I pay really close attention to what Trump says and what he doesn't say as well. And
Yeah, exactly.
he's not really, I don't know how to put it, but it's not like he's actually saying anything too terrible. He said, what he says the most? This would not have happened if I were still in office.
Yeah.
What he doesn't say is, when they say, well, what would you do differently? What would you do? He won't answer that directly. Maybe he would be letting it play out. I don't know. There's just definitely layers to this. And I'm with you, Cameron. I'm doing the same thing, trying to look other places than the media, because there's definitely breadcrumbs out there. Just that short letter that I read, I keep messing it up. The embassy, Russian embassy in Canada or something like that. It was just like a page long. And there was a lot of information just in that, saying that they were using just basically the opposite of what we're being told is going on. And they were saying that the news is lying and that Canada should know that really well. They should know about the propaganda and the lies. And, just reading it, I'm like, I'm with you. Like, I would definitely believe them more than I would the administration that's in. It's sad.
One of the first things Trump said when he took office was he made a statement. He says, I'm not going to tell you what we're going to do.
Carl, having a lot of trouble hearing you, man.
For decades, our government announced what we were going to do militarily. All right? If we were going to send 30,000 troops to Iraq, we would post it in the news 2 weeks before we shipped them out. It's ridiculous. Well, Trump came out in 2017 and says, we ain't doing that. We're not telling you what we're going to do. And I feel that's the same thing going on with Russia right now. Like, they have a lot of evidence. They have a lot of proof that they can show us, but they're not going to do it until it's in the bag. Let's just say not over, but before it's in the bag. They're not going to let us know exactly what's been going on over there. But I'll bet you they have that evidence. And when this is to their liking, when they get to the point that I think they can talk about it, I think they will. If they don't, that's when more of my, spidey sense is going to start kicking in. Because
that makes sense.
Scat Pack 2 says about that soccer ball, it is said things were inside that soccer ball. The server info's from Killary. And then Angela G said soccer ball represents the chemical structure of that A-chrome stuff. I really want to say that word.
Okay.
But yeah, it's like it definitely meant something. And I kept saying ball because I wasn't sure. I thought it was a soccer ball, but I wasn't sure. I didn't want to say soccer ball and be wrong because it's been a while since I saw it. But there was something more to that.
One of the things people are losing touch with.
Carl, are you talking through a pillow? Like legit, I can't hear you at all. Are you?
I got him ass in the air right now. Sorry, y'all.
Like the parent. Do I sound like
Carl? We can't hear you. And Ghetto's eating ass. This is like the train.
Oh, you nasty fuck.
You said that. I had a mouthful of drink when you said that. Try not to. Yeah, I mean, you got me at a.
Way to spin it, Virginia. How rude. So disrespectful.
We ain't tossing salad yet, are we?
Oh, my God.
Salad
I thought you were supposed to respect elders.
Camo, lean into your mic or something, man.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, guys. I haven't done anything different.
You may need to jump out and jump back in, Camo. That's probably why you lost your icon earlier, is because when your connection messes with you, it'll mess with your audio and stuff as well. You just got to reset your stuff.
I'll be right back.
It's worth a
All right.
shot anyways.
Yeah. Because it was real good, and then all of a sudden it just went to shit.
Yeah, my internet's been wonky as well. And I've been listening this whole time. I'm just responding to an email. So I'll be right back again.
You're
All
full of
good.
shit.
You know, there's just so much to consider. There's so much that could be, and then there's so much that can't be.
I'm still curious what our best case scenario is. So say they go, okay, let's just fast forward a little bit through the Ukraine. So they get all the bad guys, they clear up all the corruption. Now there's going to be a step 2. Like they're either going to go somewhere else, or, you know, I don't know if we're going to retaliate, or what is the next, I'm honestly, I'm getting to the point where I'm losing sleep over it, because they won't tell us the truth.
Well, Cola, I mean, at the end of the day, it's really none of our business, as in our country. So best case scenario is United States to leave it the hell alone. Russia go in, take their country back, or they don't. It shouldn't matter to us. Unfortunately, the way mainstream media is they're forcing us to deal with it. They're forcing us to pay attention to it. So it kind of goes back to, I think, what we all tell ourselves: stop watching the news, stop fixating on it so much, because I mean we all do it, because I mean it's dangerous stuff. There's nothing we can do at this point about it. All we can do is work on getting all these bastards out of office in all countries, and I'm not saying just our countries, because if you look at the politics on every freaking continent, they're all corrupted. Every citizen of the world is going through almost an identical situation right now. We all have that in common, and they're all getting away with it. Best case scenario would be us as a people coming together and overthrowing every freaking GOV. But on their end, honestly, it's let them take it over, let them not take it over. We really don't need to be worried about them.
We don't have a dog in this fight. We
don't.
None of our business, man.
We're forcing ourselves into it.
Do, because they're all crooked and corrupt. That's the crazy part. That's why they have so much interest in it. And they're not going to let it go, I don't think. I mean,
they have an agenda. I mean, they do have that one world agenda, that whether they're corrupted, whether they have money in it, I think it's more just power. I think they're following, they're listening to their boss pretty much. And that goes for, Biden, for all of them. You know what I mean? They're all, even Putin. I think they're all listening to their boss, and they're doing what they have to.
You guys want to hear the news that's been on here since we've been on here? Oh, yeah, by the way, civilians. Can you hear me?
Is it about the moon?
No, there's charges coming against Trump for deception against the American people.
Good grief.
Good. Good. Hopefully they put Biden in there too. And Obama and Bush and Clinton, and
that's not how it works, though. It's not how it works at all. There's only one. It only goes in one direction.
Well, they try to make it go one direction, but come on, guys, Trump really hasn't been affected.
Not yet, but it sounds like he's catching up. It sounds like what
if they were going to get him, they would have got him.
Here's the headline: charges coming. Trump part of a criminal conspiracy to defraud the American people.
Good grief.
That's the next one. That's the newest one. How many times have they done
the charges?
It's like the same charges they got though before.
Yeah.
Who's bringing these charges?
What do animals? What do animals do when you get them in a corner?
Say again.
Animals get real mean when you corner them. That's what's going on, man. They have to attack them. They have to do something because they know they're screwed.
Yeah, because his people are still watching. And I'm not trying to disrespect y'all for supporting him. I'm just saying it's a distraction for his people. It gives you guys that little bit of hope that there's still a little hope out there
Trump. I think our U.S. military was the one that put him in his place and talked him into doing what he did. And I think it's the military, something behind
I've been
him.
down that rabbit hole. I agree. I've seen a lot of the things that support what you're saying right now.
Yeah, me
Yeah.
too. I've been down that hole as well. The realism is no one's coming to save us.
I wish I could remember the two people that stepped down that were going after Trump. Like I know somebody on here
The
had
New
to have
York
heard.
City prosecutors, those two
Two of them.
prosecutors.
It's
Yeah.
all shiny objects, guys.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Did you hear about that, Ghetto? That what there was the two prosecutors.
Yeah. I've honestly looked in all the rabbit holes as well. I know it may seem like I don't, but I do. I try to prove myself wrong. I actually want some hope. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I do want to think like, oh man, this dude's gonna come back. Or wait a minute, he didn't even leave. He's still president. We're still
You've
gonna,
definitely been down some rabbit holes. It sounds like.
I would genuinely love to feel that way. I just can't.
But the problem is you're probably aware of Operation Trust, huh?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's where he said try to prove yourself wrong. I do the same thing. And that's where you run into that. When you're trying to figure it out, and you're like, maybe I just did. It's so confusing.
There's an awful lot of it to where you just can't dismiss it yet. You know, there's a lot of points that you can't find a way to debunk it, and that's the quandary right there. That's the part that makes you go, well, maybe there is something going on. And if that becomes more prominent, then, oh no, we're all screwed and all that. You're doing all right. I keep the faith. I still have faith that there's something good going on. I've seen too much weird stuff. I've seen too much, not just evidence, but the lack of people coming up to say that evidence isn't true. Right?
Unless we're seeing it right in front of our eyes, I won't trust it. That's kind of where I am. My faith is completely strong in God. He knows what he's doing.
Everybody knows everything on the internet's true. I mean,
but I mean, that cancels out what you just said, though. Just that sarcastic remark, Camo. And I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I'm just saying that there's a reason why
this is simple.
There's a reason why people are guided one way or the other. It's because they picked up a few of those truths on the internet and ran with it, and they believe it wholeheartedly.
All right,
so,
it's like the person she just brought up. All right, like the two prosecutors quitting.
Yeah,
and the
that means something.
Everything that I see them try to do, the mask mandates, the other mandates, any of this stuff, they come out roaring that they're going to push it and it's going to happen, and then it gets blocked. All right, you watch what happens with this one I just announced with the charges against him. Everything that the bad guys try to pull off to hurt us gets blocked right now. How is that happening if they're in control?
The part for me is I try to walk in the steps.
Both sides of the bad guy, though. It's controlled opposition.
Okay, for example, like what we were just the reason I brought that up. Okay, you've got two prosecutors. Their whole job is to prosecute him. They do it for 2 years, and suddenly and abruptly, it's like, you know what? We're both going to quit. Now, I'm trying to walk in their shoes and decide what would cause them to do that. What was the reason? Were they trying to get them to do something illegal, to try to put dirt on him that didn't belong? Or were they just sick of it? You know, there's got to have been a reason, because they weren't Trump supporters,
CEOs
right?
all
They're
step down.
Right. There's too many.
Why would 60 Democrats decide they're not running no more?
This is what we need to know why. I need to know why.
Okay, but I think the reason why they're still picking on Trump is because he still has a huge following. If he had no following, the guy would be kicking back at Mar-a-Lago or wherever, and the Democrats wouldn't give no crap about him. But they have to keep us divided. They have to keep us looking at shiny things.
If they can't kill you, they'll demonize you.
There you go.
Huh.
And they are scared to death of Trump.
And he's still calling shots, and he's not even the president. Like, look at Texas.
We're talking about it like a legit evil system. I mean, we can all agree that they're a legit evil system, right? I mean, they're capable of absolutely anything.
The subject shifted. See, this is the thing.
Please, what stopped them from killing him? Please just answer me that. If he was,
what stopped? Okay, hold on. What stopped they from killing T-Dog?
yeah.
Okay.
All right, let me tell you, because
I see what you mean. I was just clarifying. Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, it's a system that is just vile. I mean, it's disgusting.
Before it all got this bad, Ghetto, listen, before it got all this bad, in sniper school, they will teach you that one of the first things they'll teach you in a classroom is that any man on this planet is vulnerable. You can get to any man, with the possible exception of the President of the United States. Because don't count Dallas, because you know they were all called off. It's the most protected man on the planet is our president. We have entire agencies devoted to it. We have technology people don't even know about. Did you know that if you fire a bullet, they can home in from the moment the bullet leaves the barrel?
Yeah.
All right.
And they got alarms in my city too.
All right. We have all this stuff that's backing them. Now, on top of that, we know that how hated this guy is. All right. How many people, there's been a lot of attempts supposedly on his life, which is not hard to believe. I think I've seen bits and pieces of some that happened. Some really weird stuff has happened around Trump.
Yeah.
But because of imagine if the military did recruit him. You know that they're going above and beyond even what was already available to protect this man. He's got Marines around him. He's got the Secret Service around him. I think they're just doing an exceptional job, Ghetto, or he would have been hit.
It's the system, man. They brought us the Terminator. They brought us the movies that led us down these roads. It's a, what is it, conglomerati? It's the Illuminati. It's the.
Even
is that
if
me?
they want to kill him, they can't do
is that
it
my
to where.
static, Tom?
It sounded like you were static.
There's also a saying that a murder is more powerful than a living man. You know, if you make a murder of somebody, you can create something worse than the living man.
And you can't do it and be caught. You know, you can't get caught doing that.
JFK, they proved that. I get it. I'm just saying they've been killing us strategically for a while. If one man just got through if he slipped on by,
even actors will tell you they've been blacklisted because they didn't stand for the same ideals that Hollywood now stands for.
Yeah, that was the point. But that is the point. That is the agenda, and that's why they brought us him. Who else could they have brought? Who else?
The one that sees that agenda? Don't you think that there's somebody that's been working on this a while?
Yes, that's what I mean. So who else could they have brought into the White House to completely divide the country other than him? What other person could have?
Hella people, dude.
I don't think they divided. Yeah. All right, now, okay, I got to address that, Ghetto, because if you see the real numbers, all the states are red. All right. If you see the real numbers, you know that America already stood up, united, and made it very clear who won. Even though they cheated, the real numbers show it. All right.
Yeah, because we didn't want Hillary or Biden. I understand that.
Let me finish. And the media is deceiving us all. If you're going to believe what they're telling you, you might as well believe that Hillary Clinton had 90% in the polls on election night. All right. Because it's the same thing. You believe the vax numbers, you believe all that. I don't believe any of it. I think we are much more united than they are willing to show the world.
But how would you know that 90% of us wanted Trump if you didn't listen to the media?
For things like this here in Michigan, is supposedly a blue state with Bitchner in there. You know about Bitchner? Anyways, I drove around the cities, and I admit, I've seen about 100 Biden signs. Right in the cities, the rich folks' homes, down on the waters and all in the rich folk there. But then you go out into the country, and I've seen tens of thousands of Trump signs and flags and stickers and hats. You ain't
He still draws a crowd now.
No way.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
and
he's
the
a
way
And
you
Biden
good
say
can't
he's
go.
a
businessman.
basement
Biden
dweller.
can't go anywhere, including the Super
Well,
Bowl, without
my
people bursting into
Look at the
chants
boat
to
parade.
"Let's go
Look at
I
the
Braves."
agree.
convoy.
I
Look
agree.
at
I
everything.
agree. My
And he
art.
got more votes than Obama, according to them. And I guarantee you, if they tried to start a chant, F Obama, that there would have been fights in the stands over that. So it just
I
doesn't add up.
agree. I agree. Just because
I'll
I
tell you guys
have
right
my
now, I'm at
position
home
doesn't
to
mean
where
I
I
agree
thought
with all
truth
the
was
other
the
stuff,
chemistry of
though.
peace.
Got you.
You know, I
Listen,
think that illusion of division is a pretty powerful tool. And I do really
Thank
believe
you, Ben.
it's more illusion than
critical
fact.
race theory, all of it. It's all designed to divide us in as many parts as they can possibly manage.
Well, yeah, I mean that's a whole different subject, but I get you. I understand what you
It's
mean.
But there's a bunch of these, it's the third bathroom. If you did, when that was going on, I looked it up and it was 0.01% of the population that would have used that bathroom, if that.
Right. Why
What is
not
it
the
now,
all
though?
that hype,
go bathroom?
all that hype
What's the
over a
percent now? Probably
micro.
5% now.
Yeah. So why didn't that administration do anything about it instead of let it instead of let it
Well, they
get so out
did.
of
It was exposed.
continue to get out of
It was
control?
exposed. When's the last time you heard about that? Because it's been a while.
What do you mean by exposed?
When's the last time you heard somebody pushing for that third bathroom?
Well, we got World War III's and and pestilence going on right now. They got a different agenda right now.
See, it's always a new distraction, and
It is.
I have to apologize to everybody in chat that's been listening to me because I lied to y'all a month ago. I predicted that this disease nobody would be talking about it in August because of the election coming up. Well, I was wrong. People have already quit talking about it because the election's coming up.
Or
Well,
the war, whichever
I
one
think
you
it's
want to
more the
choose.
war, Dom. But
Its
yeah,
place was taken by the war, just a
yeah.
new distraction.
Well, until the next one comes. I mean, the
There's
WEF
also
is they're putting the system in place for a reason,
And
which is
what's the
kind of
next one
weird why
going to
they're
be?
doing it right.
Cleaning up
amazing
after a
evidence.
nuclear
It's
war?
it's kind of weird they're doing it right now, seeing it. I mean, they've had the last 2 years to put it in place where more people would have probably been agreeable with it, a year ago, maybe. I don't know. But the timing of them creating this QR code system like they have in Australia and stuff, but on a global scale, that's kind of what I got my ears
Are
perked
you
up. Like, man, why are
familiar
you
with
choosing right now to do it?
Are you familiar with Veritas?
Oh, yeah.
Start
Yep.
paying attention to
Project
some of the
Veritas.
evidence that's coming
I
out in the background. You're not
I
going to
don't
see
pay
it on the
attention to none of
mainstream.
it, but yeah, I got what you
Well,
mean.
there's a lot of incriminating evidence coming out that is going to work against that narrative. And it seems to be all aligning at the same time, like Wisconsin doing the decertification hearings. And then you got all this evidence coming out about the truth of the
All right.
test, the vax,
So
everything. Then you got this stuff going on in Russia. Then,
But I agree with you, but nobody cares. It's like that's the crazy part. They're talking about decertifying, and that's looking like it's not going to happen. The truth is coming out about the thing that people got to try not to get sick, and nobody's talking or outraged, just us. Nobody, from the world that wanted to get that, they're not pissed off. Like if that were me, I'd be on.
because yes, but they're also getting different information.
Right, there you go.
The information that they're getting, they are 100% behind because they see it as complete truth. Just
Right.
like the information that you guys are getting, you see it as complete truth.
you're not
And
wrong.
that's
There
the
are
only
people that do
explanation,
that.
truly.
There's people I've talked to
I'm gonna
just
leave and
in
come
the
back,
last
though. I'm
week.
sorry.
All right.
They don't even know about the Ukraine. I mean, because the mainstream media wasn't talking about it. That's all they're focused on. They only see what they see on TV, and I don't own a TV. I don't do any of that. I haven't had a TV since 2009.
I can't remember the last time I sat down and watched a TV show. I always keep it on news, just so I hear something.
I'd prefer to find what I want to watch here on the internet.
Well,
I can
I'm
find
learning that a
anything I
lot with
want.
YouTube. You can look for things. If you hear something that strikes your interest, you can find it, and that's new to me. You know.
Mm.
I
I
say
don't
go
think
Amish.
Go Amish.
Yep. You
yeah,
ask
I'm
people,
about it.
go to an Amish community. Hey, how is all of this? Have you seen the shit in Ukraine? They'll be like, what? I've
Yeah.
got
Oh,
shit
right,
to do.
right.
Legit. Like, we're spinning our wheels, you guys. They're
What Ghetto said makes a lot of sense, though. That's the only thing. It's that we see it's the only way, because I'm sitting here saying, like, if that were me, I would be so mad. Well, they're not seeing what I'm seeing. That's exactly it. They're seeing, oh, you're absolutely right. Look at these crazy people saying this negative things about it, and it's not even true. And they're just being fed what they already believe, like we are as well. That's the part that's so frustrating to me, that we never pick up steam and we never get more, because we're all the same people.
right.
Like we're all the same people. Every chat I go to is the same 100 people. I know
Yeah,
And the
everybody by
same
their first and second name.
conversations.
Exactly.
Isn't
And
it
it's
curious
frustrating. I
though?
want to see new names and new people. I want to come back and it's 200 people, and then it's 500 people, it's 1,000 people. And I want to see progress and numbers building. And I'm not. And it's
This
frustrating to me.
platform won't allow that, Cola. That we are a
Right.
suppressed entity. All right. And that's another key part of this is if you notice what they block, what they will strike, channels for, the things that they won't allow or the things they won't talk about. That all feeds into the whole what I believe. I mean, they're all in on it together. This is all connected, and the reason why we are limited to what we can say here is part of that. They're hiding it. They don't want you to know. They don't want the masses to know. You ever heard of the Barbara Streisand syndrome?
I have, and I don't remember what it
I
was.
don't know what that
Where
is.
Dude
she
looks
had
like
this,
a lady.
she had this,
Dude looks like a
no,
lady.
I love her.
it
Not
was
that
she had
one.
this big mansion that she was put on the market, and the media put an article out on her mansion, and she didn't want the media to talk about it, so she tried to fight the media and get that taken down. It caused such a drama that more people searched up that information because
Hmm.
she tried to hit it
Right.
than it would have in the first place.
Right. Just like when they take things down off the internet, it gives it more validity, and people, well, it has to be true. They're covering it up, and
Gotta
it
find it
draws
now.
more.
It's like when
Absolutely.
all the platforms banned Alex Jones. Now he has a very successful website and a pretty good newscast too.
And
And he
what
was right
happened?
about a lot.
And all of them banned Trump too. Made
Yeah.
him
And
more
look at now.
popular.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
With enough yoga, you can suck your own dick.
What the?
I'm just saying. I'm saying,
I'll be
y'all.
right back.
Tom, he's going to do a yoga pose. He's like, I wonder if it works yet.
Pretty sure some people would never leave the house.
Right,
That's so disrespectful.
right.
Marilyn Manson's probably pissed, like, man, why'd I take these ribs out?
Mhm.
Just learned yoga.
Live your life, people. That's what I'm saying. Like
Yes.
I understand breaking down the semantics and little things that could happen here, there, and all of that. And I love the hunt. I love the hunt for truth. At the same time, live your life, people.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, really see what, like the best case scenario, right? Trump comes back on a white horse in spandex with a sword.
Is he wearing
Hope
a
he doesn't
shirt?
wear spandex. I certainly hope he does not wear spandex.
my point is like, okay, best case scenario with all the information, Trump was right. He comes back and the swamp is completely cleaned. What do you really think our country looks like if one individual was right? I mean,
It's not one. You're giving him too much credit for winning as much as
I'm not giving it too much credit.
No. Hear me out, though. We can't blame him for everything that we have lost over decades.
I never have.
Blame him for anything that we might, or give him credit for anything we might win in the future. It's too much credit on one person.
Mm-hmm.
So discussing him in general is fucking moot, in my opinion.
Yes,
the
100%.
entire system.
I 100% agree, Virginia. That's exactly what I've been saying this whole time that I've been with you guys. I never sat and pointed out what he's done wrong. My own main point was he was put there just like the next one's put there, this like the next one's put there.
Yep.
I don't care what I seen good. I don't care what I seen bad. I don't see him. I see them all at the same.
I disagree.
I don't think
with that.
it came from the inside though.
Oh, but okay, so let's say he didn't. There's a reason. Well, 1 second though. Okay, and everything he's right, and he actually is victorious in whatever he's doing, whatever plan, operation he's doing. What does that look like for us?
Look, just like he said, they're not after him; they're after us.
Right.
So it's not about that to me. To me, it's about justice and ending the corruption that our government is full of, that makes the rest of the whole world sees us for the Democrats that controlled us, not
let
for
me ask
the people.
Let me ask you the other side of that question. So Trump's telling us that they're after us, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if Trump is actually after us? Has anybody even thought about that part?
Down that rabbit hole too.
What way? What do you mean?
As well, I mean, let's say he's right. He's got the military behind him, et cetera, et cetera. What if he comes back in and he turns into Putin, or he turns into Xi, or he turns into Kim Jong? But that, I mean, is that so? Hold on, guys. I mean, I know that really messes your bubble up, but
that does not flagellate my meat suit at all. I completely understand what you're saying. Yes. Carry on.
A group of people surely has considered that. Every single one of us probably.
Yeah.
That's the way we think, every one of us.
You have to.
I just think that's how chaotic it is, and there's no sense in wasting so much energy in other people helping or saving us, in the sense that we can do it ourselves. They're distracting us from being self-reliant. We should rely on ourselves and our neighbors and our families to be able to help us grow and prosper as a nation, as well as a community.
Maybe that's why this thing is playing out like it is.
Half these people wouldn't even be here listening to this if there wasn't a Trump. I mean, a lot of people, he's the reason.
That's unfortunate.
But it's true. A lot of people.
But it's unfortunate.
Well,
because we circle jerk each other, Cola. And I don't mean to be disrespectful, but we do. All these conversations, when you don't have people like myself, and I'm not having an ego, I'm just saying, when you don't have people that ask those questions, 90% of the questions I ask people that believe in Trump aren't things that I believe in. They're just questions to help people kind of broaden their horizon of like, well, maybe it's this way too. I don't have one legitimate belief other than there is God and there is devil. That is it. And I have to protect my kids. That's it. That's all I have.
That's what matters. I mean, that's what matters. You know, spoiler alert, God wins. That's all good.
There you go. And that's where my faith is. So when I may sound black-pilled, I may ask crazy questions, but it's up to you guys, not you particular guys, but most people that I've encountered, it's up to you guys to not put me in a box of Biden or what the mainstreams, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not here to take sides. I'm just, I like to ask the questions.
Just like
I think those same questions.
Look what Tony
myself,
Smith said. Look what Tony Smith says in the chat. All right, I've seen all of this, but this is what I know that I watched happen. I witnessed it. Now, I knew who Trump was. I never watched The Apprentice. I was never a big fan. He screwed with the Paradise Island. He turned it into Atlantis, and I wasn't fond of that. But when he came on the scene, everybody seemed to like him when he was campaigning. The moment that he started to win, I noticed people started attacking him. from the time that he did win, people were attacking him. Every time
Well,
that 27 women came forward with sexual allegations, and all of them were found to be fake. They came with 2
but
impeachments
but
after this guy, and
Camo,
they were found to be fake. They said he was a racist, so I listened to blacks and Hispanics that said that he had paid their apartment rents and had helped them, and everything that they pushed and said about him that was made them out to demonize him, I found to be absolute bull crap. All right. So the more that they lied and
you
attacked this
had
guy,
to find that.
the right guy.
I'm just curious as when us little poor folks stopped, blaming the billionaires for everything, because it seemed like a lot of people stopped blaming the billionaire when it came to Trump. Like,
Oh,
I
we
mean, that's
needed
like
somebody to
always
do
been
it.
our
We
forte.
had nobody. Who
Like,
else
fuck
but
them
him
rich
could have done
bastards.
it? If he's really done what I think he's done, nobody else could have done it. Years before, I was into this long before he came around, before I
But what
even
has he
thought.
done other than kept us in chaos right here? If he's done so
He's the
much, we
first
wouldn't be so
one that
chaotic
did
right
what he
now.
said he was going to do. And he pulled off some of it even with full on resistance, like the wall. They fought him on that the whole time, but he still did it. All right. I'm
I
not
mean,
buying
it's
that.
not built, but okay.
No, well, they screwed with him on every way they could. That did teach me that the president doesn't have all the power I thought he did.
Yeah, the president has pretty much no power. They are
Yeah, that
very
yes.
that
Thank you. Sorry, Virginia, but yes, thank you. That's yes. They
So
Yes,
if
got
he
power of
doesn't
nothing.
have all that
influence.
power, how can he be blamed for everything, by the way?
because
But I'm not.
because
But
that's
I'm
the
not. But see,
narrative.
but that's what I mean. You're assuming that I'm blaming, and I'm not.
No,
Like
I know
I've
you
No,
never.
I
always
get
played
what
the
you're
other side of the
saying.
coin.
I really have never blamed him for anything.
I
I'm
think
just
you just
saying
keep saying to look
That's
at it
what I said
objectively,
earlier.
as if
Yeah,
yes.
and I hear
yeah,
you,
I
and that's
said
what I'm trying
that
to tell you is
earlier.
I do. Every
That's
so
good.
often, literally every couple months, I reevaluate that same question that you asked me myself. Is he still
That's
a good
cool.
guy? And I think about what the most recent, I watch the statements that he puts out, and I'm always watching that because I'm in the same world that I think like that too. I want to believe he's a good guy, but I am watching everything he says and does. And so
I
far,
relate.
But
I
while we're
relate, Carlos,
watching
because
them,
at a couple of points in this game, I had to wonder if he wasn't a captured piece. I mean,
but
seriously, I
but we're
started
watching
wondering.
both of them. We're watching either side, and we're not being self-reliant like we're supposed to. Like Virginia
See,
just
you're
said, live our
equating
lives
Trump with
happy.
the Republican Party.
And the
And
reason
Sorry,
that I
Tom.
know he's
sneeze
not,
Hold
after
on a
you.
second, guys. Hold on, because Tom, your mic's a little bit low. I don't know if it's just me, but
Well, let me
um,
see here.
I just
maybe it
got to
was
say
just
this
because I
about
talked
Ghetto.
over
I
you.
always appreciate you playing the other side of the coin because it's like a debate, and it gets people talking, gets people thinking. I said that earlier, and I'll stand by it
Yeah,
now.
no, yeah. Thank.
I've never looked at it like a bad thing that you say these things.
No,
It
I
makes
know.
sense.
Thank you for the compliment, but make sure I'm not the other side of the coin. Make sure I'm like the edge of the coin because I don't like being on one side. Just I'm the rim around the coin.
Ooh, rim job. I love it.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna do that. You freaking freebird.
Fucking
How many
Craig.
times do you say something that you already know you stepped in it and you just can't get out of that?
All right.
Looks like I
What were
picked
you
the
saying there,
wrong day
Tom?
to quit tossing salad.
I
Sorry.
was just saying that it sounds to me like you are equating Trump with the Republican Party. And I
Yeah,
think
he's not.
nothing could be further from
No,
the truth.
but no, I'm not. Just so you know, I
Yeah,
equate him
Milkmaid.
as a
Ghetto was messing with you up here, Milkmaid. And Craig, we got a star in chat.
Oh, Milkmaid's here. Oh yes, can you
Hey,
put me on big
Milkmaid.
screen, please?
Sure.
No,
Oh, thank you.
don't need your teeth.
Oh, I
Oh
see what
yes.
you want to do. Hold on.
Oh yes. Hi,
Oh,
Milkmaid. How you doing, girl?
it's
How you
still a fucking
doing?
gorgeous woman with a short haircut. Milkmaid is like the Grace Kelly.
You're such an ass.
She has the hottest knees, but legit, I think she looks like Grace Kelly. I also think she kind of looks like that Vril bitch. I can't remember her name right now. Somebody in chat can say it, but the blonde lady that's always on the Vril, VRIL posters. Anyway. Stunning.
You don't even have to make those up with Craig. You just got to get a picture of him at the right time.
Right?
And one of the reasons I do feel like I usually know that he's not in with because everybody's on one side with the media, and he's never do they give him room to breathe. They haven't come off of him since he came down the escalator, since before, really. So if
Yeah.
he were ever to sell out, you would think that they would give him room to breathe, stop having, and they don't. So it's like constant from every direction, from every angle. And he has zero friends in that world because he's not from that world. But that's just my opinion. But I do watch because at any moment, I feel like that any moment it could change. And maybe already has, and I'm unaware. So yeah, I get what you're saying, and I'm not
And
even
that's,
mad for it.
but
'Cause I
Cola,
think the same.
that's the same excuse that Democrats use when it comes to the gender stuff or the race stuff or whatever they're using. They keep saying, they keep talking, they keep bullying me, they keep doing this, and so that's what gets it in there. I mean, it's a
Cola.
whole lot of talk. At the end of the day, he's still wiping his ass with freaking $100 bills. You know what I mean?
Well, what's
It's
wrong with
it's
that if you've got
Cola, have you
no,
ever
no.
heard of
I'm not. But
the
hold on,
saying,
guys. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying if it was that serious and that real, like he was public enemy number one for the Democrats, his ass would have been freaking Anthony Bourdain.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Cola,
Oh,
what you're
ghetto.
doing is
Such
good.
a
All right, look at it
terrible
this way.
analogy.
There's
Craig,
a
so good to
saying
see
that
you, man.
says war game every outcome. So when you doubt yourself and you think that way and you come back around again, that's all you're doing. You're war gaming every outcome, and that's a good thing to do.
I think most people in this community think like that, and that's why I like it, because most people have thought of a lot of different. We wouldn't have some of the conversations that we have if we hadn't thought of so many different versions of. And you have to.
100%. Yep.
I don't know. I think when so many people are on your
Sorry.
ass, you got to be doing something right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as Americans, I think that's what we feel. Yeah, and I think that's right. I mean, I do believe it's right, but
Oh, bug out. Call me a mud.
amen, bug out.
One of the funnest nights of my life was being stuck in the mud, bug out. You don't understand.
Do tell, Tom. Stuck in the mud.
Yes,
Tell us more.
please.
What was her name?
Actually, she's upstairs.
Oh,
Oh,
wait, that's awesome.
We probably could use some comedy on here. Where you at, Craig?
no,
Also,
we don't like
were
that
you-
kind of comedy.
Were you clothed or like stuck in the mud? I could take that. A lot of us have different images in our mind of what stuck in the mud means. So I hope it wasn't like,
The car was literally stuck in the mud, but once
oh,
it
it was
got
a car.
unstuck,
Okay.
then the relief came, and it went from there.
Tom, you're not helping.
It's his wife. He's not gonna kiss and tell, Virginia. Come on, man. You know, Tom.
I'm just saying.
I've never touched that woman.
She's in earshot. He ain't saying nothing.
So
Right.
she's sound asleep, man. For hours.
That's really cute, though.
She was so tickled about your puppy, though, Virginia.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
She's a total hawk dog fan.
Awesome.
Oh, even though we swear no more dogs, if we live closer to Hawk, she'd have a dog. I don't want any more, but she'd have one.
Right.
And there's something about those German Shepherds that once they get into your heart, they never leave.
Holy crap. You know what? You've been on here for 6.5 hours. I've been on here with you for 5.5 hours.
Yeah, we
Everybody
missed
went live
Tom.
at the same time tonight. Like a lot of people were live tonight at the exact same time.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, there's
People that I just the
jumping in
same
and
people
out
I
of there.
watch pretty much. Mark
There's
B.
jumping in and out of there. But how often do you see Tom come on, especially for this long?
Right. That's why I ended up here.
So I'm flattered. I appreciate it. I've been lazy. I keep saying I should. Well, I went through a little period where I ain't gonna get into it, but I didn't want to be seen. But yeah, I need to be a little more energetic about this and do it more often. Craig, I don't even want to know what kind of cruise you're talking
I think
about.
he means keeping us live while he drives around. I'm down for that because
Oh,
I
well,
like to
sure,
see
man. I'll ride with you.
or maybe even means on the quad runner out in his back 40 there or something. I'm
I don't
totally
know.
down for that.
I can picture being younger with a friend like Craig, and he says, "Come on, man, it'll be fun." Yeah,
Well, do we
this
get
is
to
a
see
bad
golden orb
idea, but
spiders?
let's go.
Do we get to see alligators or golden orb spiders? Because I'm in.
He's going to
Moonchild,
take you
man.
to places where dudes wear assless chaps. Just saying.
Oh, for fuck's
You
sake.
know what? I wouldn't go in the woods with none of you. All right? But it's fun to watch on video.
Mm,
No, I'm kidding. I probably would go in the woods with you, but don't ever take
right?
me in the
That's what
woods.
I'm saying. Kula and I both, girl, beware the wood.
Since you're
But
nice
if
and
Laura,
salty already.
we just got married. Laura and I have been together a little over a year, but she missed the first deer season. So anyway, I brought her up here, and Washington, D.C. is where this girl grew up. They don't hunt deer down there. And so she was all gung-ho. She's going to go deer hunting with me. And I walked her down on my buddy's property, and you had to go up a little hill through a pasture, and there was a fence, and right on the other side of that fence is national forest, and that's where we always hunted. So we walked up there and got to the fence and climbed the fence, and I started loading my rifle. And this little, not quite 5 foot tall girl puts her hands on her hips. You know how the girls do. You mean to tell me we're going to be walking through the woods with a loaded gun? Yes, ma'am. They won't stop and wait for you to load. So,
Oh, bless her heart.
yeah. That's one of my more fun memories.
Back to what Virginia said, you know, a wood trophy is the biggest compliment a guy can give a gal.
Right?
She was just outraged at the fact that I was actually loading that gun, though. That wasn't right.
That was the Washington, D.C. coming out in her.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's something traumatizing about seeing a dead deer just hang from a tree, blood dripping out of their nose when you're a kid. It's like you're thinking that you can't help but think of Bambi. And I don't.
You got off easy. They talked me into eating and biting into the heart and drinking some of the blood on my first kill.
No.
You got off easy.
It sounds to me like your family might be the ones we've been talking about. What's this? They had you drinking blood out of deer's heart?
It's a ritual, Cola.
Oh
They
my
told
goodness.
me it was an Indian tradition, and they
Oh,
weren't
my
my
goodness.
family. There was older guys that took me hunting, and that's what they were mad at me. All right, they sent me down as a dog down into a ravine while they went around the ridges, and they wanted me to shake out this buck they've been watching in Vassar, Michigan for a couple years. And I came into the middle of this and heard something, and when I saw him standing by this tree, came out, and I quickly pulled my 12 gauge up as quick as I could. He was about 10 feet from me, and I accidentally hit both triggers on my 12 gauge, and this was an old J.C. Higgins black powdered wire barrel Damascus steel 12 gauge. You used to be able to get out of the Sears catalog. I blew his whole front leg off with both barrels of a 12 gauge at close range, and he fell dead on his face right in front of me. A good 8-point, good sized deer. And those guys were pissed off at me because I was supposed to be the dog to chase them out of there so they could shoot. That was my first deer kill.
Nice. Stole it.
Yeah, the kind of things I know, the kind of pranks or things you do to young people is like, if you ever heard of snipe hunting, I tell you, yeah, that's kind of like the kind of stuff I would think. I used to think that was mean or something, but golly, I can't believe I still can't get over somebody actually.
Don't
How
feel
old were
bad,
you?
Cole. I know some trophy hunters that love hunting deer and some that aren't even trophy hunters, and they still upchuck a little every time they got a deer.
How old
Some
were
people.
you when this happened? When they had you drinking that and all that?
I think I was 7 years old when I got my first
No
buck.
way.
Wow.
Yes, ma'am. I started everything early. I didn't grow up like your normal kid neither. I spent age 9 to 15 either on the run or locked up as a kid. My mom was a cop, and it didn't spin very well with my lifestyle. And I haven't had so much as a traffic ticket since I was 15. I always got to throw that in there because I seriously am so clean it's suspicious, I've been told. Anyway, the way I grew up was a lot different. My father died when I was 3, and I was raised by women, and I just wanted to be out in the woods and left alone. I would take off all day long. We had a giant piece of property, 7 real big swamps of our own, and horses and everything. And that was how I grew up till they moved me to the city. And then it was, you better stay home and you can't hang around with this person and you can't do that. And it just made a mess. You've heard of the preacher's daughter? I was the cop's son. I don't even hunt like other people I know. I don't sit in the tree stand and I don't sit in the blind. I go where I want to go. Usually I go with buddies that'll have it all set up. And I'll look where they're sitting, and then I'll look at the ground, and I'll go down a little bit, and I'll find myself a deer highway, and I'll be on that at the right time. And I like to catch them off guard, and I've always done real well doing that.
Pretty good being able to sneak up on a deer. I'm like a Clydesdale in the woods.
Wow. No. Right? Fuck him.
I was waiting for Cola to scream like somebody was walking up on her and shit. Talking about Clydesdale. Or whoever's walking on the hardwood floors. That was crazy. I was waiting to hear her scream.
No. No, I remember being eating deer jerky though without knowing that it was a deer jerky, and sit there, eat a whole lot before you know, and then you're like, so just, I don't know. I'm not one of those people. I don't know why I can eat a cheeseburger and know it came from a cow, but I don't want to eat deer jerky knowing that it came from Bambi. I can't, once I know, it's out of the question, can't wrap my head around it. But I can totally eat a cheeseburger.
I guess in the shit hits the fan scenario, Cola, make sure you have a personal chef that never tells you what's in the recipe.
Right.
I'm going to tell you that it was very good. I would have never guessed, hey, this jerky's from a deer. I ate quite a bit of it.
You were told?
Yeah, what's that? Yeah, once I knew it was I couldn't sit there and just chow down on it anymore. I was young anyhow.
Yeah.
But before I knew, it was really good. I thought it was just regular old beef jerky. And then it's like, oh, that's deer jerky. After I ate so much that, it's like can't undo that.
Did it upset you, though, that you had eaten it?
Not really. I just couldn't continue.
Well, my point is, I've known people that did that. Feed somebody deer meat, let them think it's steak, beef.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's one of the dirtiest tricks you could pull on somebody. If they don't want to eat venison, then they don't eat venison. You don't trick them into doing it.
Right. Well, that's the only way I would have ever known what that tasted like. That's one way to look at it. I would have never said, sure, let me try it. So in a way, I'm kind of glad because I can tell you now because I didn't know that it was really good. It didn't, it wasn't like I didn't like it because it tasted bad because it was from a deer. It's like I just knew that it came from a deer and it kind of freaked me out, kind of thing.
Well, I can understand that.
That's how I felt about the lenguas.
About who?
The lenguas, they're cow tongue tacos.
Oh, really?
Oh man, they are so freaking good. But as soon I'm sitting at work, my buddy went to get us some dinner. We were working overtime, just me and him in the warehouse. Man, and I'm just grabbing them. I knew where he went to get them, so I was like, all right, just little tacos. And I'm like, man, these are real good. Like because the meat's so tender. I was just scarfing him down, and he's just smiling. He's a Mexican dude. He's just smiling. I'm like, man, what'd you do to my food, man? I was starting to get kind of mad, like he did something to it or something. And he's like, they're de lenguas. And I'm like, son of a, and he's like, you know what it is? I'm like, yeah, I know what it is. My sister's practically a fucking Mexican. But I was like, you son, why didn't you just tell me in the beginning? Because he was laughing because we had the conversation before. I was like, no, I don't mess with the menudo, the cow brains, no, I'm good.
Well,
I
that's
can't,
the thing is, the first time I had sweetbread, they said, "You want some sweetbread?" I said, "Sure." I ate. I was like, "Yum! What is this stuff?" Oh, it's cow brain. Oh, cool. I was, if it's that good, it ain't gonna bother me that much. It sure beat tripe and it beat chitlins. I've tried a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. It was just the visual, I'm sitting there chewing on it, and all of a sudden, as soon as he said it, I'm thinking of making out with a cow. So like, oh man.
You ever had actual goat head soup from a goat you knew?
I've never even had a goat, let alone the head.
Thing, man. They chop the head off and they boil it in a pot and make a soup out of it. You get to see them looking back at you.
I thought that was a Rolling Stones record, man. I didn't know that.
That's the real deal. I've had it.
Right. And in a situation where that's all there was to eat, I'm sure that I could, manage to eat something like deer jerky if that was all there was to eat. But, when you have options.
There you go. If you're hungry enough, you'll eat anything.
Right.
If we are what we eat, I'm part venison burger. I think I've eaten way more of that than regular beef burger in my life. I can live off of deer.
Wow.
Happily. I feel great all the time. I never feel bad after eating venison.
Well, hopefully we are not.
I feel great about it.
Hopefully we are not what we eat.
It's like Ted Nugent says, happiness is a large gut pile.
There you go.
Eddie James, the ass licker. Okay.
I
don't even care about the horn.
Yeah, I knew Virginia was going to say something on that one.
Did you read?
And if I can't, you're just going to make fun of me because I can't?
Dude,
you
have
fucking
me
Republican.
as Andre the Giant as your avatar. And you're going to tell me that me pointing out the S and the Z is like some fucking huge dig?
Freaking Republican bully.
All right.
What do you, so you don't consider yourself definitely a Republican or a Democrat? What would you?
I'm more libertarian than anything. Anarchist. At this point, anarchist. But no, for the most of my adult life, I'm more libertarian.
I'm American.
That comes from, there's a reason behind it. I ain't going all the pity party stuff, but inner city until I was like 35. You know what I mean? Till I was like 30. So I've seen both make money off of the poor people, just like most people in trailer parks or raised in certain parts of the country. You know what I mean? I just think we have a different view on the system when you see both sides and your surroundings never change. You know what I mean? They change for the middle class, they change for the upper class, but for the poor class, it either stayed the same or it got worse.
That works for the middle class too, brother.
Well, I'm figuring that out now these days. Bastards ruin the middle class for me. soon as I got here. Y'all just burned it to hell.
I like what Dave Chappelle says about where he grew up and how he grew up, where he's like, most people, he said, I used to be jealous of people that lived in the ghetto. He's like, I wanted to be from the ghetto, but I lived in a nice neighborhood, but could barely afford to be there, He's like, so it felt like it was only happening to me. It was really much funnier. He's a much funnier, much better at delivery. But
yeah, no, I know
it was
the
super
joke you're
funny.
talking about. Yeah.
Like it felt like it was just happening to me.
Man, there's
All the white
opportunities
side
for
of nice.
anybody that'll put the damn drugs and alcohol down. It doesn't
There
matter
is.
where they live. There are
100%.
opportunities.
Yeah, 100%.
But
there also needs to be education behind those opportunities, and that's really what's lacking in not just the ghettos, but in most cities. There's education behind those opportunities that we really need, and that's where
really is messed up, because like you've always known somebody that was on some kind of assistance and then does just a little bit better, start to get their stuff together, and they lose the assistance. So now it's like, well, you either do worse and get some food stamps or assistance, or you do better and then you struggle even more. So it's like there's a really precarious place in there, and I feel like everybody's known somebody in that situation before.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh shit, I was that situation.
Well, I'm like I say, I'm 6 decades into this game. I've never had assistance. I didn't get no stimulus checks. I've never had anybody hand anything down.
Dude, you ate raccoon brains. Of course, you were never hungry. You just ate the freaking.
I will never starve. I will never
Craig.
starve. I can say that. All right.
Craig, leave it in the comments, bitch. This is real life. That was so awesome. Let me guess. I came to your house and I told you the joke there. Yeah? Leave it in the comments, bitch. This is real life. Oh, man. I'm obsessed with Dave Chappelle. I've seen everything he's ever done. He's such a smart comedian. He's actually, I guess there's several that are smart, but he's just my favorite. I just love that guy. He's the only one I know that walked away from that much money to not be controlled.
Hey, Ghetto.
Integrity.
Just to give you a little insight into me too, brother. From age probably 11 to 14, I pretty much lived on the streets of Pontiac and Detroit, all right, as a runaway with nothing, So I always appreciate your side of things when it comes to that. I told you that early on, and that's why I mean it, because I've lived in that on the streets, and I do know.
Why'd you get to that point? Just because you didn't like moving to the city? So you try to run out of it, or what?
They took away my father's ranch. We had at one time he had 2,000 acres. All right, they sold it all off in little bits and pieces, which I understood. They built houses all around me, and then they moved me away when I was 9. And my mom married a sergeant of the larger city police department, and I went from being able to do anything and everything I wanted to do all night long till the late hours of the night to not being allowed to do anything. And my mom sent the police after me at every party I went to, every person's house I was past my limit of being there. She started sending the cops after me. And eventually the cops said, look, we ain't doing it no more unless you do something about it. So the first time they tried to take me down to the juvie, I got out of the cop car. All right. And I got away. And it started a series of events to where they ended up putting me in Star Commonwealth Boys Training Camp. They put me in A building and C building and J building. They put me in Meadowview 5. They put me in Fairlawn. They put me in Work Ed and Camp Oakland. Every place that they put me, I would run. I made it out of maximum security places. I made it out of places that all I had to do was walk away. And this went on for years, where I spent 2 whole years on the run without getting caught. And by the time I was 15, I was actually, this was the time I turned myself in, and I was on my way to court, and I had no clue this was going to happen. And the judge said, "Hey, Mr. Fraser, why are you here?" I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "I'm looking at your charges here, and I don't see a crime. All I see is that you keep running away." And that day changed my life forever, because he asked me what I wanted. I said, I hate school. I don't like school. I don't want nothing to do with it. I just want to work and be left alone. He says, are you kidding me, Mr. President? This is what the problem is? I said, yeah. He said, I'll tell you what, I'm going to let you go today, which I didn't expect. I thought I had like another 8 months there. And he says, under one condition. If I see you again from today till you're 18, I'm keeping you till you're 21, because I'd become something called the ward of the state of Michigan. The state owned me. It was my parents. All right. And when he let me out of there, he never saw me again. All right. I had already, they always tell you when you leave those places, well, we'll see you soon. No. He gave me an opportunity and I didn't waste it. And my life changed from that moment.
All right. Hey, Ghetto, man, I'm sorry about the thing dying, but I appreciate you being here, brother. Really appreciate it, man.
I didn't even know he was gone. I was talking.
Says something died on him.
Yeah, it's every once in a while you'll get lucky and the system will cut you a break. I know when I was real young and my daughter's dad would always get in trouble, and he drove and got in trouble all the time without having a license, and like I don't know how many times, and he was not, I don't even know if he was 18 yet, maybe 18, very young, and he got in trouble for like the 4th or 5th time, and he was standing before a judge, and his punishment was to go get a license. So they kind of did him a favor, because they kept suspending it and do this and do that, and if you don't do this and then this and that, and he just kept, and it was crazy because he had never, that was the first time that he got a license. He was ordered to get it. Yeah, it worked out.
This kind of thing had a way of escalating. You know, I didn't start off that way. I was pretty mellow, but I've done things that were in the heat of the moment. You know, I decked a cop, and when I was 13, I decked a cop in downtown Oxford and left him knocked out, and half the town saw that. All right. And I ran into the police station that my mom was working. I screamed every profanity at her I could think of, and then got out the back door and got away with the whole police department trying to chase me down. I'd already been on the run for a while. You know, I made the front page of the Pontiac Press a couple times for escaping from maximum security holding places. I mean, I made it over the fence and got away, and I hurt some people doing it. All right. And there's these things I've seen. By the time I was 10 years old, I was already witnessing people die right in front of me. You know, these places were not good places to be. That you have an insight into minds that somebody like me should never have been around. All right. There's heinous murderers in these places, and here I was, a runaway. So I was, you know, and it was my full intent to get away from every time they put me in there, you know. It just escalated, and those same officers that I had all this trouble with, most of them are gone now, but if they were to see me on the street, and this happened many times, the first thing they do is extend their hand to shake mine, because they know that I'm not what a lot of people ended up as in that system. You know,
lucky.
There is a lot of luck involved. You know, there is, because this can be an evil world. You know, when I tell people I see the demon in Hillary Clinton, I've seen that same demon in people who have murdered multiple people. All right. And I believe in these things. I believe they're there.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's how a lot of criminals are made. They're not even bad people, and they become criminals by getting silly petty charges and learning how, like they say, that's what happened with Manson. He was in there boosting cars, and next thing you know, he wanted to learn how to pimp women, and he learned that in the system. So yeah, that's why I said most people don't end up doing better; they end up doing worse.
Even in the 70s, there was heinous things that happened. You know, you could look this one up. For instance, this guy named Nick Bork. He was in J Building, which is one of the maximum security ones. He was with the wrong people. Him and two older guys went in and broke into a rich person's place in Rochester, Michigan. And while they were in the house, the two owners came home, two gay guys. Well, they killed the gay guys. They robbed the house. They cut one of their guys' heads off, and they cut the testicles and member off the other and shoved it in the mouth of the head and then put the head in the mailbox. And as they were leaving, they got caught.
Damn.
Now, the guy that I was in the juvie with, the young one that was, a minor, he didn't have any part of that. He was there, but he screwed his whole life up. Everybody knew it. It was in the newspapers. Everybody there in the place knew it. There was another guy. He just, on the way to school one morning, he steps on a school bus in Waterford, Michigan, and with a 357 Magnum and empties it in the foreheads and faces of 6 different kids, killing them all. There was craziness in the city even back then. There's a lot of weird. Once you're exposed to enough of that, it can take you down. Trust me. That kind of stuff, that'll get you. Walking into a room and being the first to find a drowned handicapped person in a handicap tub, blue as blue gets, because they didn't get him out the night before.
Yeah.
And in the morning, you're the one to find him. I watched a guy jump 5 stories out of a window, clear as day, right in front of me. Jumped out a 5-story window, hit the ground, got up, and started running. And ran about 100 yards before he fell dead in his tracks. I saw a pool ball thrown across the day room. There was a racial fight, all right? Whites against blacks. And I saw a white guy throw a pool ball. I don't even know which white guy. And he threw a pool ball so hard that it left a concave about half the depth of a pool ball right in the center forehead of this kid. This shit all happened to me before I was 13.
Damn.
All
It's
of
too
it,
much.
Well, you're just a ray of sunshine.
I really have, and that's why I understand a lot what you're talking about when you talk about cities. That's why I was starting to talk about that. Sorry, guys, I didn't mean to go that dark.
I was just messing with you, man. That's honestly, that's one of the main things I got to filter on. Actually, not that you need one. Everybody, it's good to talk about it, but I keep my filter on that stuff, man.
I was once chased by 7 different police agencies through 3 counties on foot, and they didn't catch me. I got away a lot of times in ways I shouldn't have. I was pretty fast, I guess, when I was younger. But one time they put J Building is on Telegraph, downtown Pontiac. And it's the sheriff department's right in the same building. And this is a place where you get no courtesy. This is hardcore juvenile. It's some say it was worse than going to jail. And it probably was. But if you're good in J Building, you start off on a colored T-shirt thing where if you're good, you can go up to another level. And after 2 weeks of no trouble or no fights or nothing like that, they'll let you out and to a court that's got a 25-foot barbed wire fence with the barbed wire facing inward to the court on the exterior of the building. And the first time I got out there, I go out there and, there's probably about 50 to 60 kids in the court with you. And maybe 6 of us that finally got our privileges to get out there the first time. I get out there and here's this guy. And he's like, I'm getting out of here. I'm getting out of here. I don't know, man. I'm going to get out of here. He was really wanting to get out of there. And I'd already been scouting the fence since I've been there. And I said, that corner over there, if you go up that corner and use the fence and the brick, you could probably get up to the barbed wire and get over that. He's like, you think so? I said, oh, yeah, I think so. And a couple more people chime in. Yeah, I think that's where I'd go if I was going to run. Well, sure enough, this guy, he took off for that corner and I saw it go down. And as he went for that corner, everybody's attention focused on him. And that's where I went right behind everybody and up that fence as fast as I could. I'm almost to the top where the barbed wire starts. And I look over and I see a staff using one of these heavy old metal chairs, take him right off with a direct hit, nailed him in the back and in the neck and took him right off the fence. So by this time, I'm already into the barbed wire and I'm getting over because you got to climb upside down on a concave angle towards the inside of the court. And I get over top of that and I look back and they've got him, and that's when they spotted me. And as I'm going over the top, I look out and I see 2 staff running from the exterior of this fence, both of them like from a V shape, gonna meet me where I'm gonna climb down from the fence. So I get to past the barbed wire, and I just jumped right on top of those two, and they both crumbled to the ground. And I found out later that I broke the collarbone of one of them and the arm of the other, and I ran about 5,000 yards away from the building and where I got away from, and I found the thickest bush I could find. I dove in and I stayed right there. I hid myself under everything I could find and stayed right in this thick brush. And I watched canine units, I watched helicopters, I watched cops by the dozens going up through those paths. And I got away because I stayed there for 24 hours before I moved. I got up and went on my way.
Wow.
That's one of them. They once took me into the Oakland County Courthouse right on Telegraph. It's only right across the street from J Building. And they took me from J Building to there to go to court. And what they did is they would put these nylon casts over your legs where you can't bend your leg. They're all Velcro closure. Then you put your pants on. Then you put your leg shackles on. Then they'd handcuff you behind your back. And 2 officers would escort you into the courthouse. Well, it didn't happen as fast as it was supposed to. We were waiting out in the hallway, and I really did have to use the bathroom. And those officers let me go into that bathroom. And within a couple of moments, I'd figured out how, because they put the cuffs in front of me. They took them from my back. They put them in the front so I could take a pee. And I got out of all of that. And I hit that door so hard that I hit one of the officers, knocked him off balance, made it around the corner and maybe about 300 feet down the hallway and out the front of the courthouse, got to the railroad tracks and got away. All right. And this also made the front of the newspaper. These are all things that happen. I mean, I've got lots of them. Am I a rebel?
You think? Well, folks, it's 5:30. I got to get a bite to eat here, and
it was a hoot.
So, yeah,
thanks,
man.
Tom. Sorry to bring the whole party down too at the end.
Oh no, you didn't.
Oh no, man.
Not at all.
Enjoyed the stories. Really appreciate everybody being here. The chat and all. You guys stuck with me all night. I appreciate it. 7 hours we went.
Right.
Virginia and Cola, I'm honored. Ghetto, I appreciate everything you do. And Camo, it was a great night. I appreciate it all.
I had fun, man. I like
Hey, I appreciate you, brother.
Yep. 7 hours is a long commitment.
Say again?
7 hours is a long commitment. Thank you for your time.
I had a great time. I want to do this more often. I keep saying that, and one thing after another happens, but I want to do this a little bit more often. This is different, and I need a little different. So,
yeah, we all do.
Without saying too much. So, all right, everybody in chat. Really, we've been together a while, and I appreciate each and every one of you. So, we will
love y'all, man.
I put Rescue's link in there in the chat because he's still live right now. So if anybody that's not subscribed to him, go check him out.
That sounds like a good thing to do. I'll see you there.